And on the stage we have with us today Swami Atmapriyananji Maharaj, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira University, and Shri Jayant Sarkar, Associate Dean, Harvard School of Engineering and Applied Sciences, USA. I request our teacher, Shri Shantanu De, to greet Swami Atmapriyananji Maharaj and Shri Jayant Sarkar. ওদিকে যাও। Swami Atmapriyananji is the first Vice Chancellor of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira University, whose main campus is just adjacent to this auditorium. Before going to the university, Revered Maharaj was the principal of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira. He has a strong background in science with a doctorate in physics and has a deep knowledge of scriptures and traditional rituals. He has translated into English Swami Hitananda's Worship of Sri Ramakrishna, which is used in the daily worship of Sri Ramakrishna. He regularly contributes articles to various journals. We request Revered Maharaj to kindly deliver his speech.
Om yo brahmanam vidadhati purvam yo vai vedanscha prahinoti tasmai tam hadevam atmabuddhi prakasham mumukshurvai sharanamaham prapadye nishkalam nishkriyam shantam niravadyam niranjanam amritasya param setum dagdhen dhanamivanalam Om asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritam gamaya avirāvirmayedhi rudrayatte dakshinam mukham te namam pahi nityam Om shanti 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 Om shakti samudra samuthatarangam darshita prema vijrumbhitarangam samshaya rakshasa nashamahastram yami gurum sharanam bhava vaidyam Naradeva Deva Jaya Jaya Naradeva Advaya Tattva Samahita Chittam Projvala Bhakti Patavrita Vrittam Karma Kalevara Madhubhuta Cheshtam Yami Gurum Sharanam Bhava Vaidyam Naradeva Deva Jaya Jaya Naradeva. Professor Jayanta Sarkar, who was in the dais, and Swami Revered Swami Bhajananandaji, who will be in the valedictory session, will be joining us very soon. Respectable monks who are present here, the brahmacharins and the learned scholars, invited guests, and the revered sannyasinis, and the devotees of Ramakrishna Vivekananda and the admirers of the Vivekananda ideology. The topic which I mean to discuss this afternoon is understanding Bhavamukha, Sri Ramakrishna's unique state of consciousness. Bhavamukha is a very important concept in Ramakrishna Vivekananda philosophy. To call it a concept itself is not exactly correct because, as you know, Sri Ramakrishna did not conceptualize anything, and Sri Ramakrishna is what he is because he chose not to conceptualize. He was not allowed to conceptualize by the Divine Mother, as he said. He was so soaked in God, lived in God, slept and dreamt in God, that he couldn't operate at a level which was from the mind. One of the very senior Swamis at the Belur Mutt told us once that Sri Ramakrishna always lived and operated from what we call the Anandamaya. You know, the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya and Anandamaya. And beyond that is supposed to be the Brahman or the Atman, and Ramanuja would say the Anandamaya itself is Brahman. And that's why you see, perhaps in him, an exuberance of Ananda all the time, which you do not usually associate with a man who is very saintly and a man who is soaked in God. The word Bhavamukha occurs in the Leela Prasanga several times, Sri Ramakrishna Leela Prasanga, the magnum opus of Swami Sharadanandaji, which Swami Tapasyanji once called as a treatise on the psychology of the incarnation of God. That's how he christened Leela Prasanga. The word Bhavamukha occurs in the Leela Prasanga several times, but not in the Kathamrita per se, although the word Bhava occurs. And it doesn't exactly occur in the scriptures anywhere, although there is a statement in the Mandukyakari Upanishad, the Chetomukha Prajna Strutiya Prada. If you take the Bhava, the word which occurs in the Kathamrita, and the Chetomukha, the Mukha in the Mandukya Upanishad, you can punch them together and construe what is known as the Bhava Mukha. Sri Ramakrishna heard this word Bhava Mukha as a command from the Divine Mother Kali at least 3 times. Once, when his cousin Haladhari was telling Sri Ramakrishna that all the forms of gods and goddesses which you are seeing was only fancies of his own mind. Most of the realizations of these great men occur when they are mentally disturbed. That's a very strange thing. As you know, in the case of Arjuna also, the best teaching in the world was given to a person who was mentally disturbed. There seems to be a great connection between being mentally disturbed and coming up with spiritual revelations. Sri Ramakrishna was perturbed like a child because he usually said, Divine Mother revealed it to me, I don't know. Like a child ran to the mother and said, Mother, just because I am fool, just because I have not learned, just because I have not known the scriptures, have you cheated me? On another occasion, also, Narain, on whose wisdom Sri Ramakrishna depended so much, once told him, এই ভগবান রূপ টুপ যে দেখছেন না সব হচ্ছে মনের কল্পনা। কিন্তু কথা কই যে ও এমন হয়। These people, these forms speak to me. Oh, that if you fancy something, it happens. Then Sri Ramakrishna was very perturbed. Then one thing about Sri Ramakrishna which you can notice, his straight court of appeal with the Divine Mother. Whether Totapuri coming and asking him whether he'll do sadhana with me, whether Bhairava Brahmani coming, whether any occasion, whether it is so-called secular or spiritual in his life, the so-called worldly, the mundane, the ordinary, the extraordinary, for everything he simply ran to the Divine Mother like a child. This is one extraordinary phenomenon which we see in Sri Ramakrishna, which therefore makes him so attractive and so simple and so charming. And he remained the child of the Divine Mother all the time. So on this occasion, when Haladhari disturbed him, he ran to the mother and said, Mother, why is it that you have cheated me like this? The mother told him, remain in Bhava Mukha. On another occasion, once again, he was sitting silently and suddenly this thought came to him. Why did Haladhari tell like this? Again he heard from within, remain in Bhava Mukha. On another occasion, when his Advaitic teacher Totapuri made him go through the Advaita sadhana, and when he got stuck with the form of the Divine Mother, the luminous living form of the Mother, and he said, I can't go beyond this. It is so real. As he himself told Narain earlier on, I see you much less tangibly than I see God. I see God much more tangibly, much more palpably, much more really, much more vividly than I can see you. So that vivid, palpable, living form, luminous form of the Divine Mother was coming in between his Advaitic realization, to which Totapuri was pushing him. He just told his guru, I can't go farther. Totapuri got excited, slightly irritated, pushed him between the Agnya Chakra, which is very significant, between the eyebrows, which is the proverbially known as the place of Saguna Brahman. He pushed him there with a piece of glass and then told him, meditate here. Then Sri Ramakrishna says, then I imagined knowledge to be a sword and cut the form of the Divine Mother and passed into the Nirvikalpa realm or the non-dual realm. Swami Buddhananda has a very humorous take on this. When Sri Ramakrishna could not eat anything, his disciples told him repeatedly, see, you should, for our sake, tell the Divine Mother so that you can eat something and live with us. Sri Ramakrishna told the mother, Mother, these people are telling me that I can't eat anything. Please see that I can eat something. The mother showed everybody, but you are eating so many mouths. Buddhanandaji, very interestingly, he says, very humorously, the mother, it seems, told him, hinted at him, when you cut me into pieces by the sword of knowledge at the behest of Totapuri, you had no qualms about Advaita. Now I will teach you Advaita. You are eating through so many mouths. Come on. That was the Advaita that he was taught there. So on another occasion, when Totapuri put him to Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he was absorbed in it for days upon end, at the end of which he heard a voice from within, remain in Bhavamukha. The second occasion which I mentioned, when the thought of Haladari disturbing him came to him spontaneously and he was feeling perturbed, it is recorded he saw a smoke arising from in his room and a bearded sage appearing and telling him, remain in Bhavamukha. Who is that bearded sage? Because we of lesser minds would like to ask, who is he, how did he come? Which Sri Ramakrishna did not ask. I was told by a very senior monk that is the Hiranyagarbha, the cosmic mind, because it tallies exactly with the description of Hiranyagarbha, which is given in the Chandogya Upanishad. A Swami was challenged in Kerala by the Christians, said, you say Ramakrishna is an avatar, does avatar have a beard? Have you ever seen Avatara growing a beard like this? Then immediately quoted from this Chandogya Upanishad, Hiranyashmashru, it is mentioned. The Hiranyagarbha, the Saguna Brahman, the entire Anakhad Sarvayeva Suvarnaha, the entire body, everything is Suvarna, golden, including the Swarnashmashru, which is a golden beard. So it tallies exactly with Sri Ramakrishna's description of the bearded sage which he saw. These were the three occasions in which he heard the voice, remain in Bhavamukha. Now, Bhavamukha is a very important paradigm in the understanding of Sri Ramakrishna, that Ramakrishna pardon us for trying to understand him this way. We try to find out, conceptualize what this Bhavamukha could be. Swami Saradananda has attempted it in a big way. And this has been written about by many other followers of Ramakrishna tradition. Swami Tapasyanandaji of revered memory is one such monk who wrote elaborately on this Bhavamukha idea. I mean to discuss this Bhavamukha from three standpoints. One is from the standpoint of modern science. Unfortunately, I was being trained in modern science, particularly in particle physics. So that paradigm never leaves me. And I always feel delighted to look at the whole world from the point of view of the particle physics. The second is the paradigm of classical Indian philosophy and mysticism, particularly the Advaita Visishta Advaita paradigm. And the third is, in the light of the Ramakrishna Mission ideology and the practical application which the Bhavamukha concept has to society at large. The first is in the light of modern science. There are at least two very important discoveries in the last century in the world of physics. As you know, the last century was called the century of physics. starting from the famous discovery in 1900 of the quantum theory, followed very quickly in 1905 by the theory of relativity by Einstein, followed also by the general theory of relativity very soon in 1915, our conception of space, time, and matter were thoroughly revolutionized by these paradigms and these ideas. The quantum theory said the nature of light is of quanta or particles. The corpuscular theory of Newton, as you know, said light travels as particles. Later on, the wave theory of Huygens said no, light travels as waves. Till Max Planck came and made a kind of a hybrid, a synthesis of these two. How the century itself began was an approach in synthesis. That is very remarkable that even in the world of science, there is a synthesis and a harmony of two apparently rival theories. One is the corpuscular theory, other is the wave theory. Max Planck found that light does travel as particles or quanta, but this quantum has an energy within it, energy packet, and the energy of a quantum is proportional to the frequency of the radiation. You see how the idea of frequency, which is a purely wave concept, gets beautifully merged with the idea of a particle, of a quantum, which is particularly a corpuscular concept. So this led to a world of discoveries later on and thoroughly revolutionized conception of radiation. In 1905, Einstein came with the theory of special relativity, whose significance was very profound, not only in the world of science, but in the world of social sciences, metaphysics, and our outlook on society. It engendered a worldview or a Weltanschauung in which the first casualty will be bigotry and fanaticism. In 1893, as was mentioned, Swami Vivekananda spoke about this, that the bigotry and fanaticism being the casualties, and the bell which rang this morning will be the death knell of bigotry and fanaticism. That's what he mentioned there. Einstein asked the question, does nature have any preferred frame of reference? Most of you are familiar with the idea of the frame of reference, frame of space. Every physical law is referred to a certain frame from which you measure quantities, physical quantities like mass, velocity, acceleration, and so on. So you have to get attached to a frame of reference, and with respect to the frame you measure these physical quantities. The actual values of these quantities could differ, but the physical law governing these qualities has to be frame independent. A very interesting example of this is what is known as a Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction. It says that a moving rod contracts in length in the direction of its motion. Suppose you have a 6-foot rod or a 6-footer. It is moving in a frame of reference. His height could be seen as 3 feet from that frame, or if it is measured in some other frame, his height would be 4 feet, 5 feet. Suppose you ask, what exactly is the actual, real, true height of the man? Einstein's answer is, this question is meaningless because there is no such thing as the true height of the man. To be able to measure the height of the man, you have to be positioned and stationed in some frame, and with respect to that frame, you will measure his height to be 5 or 4 or 3. Suppose you ask, which is the correct height of the man? The answer is, 5 is right with respect to that frame, 3 is right with respect to that frame, and 4 is right with respect to some other frame, and each is right, but none is absolutely right. See how the idea of Sri Ramakrishna gets slowly integrated with the idea of the impartiality in nature with respect to frames of reference. Very simply put, Einstein's relativity says, there is no preferred frame in nature. Nature does not give any preferential treatment to any particular frame of reference. Sir Arthur Eddington, who was a contemporary of Einstein, gave a beautiful set of lectures in 1930s. It was relativity and quantum theory was just growing at that time. A remarkable set of lectures which have been compiled later on is a famous book, The Nature of the Physical World. As college students, we were highly inspired by this book. There is an interesting story about Eddington. Somebody told Eddington, Arthur, you are one of the 3 people who have understood the relativity theory. He looked very modest, didn't speak. Come on, Arthur, don't feel modest. I mean what I say. He smiled and said, I'm not being modest. I'm just wondering who the third person could be. Einstein and I know, but I do not know who else knows. That was the caliber of the man. In that remarkable book, he gives the following about the rightness of a frame of reference. Which is the right one? He says, rightness as applied to a frame of reference cannot be found because it does not exist. It's a myth. You are standing with a label in your hand before a row of packages which are precisely similar. You are worried because there is nothing to help you to decide which of the packages it should be attached to. Look at the label and see what is written in it. Nothing. Right as applied to frames of space is a blank label. It implies that there is something distinguishing a right frame from a wrong frame, but we'll ask what is the distinguishing property. The only answer we receive is rightness, which does not make the meaning clearer or convince that there is a meaning. We are confronted with something not contemplated in classical physics, a multiplicity of frames of space, each one as good as the other. The relativity of the current scheme of physics invites us to search deeper and find the absolute scheme underlying it so that we see the world in truer perspective. Now, all frames of reference in physics and all points of view in the world of spirituality and philosophy, being on equal footing means, therefore, that none of them represents the absolute truth. All of them are but partial views of reality, relative views of the absolute, with respect to, and therefore, as conditioned by the particular frame of reference. Ramakrishna has innumerable illustrations on this. Very often we are confused. How can this be right and that also be right? 2 of them being apparently contradictory. You remember the first blow to M's ego, as he himself mentioned in the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Sri Ramakrishna said, do you believe in God with form or without form? M said, being a westernized person, to believe in God with form is not very fashionable. So rather than that, believe without form, so it appears to be more fashionable. Sir, I like to believe in God without form. Ramakrishna said, well, good, that's excellent. But do not think God does not have a form. He is with form, he is without form, he is both with and without form, and beyond them both, and how many more besides? Tini Shakar, Tini Nirakar, Shakar Nirakar pare, aro koto ki. Then M was totally confused. He mentions there, how is it that the white liquid like milk be black? For the first time in the world of spirituality, the paradigm that either or has to be replaced by both and. I'll come to that in a moment when I come to quantum physics. How can 2 contradictory things be this equally right at the same time? They being equally right does not mean that they completely represent the truth, but what they do mean is that the frame from which you look at the truth reveals to you an aspect of the truth which is right with respect to that frame. And if you choose some other frame, from that frame, it could be something else. You take the example, the famous example that Ramakrishna used to give very often, of several blind people looking at an elephant. They can only feel the elephant. They felt the elephant at different parts and claim that the elephant is like a big trunk, elephant is like a fan, elephant is like a pillar, and so on. A big quarrel ensued until a person with eyes came and said, "What do you say? You are right. What do you say? You are also right." It's like saying some people tend to agree with everybody. Swami Swahanandaji was very fond of a joke. Always he used to tell us this. There was a professor who said, "Well, good, right," to everybody. One of his students came to him and said, "Sir, I mean this." "Ah, good, that's right." After a couple of days, another student came, just the opposite, and then told him the opposite thing. "Oh, you're also right." Then his wife, who was listening to both of them, became very angry, exasperated. "What? You have no consistency, you say this to this, and say opposite man also, you say the right?" Said, "You are also right." This is one confusion which comes to people who read particularly Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda says this at this time and something else at the other time, which is exactly the same as Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. So Arjuna is confused all the time. Sri Krishna talks about jnana in the second chapter in such glowing terms. You never existed, these people never existed, they will never exist. At the end of it, and then he says in the third chapter beginning, "Oh, if that were so, why do you push me in this terrible karma? Oh, then I will tell you about this." And goes on. Again in the fifth chapter he says, "I'm again confused." And when he talks about yoga, karmabhyapodiko yogi tav jnanibhyo matodikaha tasmad yogi bhavarjuna, yogi is the greatest. So whenever he takes up something, he takes it to the highest, because from that frame, that is the truth for him. Somebody accused Swamiji of inconsistency. Said, "Swamiji, you just said the opposite thing yesterday." Swamiji smiled, "Oh, that was yesterday." Because the ability to be able to look at through truth in innumerable points of view, and to be quickly able to shift your paradigms from one position to another, knowing that each of them is equally right from that point of view, and not identifying with any of them absolutely, is the capacity which is born of a person who is stationed in a Bhavamukha. That is my thesis. So this could happen to Sri Ramakrishna because he was stationed in a Bhavamukha, and therefore he was all things to all men. And then another interesting story of a person seeing an animal in a tree. Bahurupir Golpo, the chameleon. He said, "I saw an animal there which was red." He said, "I have seen it. That is green, not red." And the third person came and said, "I know it is yellow. Both of you are liars." So a big quarrel ensued. Finally, a person who was sitting under the tree, he said, "Do you say it is red? You are right. Do you say it is green? You are also right. Do you say it is yellow? You are also right. It is yellow, it is green, it is red, and sometimes it is colorless. কখনো পুরুষ কখনো প্রকৃতি কখনো শূন্য রূপারে কখনো শ্বেত কখনো নীল কখনো নীল লোহিত রে in the Kamalakanta song. Sri Ramakrishna was very fond of this song. You can't really label God saying that he is this and not that. Look at the other story, very interesting story of a dye stuff. A person is dyeing the clothes of so many people with the color which they wanted. Somebody said, "Can you dye this green, sir?" Come on. You put it in this solution, this is green. Somebody says, "Can you dye this yellow?" The same solution gives yellow. And somebody said, "Can you dye it red?" Same solution gives you red. And a person who's looking on said, "What is the color that you want, sir?" "I want my cloth to be colored by the color of the dye stuff in your solution." I take it to mean that Sri Ramakrishna living in a Bhavamukha is everything to everybody. You go to Ramakrishna, you see, "I like Kali, but all right, come on, I'll reveal you to Kali." Ramakrishna is Kali, I'm very happy about it. Somebody says, "My Ishtadevata is Jesus the Christ." Ramakrishna, "No problem, I will reveal you as Jesus Christ." So everybody looks upon Ramakrishna and then takes him to be his God, is a God of all. But in intelligent people, I hope all of us belong to that category. What do you want? I want you, per se. The color of the dye stuff in that solution, when you take Ramakrishna himself, you get everything in one, and you can be colorless and Nirakara also if you like. So he includes the Sakara, Nirakara, Nirguna, Saguna, everything in one. So these illustrations bring home the point that all the different colors, all the relative points of view arise after that absolute and infinite, which does not get affected thereby. There is no contradiction between the different emanations from the point of view of the absolute, although there may be differences between them at their own relative level. I always used to think that why there is so much of differences and quarrels between religions and points of view is because we look at the whole thing from our point of view. Somebody comes and tells me, you are a Hindu, you are hopeless idolaters, you worship God in a stone, in an image, in a snake, in a tree, you should be ashamed about it. Then this foolish man, see, I'm not very well educated, I like to think of God in this tree. God tells him, you want to see me in a tree? All right, I'll manifest in the tree for you. If God is omnipotent and omnipresent, what prevents that God from appearing in a tree or a stone or an image? If a devotee wants to look at God in a stone, God manifests in the stone. God has no problem, but man has a problem. Human beings have a problem. God can't manifest in this stone, but God says, I choose to manifest in that stone because that fellow doesn't understand. He wants me there. And I'm very happy. I have been sitting in the temple for too long. Let me go enter into a snake and then manifest there. He is manifesting everywhere for the sake of devotees. Ye yatha mam prapadyante tas tadaiva bhajamyaham. That was the statement which Swami Vivekananda quoted in the Parliament of Religions. God says, I manifest. The word used is bhajami, very significant. He doesn't say I manifest, he doesn't say I reach. Usually the word bhajadatu is used with respect to human beings worshipping God. Here is a strange God, Sri Krishna, who incarnated later we believe as Ramakrishna, saying that I approach that human being because I am very happy to manifest in innumerable forms just for variety. I am tired of being confined to a particular form or formlessness. There is another paradigm, as I told you, the quantum mechanics. Once again, that began by a hybrid or a synthesis of the wave and the particular aspects. The wave aspect on the one hand and the particular aspect on the other hand get beautifully blended in quantum mechanics. Now, when the particulate nature of light was revealed as a quanta, there arose another question in the mind of another scientist, De Broglie, who said nature has to be impartial. See, once again, how the idea, all the great scientific ideas emanate from fundamental philosophical perception and worldviews of the world. What is the worldview? Nature has to be impersonal, beautiful, impartial. Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram. If nature is beauty, beauty should be symmetry. All of you know that anything which is symmetrical is always associated with beauty. And if it is beauty and symmetry, nature has to be impartial, because nature is impersonal as well as personal. Nature has two manifestations, one is the matter, other is radiation. If radiation can have particle characteristics, wave characteristics, matter, particle should also have wave characteristics. Since light is a quantum, a particle should also have wave characteristics. This led to the idea of a particle wave or matter wave, and it is experimentally proved that electrons do behave like waves. What is the nature of the wave? What is the content of this wave, etc. Lot of speculations went on and on. So Schrödinger in his Nobel lecture says, the paradigm of classical physics, which is exclusive, which says that it has to be either a particle or a wave, the either or paradigm has been replaced by both and paradigm. It is a particle, it is a wave, and what exactly it is cannot be described. So Eddington very funnily says, it is neither a particle nor a wave but both, why not call it a wavicle? Then he says, what does an electron do? Does it behave as a particle? Does it behave as a wave? Then he says, Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, it behaves like particles. And Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays, it behaves like a wave. On Sundays, it sits on the fence. Which means, we can't dictate to God how he should behave. When the human mind in its arrogance says, God has to be this and not that, God has to behave only in this way and not some other way, the human mind is dictated in God what he should be, how he should behave. The third thing which is just emerging in physics very recently, which was being attempted by Einstein, is the unified field theory. Those who follow the history of the relativity and the quantum theory, Einstein is very unhappy with the probabilistic interpretation of quantum mechanics. As he has said, I do not believe in a God who plays dice. Niels Bohr quipped in answer, but you can't dictate to God what he should do. Tini Ichamai, as Ramakrishna said. But Einstein said there should be a unified field theory which brings together both quantum physics and gravity in one frame. And nature cannot be extravagant. Nature is economical. Nature will have one grand unified theory which is the underlying principle of all theories. He attempted it without success, and therefore he became a kind of recluse towards the end of his life, doggedly pursuing his pet theory. He himself said he became a lonely old chap, not willing to give up this attempt of a unified field theory. And recently, once again, the turn of this century, the whole thing has been revived, and physicists are asking whether the holy grail of the unified field theory could be found in what is known as the superstring theory or the string theory. It is neither a particle nor a wave, but a kind of elongated string. Brian Greene, the author of The Elegant Universe, he makes the following observation. For the first time in physics, we have a framework with a capacity to explain every fundamental feature upon which the universe is constructed. For this reason, the string theory is sometimes described as possibly being the theory of everything, TOE, or the ultimate or the final theory. Why I mention this is because the idea of a Bhavamukha in which Sri Ramakrishna was stationed spiritually gives us an insight into how several ideas and several points of view could coalesce, get amalgamated, synthesized and harmonized, from which everything could be explained in its own perspective and everything falls in its place. From the point of view of classical philosophy and mysticism, there's another concept which Sri Ramakrishna introduced, which is known as the concept of Vijnana. Vedanta speaks about a Nagyani, an ignorant man, a Jnani who has attained knowledge of the supreme reality. Besides these two, Sri Ramakrishna highlights the state of a Vijnani. A Jnani is one who takes the world to be unreal, world of relativity to be unreal. An Ajnani, a Jnani is one who has realized the ephemeral nature of the world, equating ephemerality with unreality. But a Vijnani is one who, having realized the content of the world to be unreal, having attained Purna Jnana, having attained absorption in the infinite supreme reality which is Brahman or the impersonal reality, comes back as it were by the will of the Divine Mother and remains as a Vijnani for whom the world gets transformed as a divine Leela or the play of the Supreme Consciousness. Which means that the old paradigm of Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya, the Satya Mithya paradigm, is replaced as it were by the Nitya Leela paradigm. So Sri Ramakrishna says the world as a manifestation of Brahman everywhere is the play of the divine consciousness, and in this context He equates the impersonal with the personal, Brahman and Kali as the two aspects of the same reality. He says, do not put any limitation on the infinitude of the supreme reality. It is wrong to affirm that God can be formless and not with form, that God can be transcendent and not immanent, impersonal, not personal. Different spiritual aspirants realize the infinite and the absolute reality in innumerable ways. Sri Ramakrishna says, yes, God has form and is formless too. Further is beyond both and form and formlessness. Nobody can limit him. He gives the example of an ant which is going to take a sugar hill. Very interesting image. An ant was going to take a sugar hill, and it took a small particle of sugar and ate it, and his stomach was filled. It carried one grain in its mouth. While walking back, looked at the sugar hill and said, next time round, I'll carry the whole sugar into my small hole. That is the arrogance of the human intellect, which says, I'll measure God with my measuring rod. Very interestingly, Acharya Shankara, in his Brahma Sutra Bhashya, talks about two forms of Brahman, and their non-difference as follows. I am not reading the original. The translation is as follows. Brahman verily has two forms. One is the Sopadhika, the other is the Nirupadhika. Although Brahman is one, it is taught in the Vedantic texts as that which is to be meditated upon, worshipped, as being related to assumed adjuncts, and as that to be realized or known as being devoid of any relation to adjuncts. See, Shankara calls the Saguna aspect of Brahman as Upasya Brahman, to be worshipped, meditated upon, and the Nirguna aspect of Brahman as a Geya Brahman, Brahman which has to be realized as one's own self. So he says, therefore, the one self indeed is designated differently on account of mere name. Sri Ramakrishna says once again, do you know what it is like? It is like water and ice. When water freezes, it becomes ice, which inside and outside is water only. Ice is nothing but water. But look, water does not have any particular form, whereas ice does have a form. Similarly, through the cooling influence of a devotee's love, the ocean of the individual Satchidananda freezes and takes various forms as does ice. Think of Brahman, Satchidananda, existence, knowledge, bliss, absolute, as a shoreless ocean. Through the cooling influence of Bhakta's love, the water is frozen into blocks of ice. In other words, God now and then assumes various forms for his lovers and reveals himself to them as a person. But with the rising of the sun of knowledge, the blocks of ice melt. Then one doesn't anymore feel that God is a person, nor does one feel that God has forms. What he is cannot be described. Who can describe him? He who does so also disappears. He gives the example of a salt doll which wanted to measure the depths of the ocean. Now, there is a very remarkable statement which he makes in the Gospel, particularly in the translation made by M himself originally from his diary, which has been reprinted by the Chennai Mutt as the condensed Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, which contains some more passages than the original Bengali Gospel itself, where he says there are places where the ice does not melt, which means the salt doll which goes to measure the depths of the ocean melts into the ocean, becomes one with the ocean, but by a mysterious phenomenon which Sri Ramakrishna calls the will of the Divine Mother, the salt doll retains its shape as it were, comes back to help others to get into the ocean and know the nature of the ocean. He calls it in his original Bengali, Nitya Shakar. Chinmayi Dham, Chinmayi Shyam. These are the words which are used. So, how this is logically possible is a question one can ask. But as Swami Vivekananda once told a group of devotees in Tamil Nadu, in Madras, the question of why and how cannot be asked with regard to the absolute. The question of why and how, which is a causal question, can be asked only with regard to relative, after time, space and causation have arisen. Time, space and causation do not exist in the absolute, which by definition is beyond time, space and causation, and therefore to ask a question, a causal question with regard to absolute, is not the right question to ask, and it cannot be therefore be answered. Now, we have in the worship of Shiva, Shiva is supposed to be having Panchamukhi Shiva. Panchamukhi Shiva has 4 faces in the 4 directions, east, west, north and south. There is a Shiva, the face which is looking up, which is the Urdhvamukhi Shiva. I like to compare this with the idea of the Bhavamukha, in the sense that remaining in Bhavamukha, the avatar as it were is the Panchamukhi Shiva, 5-faced Shiva, the upward looking face Uttaravaktra, drawing light and power from the transcendent absolute, the pure being beyond the world of relativity, and transmitting this power out of compassion on all sides, represented by the 4 faces facing the 4 directions to the world of relativity, the world of becoming. The avatara, stationed in Bhavamukha, thus balances the 2, being and becoming, absolute and relative, transcendental and immanent. There is this balancing, there is a word for it in terms of physics, which is known as saddle point equilibrium. There is a point which balances these 2, calling the saddle point. The one, the absolute, and the many, the relative, are no longer opposed or antagonistic. Indeed, they are seen as the Nitya and Leela aspects of the same reality. The divine interplay between the 2 marks the compassionate mission of the avatara for the good of the world, which is Loka Kalyana. Therefore, the spiritual tradition of the Ramakrishna avatara, which he has set in motion, the Ramakrishna mission, or more broadly, the Ramakrishna movement, has this Nitya Leela blend as the ideal, as reflected in Swami Vivekananda's famous motto for the order, Atmano Mokshartham Jagad Hitaya Cha. Making this Nitya Leela realization of the avatara, Sri Ramakrishna in Bhavamukha as a vibrant and living practical force in the modern world was a great mission accomplished by Swami Vivekananda. His own declaration of this unique and new contribution to the Indian tradition may be recalled in this context. Swami Vivekananda said, I quote, "What Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and I have added to this Hindu and Buddhistic traditions is that the many and the one are the same reality, perceived by the same mind at different times and in different attitudes." Once you understand this Bhavamukha ideal, then you get a new paradigm and a new understanding by which the world can be seen and realized. When Nivedita once said, art, science and religion, quoting Swami Vivekananda, are but 3 different ways of expressing a single truth. But in order to understand this, we must have the theory of Advaita. Now, what is the practical relevance of this Bhavamukha ideal to our own individual and collective lives? So I throw up a theory for what it is worth, which is the following. Recently, after the computers came into existence, we have a theory of computer simulation. So you have an aircraft, you have a certain project, you do not exactly know how the project will go, so you simulate that project on the ground. The NASA, for example, the space project, they simulate the entire project through a computer on the ground and then try it out before actually launching that project. See, now, is it possible for devotees of Ramakrishna, for those who have taken Ramakrishna as their Ishtadevata or the ideal in life, to be able to psychologically simulate the Bhavamukha of Sri Ramakrishna, which for him was a reality and a spiritual realization, and stationed in this psychologically simulated Bhavamukha ideal, look at the world, integrating therefore meditation and action, science and religion, contemplation, vision, and intense activity outside, and work and worship. Swami Vivekananda says, therefore, take some holy person, some great person whom you revere, some saint whom you know to be perfectly non-attached. Think of his heart. That heart has become non-attached, and meditate on that heart. That will calm the mind. In commenting on the famous sutra in the Yoga Sutras, Vitaraga Vishayamba Chittam. This is the kind of simulation which I would like to discuss and imagine as an important sadhana for the followers of Sri Ramakrishna. This is perhaps what Swami Vivekananda meant by exhorting his followers to cast themselves in the mold of Sri Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna Mushai Udruta hu Arjuna bolechhilen. This also has a support of Acharya Shankara, who talks about it in his Gita Bhashya in the 2nd chapter, when he discusses the Sthita Prajna Lakshana to Arjuna. Then naturally the question arises, a person like Arjuna who is disturbed, who is extremely perturbed, who is depressed, why does the Bhagavan give him such a lofty ideal as a Sthita Prajna there? Is Arjuna capable of taking it? Then Acharya Shankara makes a statement here, Sarvatra eva hi adhyatma shastre kritartha lakshanani yani tani eva sadhanani upadishyante yatna sadhyatvat. Yani yatna sadhanani sadhyani sadhanani lakshanani cha bhavanti tani. Which means, everywhere in the spiritual scriptures, the very characteristics of a person who has attained fulfillment through spiritual realization are taught to be the means of sadhana, as these are attainable through practice and effort. Thus, those that are attainable through practice and effort verily become the sadhana for a spiritual aspirant or a sadhaka, as well as the natural characteristics of a person who has attained to realization. This is the meaning, perhaps, of Sri Ramakrishna's own exhortation that Swami Vivekananda called practical Advaitism. Advaita Gyan Achale Bende Jaicha Taikor. First tie the knot of Advaita, non-duality, in the corner of your class, then do as you please. I draw support from another statement by Swami Ramakrishnananda, one of the direct monastic disciples of Sri Ramakrishna, who undoubtedly knew Ramakrishna Mission only too well, who once made a stunning statement defining what is Ramakrishna Mission. He said, Ramakrishna Mission is that which has produced Ramakrishna. The meaning being, Ramakrishna Mission can produce all-round characters harmonizing jnana, bhakti, karma and yoga, characters cast in the mold of Sri Ramakrishna with minds so refined, hearts so purified and elevated, tuned to the wavelength of Ramakrishna's own mind and heart, that they can live and operate at the level of Sri Ramakrishna, simulating psychologically the Bhavamukha in their own ideals. So I plead that this non-traditional and unconventional japa and dhyana, the japa of the famous mantra which Swami Vivekananda gave, Atmano Mokshartam and Jagadhitaya cha, and dhyana, and the beautiful picture which he drew, harmonizing bhakti, jnana, karma and yoga, the emblem of the Ramakrishna Mission. This non-traditional, unconventional japa and dhyana, supplemented and reinforced, invigorated and energized with the traditional and conventional mantra japa and rupa dhyana, is the holistic sadhana for the modern age. Blessed is the person who realizes the true significance of this modern sadhana and whose entire being joyfully gets attuned to its practice through a new awakening in consciousness. Om Tat Sat, Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
We thank Swami Atmapriyanandaji for his extremely lucid, articulate and erudite University of Maryland in USA. He joined the Harvard University in 2001 and currently, in his capacity as Associate Dean, he is responsible for supporting the development and implementation of plans, policies and strategies for Harvard's science and engineering research programs. He is a member of the American Society of Engineering Education and his research interests span interdisciplinary and collaborative scientific computing, engineering education, and integration of new IT frameworks in support of education and research. He has also served on advisory panels to private industry such as IBM, Intel, Adobe, as well as to federal and state agencies in USA, the World Bank, and a few overseas universities. We now invite Sri Jayanta Sharkar to deliver his PowerPoint presentation on the theme entitled Sri Ramakrishna's Scientific Approach to the Ultimate Reality.
Introduction, for that kind introduction. It is a privilege and an honor to be here today. Respected Swamis, Sannyasinis, Brahmacharis, young friends from the college, and friends and colleagues from across this part of the city. I have been thinking for the last few minutes as to whether there is anything left for me to say, because considering Sri Ramakrishna's scientific approach to the ultimate reality, I don't think I can come anywhere close to giving or bringing together Bhavamukha explained by quantum mechanics, relativity, and all kinds of stuff in such a lucid manner. This integration makes it pretty clear that this is self-evident. I mean, the closeness between science and religion. Frankly, a lot has been said, and I've been thinking for the last few days whether, how to present this subject, how to talk about this, how to have a conversation about this. So much has been written and talked about it, starting from Swami Vivekananda himself down to the present times. I think it was just about maybe a year or two ago that there was a wonderful seminar that I attended very briefly in Kolkata on consciousness at the Gold Park Institute of Culture, where so much valuable material was gathered and published later on in a book. I'm sure you've been following those. I was literally volunteered frankly speaking, this is not the kind of talk that I'm used to giving. This is not the kind of conversation that I'm used to having, because this kind of is significantly different from what I do in my daily life. However, I'm going to try and do my best. Swami Atma Priyananda himself, in a phone conversation while I was talking to him about other things, mentioned this this occasion, and I just kind of put my foot in the noose, or my neck in the noose, and serves me right. They say back where I'm from, never volunteer for anything, and sure enough, I did. And now I'm going to have to take the consequences. So there is a disclaimer, just for the sake of formal, for a little formality. The views expressed here are my own, because this is not a technical conversation, and this in no way reflects Harvard University or its affiliates, their opinion. I do lack formal training in the philosophy of science and religion, and that's a limiting factor. And so I thought I'll confess to you right away that I do not have the language or the narrative or even the cultural background of really discussing at any length on this difficult subject that brings ultimate reality face to face with science. And of course, like all good IT people, I have taken free use of Google and Wikipedia, and then the literature from some of our monks of the order who have written profusely on the subject. Swami Buddhananda is one of those authors that I've always found some pleasure in reading. And then down to the present time, Swami Ranganathanandaji, Swami Atmapriyanandaji himself, Swami Bhajanandaji himself, so much has been written. And I've had such wonderful conversations with my present mentor Swami in Boston, where I live, Swami Taganandaji, who offers me a lot of thoughts and food for thoughts over time, that has all kind of contributed into my head in some fashion or the other. So with that, let me move into a brief outline of what I'd like to do. Is that I'll try to follow. This is not a PowerPoint presentation, by the way. This is just a little something to guide me by, because at the age in which I'm in right now, I tend to forget very easily. And so I kind of need a little cheat sheet. So this PowerPoint it's not really a presentation; it's my own cheat sheet. And also perhaps for those of you who are sitting at the back, to kind of look at something while you play around with your favorite, cell phone messages. College students do that, and I'm sure you all do that too here, right? I mean, in such a large auditorium. So I'd like to go by, sort of following this guideline, where I'd like to discuss, what motivates us to even consider this topic. I'm not going to guess what motivated Swami Atmapriyanandaji to offer this as a subject for me to talk about and volunteer me to Swami Tagarupanandaji. But I'm going to make my own guesses as to what could motivate us. And then, I spent considerable time really, as I was flying, on the airplane, I thought, should I do a whole historical timeline from, 0 hour Big Bang to right now, as to, the development of scientific thought and what scientific approach and methods, how they've evolved and how they have kind of, been defined and redefined from that of the Greeks to, the Arabs, down to the Middle Ages, to the Renaissance, and to the modern scientists, all the way up to Stephen Hawking and TOE and all of those. And then I felt, there's only so little time, and I really want to spend some of my time, chatting with you later on, and not take up this whole time going through a whole historical, timeline. So I'm going to briefly touch on traditional approaches to the scientific inquiry, given that most of you probably are aware of what scientific inquiry is. We live in this zeitgeist of science. And then Sri Ramakrishna's approach, and the role of scientific spirit and discipline. Any method, any approach is always, always involves some other things to go along with it. It's not just the path. I mean, supposing I have a road to go to, Kamarpukur. It's in my mind because I'm going to miss not going to Kamarpukur with Swami Taganandaji tomorrow. But just being on the road to Kamarpukur is not going to take me there. I need a car. I need 4 wheels, to drive down there. So, just being on, just having an approach, scientific or otherwise, is not enough. I need to have some other tools, and I'd like to kind of, chat a little bit about what tools, are essential key ingredients of this area. And then, of course, I actually thought of starting with the benefits right away, because that is the traditional approach in studying our scriptures. What is the benefit of studying this thing? But then I thought I'll end by saying, by going to the benefits, so that we all can walk away with thinking that, I'm going to take something home with me, because back in, where I have taught, when I have taught in the past, or even now, even if I don't teach actively anymore, I'm in administration, we still have to have a takeaway. So I thought I'll bring the benefits to the last, even though I feel that discussing benefits right away in the beginning is also a very good thing and a traditional thing in our scriptural studies. So maybe I'll touch a little bit on the benefits in the discussion on motivation itself. Why is it necessary to learn about Sri Ramakrishna's approach? That's a question that occurred to me. I'm not Sri Ramakrishna, and I never will be, whatever. The common thoughts that arises in my mind. But why should we learn about the approach? Also, what are the benefits to demonstrating that his approach was scientific? So if his approach is not scientific, what does it matter? That's a question that occurs to me. On the side, let me also note here that I don't stand here in front of you as a scholar in this area, or with someone with deep spiritual experiences to talk about this subject at any depth. When I talked to a senior Swami, and he suggested that, why don't you just talk about your experiences and what your common sense tells you. So I'm going to take a common sense approach and kind of use my own experiences, because that's all I have to share about with you. So let me start by saying, what are the risks of not paying attention to Sri Ramakrishna's approach, or not paying enough attention to the fact that his approach was also scientific? There are some risks. Particularly those of you who are college students, I draw your attention to the fact that my experience tells me that you're going to take a big risk in life if you do not pay attention to this subject, to this topic. It should matter to you, because I ask you the question, can you survive the challenges of life without a scientific approach to your efforts? Let's take the quest for ultimate reality aside for a moment. Can you even survive day-to-day life? Can this applies to any one of us in whatever, whether we are a student, a householder, working out there in the universities, in the factories, or whatever. Today, in this day and age, I asked a friend of mine outside at lunch, what strikes you to be, what is the sense of a scientific approach? And he said, it's reason, it's backed up by reason and rationality. So if I use his language, I ask the question, can you survive the challenges of life without reason, without having rationality? Basic rationality, which is the essential core ingredient of the scientific approach. I also ask the question, can our society face the challenges of the times without learning more about Sri Ramakrishna's approach to the ultimate reality? Professor Long, in his talk, has glossed over this several times in kind of, he did a wonderful thing which was very new to me, which is he did a fantastic blending of his personal quest, his personal entry into the world of Sri Ramakrishna, and as also his scholarship that evolved along the way, and how he blended the two together into this wonderful narrative. And clearly one thing stood out in me, in my mind, that we probably will not be able to face the challenges our society faces without learning about Sri Ramakrishna's approach. As a college student, I mean, you know, we may think that all I have to do is pass that examination, get that grade, you know, take the joint entrance or whatever, and, you know, I'll be successful, and, you know, I'm on my way. But that's not the way it happens. There are tools, there are things that you need in your toolbox that this topic, Sri Ramakrishna's scientific approach, provides to us. At least that is my experience from a pure common sense point of view, you know, not from any other esoteric experience. So the traditional scientific approach, let me just gloss over this. What we all know as a traditional scientific approach, you all know this, but just let me give a flying, you know, fly through this. You know, you ask a question, you do some background research, construct hypothesis. This is really straight out of a high school book. If you know, I mean, this is not college. This is not university material. We learn this in school, maybe in 6th or 7th or 8th grade these days, because I know that there's a school in New Delhi. I just heard yesterday that is so advanced that they're not going to allow little children in the 3rd or 4th grade come to school if they don't have an iPad. So you know, things are really now moving very fast, and so this is very simple stuff, but this is really basic stuff. You ask a question, you do the background research, construct an hypothesis, test with an experiment, analyze the results. You know, hypothesis is true or it's false, report the results, think. If it's false, try again, and keep that feedback loop going between thinking. Now that's a cartoon of the traditional scientific method, but things are evolving from there. There are things hidden in there that is not mentioned in this, and there's a lot of literature that if you take the time to read, you'll find a lot of literature talking about how this traditional scientific method is now beginning to include other things, you know, things such as, you know, very funny words that will not be very surprising, you know, intuition and, you know, things like that we need to have. Faith, you know, whoever heard of having faith? But that's also now being added to the whole narrative of scientific method. Scientific methods will have a working set of assumptions. You know, that there is an objective reality, how things really are, shared by all rational observers. That this objective reality is governed by natural laws, that these laws can be discovered by means of systematic observation and experimentation. Science, you know, going back to the roots of definition, scientia, meaning knowledge, you know, that's not very strange. The fact that science and Sri Ramakrishna can come together, you know, we know what the word Veda means, and so a way of understanding the world through thought and experimentation. I found this and I thought this is worth quoting. I can't remember where I cheated this from, but I did cheat this from someone. This is not my language, but I thought, you know, it struck a chord in my heart that I felt very close to it. The aim of science. You know, you describe the impersonal facts of experience in verifiable terms as exactly as possible and as completely as possible. It is associated with dynamism and growth. There's a reproducibility and reasonableness. It has to be reasonable. And I go over this brief fly through over what scientific method and science is, so that the next part of our discussion can become self-evident, and we don't really have to prove anything explicitly. The scientific method is a body of techniques for investigating phenomena, acquiring new knowledge, and integrating previous knowledge. Scientists seek to let reality speak for itself and contradict their theories about it when these theories are correct. Straight out of Wikipedia. To be termed scientific, a method of inquiry must be based on gathering empirical and measurable evidence subject to specific principles of reasoning. Scientists seek to let reality speak for itself and contradict the theories about it when those theories are incorrect. So you're welcome to challenge science. Science is fallible. To be scientific, one needs to develop a fidelity to facts readiness to go with open eyes where facts lead, and an ability to keep an open mind. And that's why in the beginning I asked myself a question, can we risk not paying attention to this? I mean, is there anything we can do in our life, in any walk of life, and I would imagine from the monastic all the way to that of a householder, a student to that of a worker in an office, that without these qualities, that if we do not develop these qualities and become scientific and try to develop this scientific mindset, as it was, it's going to be really hard to make it in the world, no matter what we do. Sri Ramakrishna's experiments in his spiritual laboratory and the many paths that he followed in search of the ultimate reality not only meets every single one of these criteria, but goes well beyond them. At least that is the way I see it. And I hope you do too. One can be scientific, however, and yet be immoral. There is nothing that forces a scientist to be moral. Now, having said that, see, Ramakrishna's approach to scientific inquiry, he transcends this space-time causality that Swami Atmapriyanandaji mentioned through complete mastery of the senses and the mind. And so there was no room. So he added that extra dimension. He was a scientist par excellence in this sense, as well as complete mastery of his senses and the mind. And which something that just an ordinary scientist may not be capable of doing, because a scientist, as I said, can be a scientist and yet be immoral. See, Ramakrishna exemplifies the Indian approach to the science of religion, which is the wider view of science as a discipline, the study of the facts of the inner world which religion has set to itself for inquiry. By the way, it's a privilege of mine that every day when I go to work in this building, in the campus of Harvard University. That was the building where the first psychological laboratory of the United States was founded by William James. Someone that Swamiji himself met. And so every day when I walk into office, I tell myself, Swamiji was here, and talking to William James. Just a little anecdote. It's nice to share that little piece of thing with you. And I'm very proud. Those of you who visit Boston, I call myself the Boston Panda, and I love to give tours to people. As Swami Thagananda will tell you. And as Swami Ranganathanandaji wrote in his book Science and Religion, that Sri Ramakrishna exemplifies the Indian approach to the science of religion. Swami Vivekananda outlined the steps to realization very nicely, very succinctly in these following terms. We are, remember, talking about Sri Ramakrishna's approach. And Swami Vivekananda summarizes the whole universe of what it requires to develop life along that roadmap, and what possible tools we need to gather along the way. And while Swamiji says these are steps to realization, in my own little way, where I touch this huge elephant that we are all touching, and you know what, just as an aside, this elephant that we refer to, that we are all touching from different places, I wonder, I have a sense of awe when I think about the size of this elephant. Every single human being of the world can touch that elephant and yet come out with a different, feeling of touch. So, I kind of laugh to myself that must be a big elephant, which is probably why Ganesha is having a great time around here. So, now to move on to benefits. The benefits of studying Sri Ramakrishna's scientific approach to understanding what science is, to understand and adopting a scientific view of life. See, one of the things that I avoided to do, let me back off a little bit, one of the things I've avoided to do is talk about ultimate reality or talk about Sri Ramakrishna himself. That has been adequately done by experts in this field, and I'm not going to go into that. He facilitates access to Sri Ramakrishna by studying his approach. See, if we look at his roadmap, Swamiji often refers to as the means, will get us to the goal. So if the means is right, we will get to the goal. And so how do we access Sri Ramakrishna is a question, we often ask. Day before yesterday, Revered Swami Taganandaji, presented his wonderful talk on Ochine Gaj. It's an Ochine Gaj. So difficult to access, it's beyond all. However, the approach, his sadhana, his quest, his approach to the ultimate reality gives us clues to something, to the ultimate reality which we cannot really talk about. It's Avang Manasa Gocharam. So his approach, as do the Upanishads, and this is actually a quote from a Vedanta Kesari publication on Upanishads and us. His approach asks for nothing apart from peace, neither success nor wealth, nor victory, nor any other worldly object, because it is the peaceful mind alone which can fathom the secrets of nature. So that is the height to which Sri Ramakrishna's approach tends or will tend to promises to take us to. It establishes a relevance to modern society in tune with the current zeitgeist. Science, this is an oft-quoted thing from Einstein, science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind. And so it brings that relevance to us that has been discussed this morning. And finally, all that is dross will be taken off, no doubt, but the essential parts of religion will emerge triumphant out of this investigation, says Swamiji. Now, there's another benefit. The other benefit is that there's a need for a rigorous discipline of the mind. So just being on that road is not enough. We need to accept the aim of science. We need to use its methodology and develop a scientific mood or a temperament. And these are essential characteristics of successful scientists or for success in any endeavor. And that is a great takeaway for a lot of people, that no matter what we do, whatever our endeavor and status in life, these are essential characteristics: to accept the aims of science, to use its methodology. And we have a great course in our school, in our college, engineering college. It's called the Science of Cooking. And I wish I could demonstrate that here. The Science of Cooking, it tries to develop a science out of the fact of cooking, and the students have fun cooking. They cook all kinds of stuff. Fantastic menus come out of it, and it's a great course. And so regardless, and it occurred to me there that no matter what we do, whether we are cooking, there is a scientific approach to cooking, as well as working anywhere or being a student. See, this slide here, I've tried to put down something. This is something that I tried to put together to show that scientific approach is not enough. One needs to have certain tools in our toolbox, and that's called discipline. Discipline is key to any scientific approach, and key to success in any venture. And this is something that I like talking with my young friends, particularly in schools and colleges, that no matter what we do, what our venture is, it doesn't necessarily have to be all the time, religiosity or spiritual life or whatever. We walk away, we go home, we are who we are in our daily walks of life. And no matter what, we need some discipline. And what are they? We need faith. That's one of the three fundamental pillars of scientists. Find me a scientist who did not have faith, who just became a great scientist without faith. There is none. I have not found one. If you can find me one, great. Find me one. And I challenge you to find me a scientist. By the way, I always like to share a story about Isaac Newton, and that the fact that he was sitting down there and the apple fell and voila came his theory of gravity is sort of a myth. It's not really true. What he was doing is he was actually contemplating, and he was probably contemplating, and at that time maybe an apple did fall. But it wasn't the way the story is written. The apple falling kind of brought to his mind, to his reverie, to his contemplative mind, that there could be proof of what was going through his mind. And in that act of contemplation, the Latin word I'm not an expert in linguistics or anything, but I pick up things here and there when I read some good books. And as I said right in the beginning, I'm not a very lettered person, but contemplatio is the root word for contemplation, and that is a state of mind in which things occur. Things you can see things, and I have to talk with Swami Atma Priyananda and discuss with him later on as to this business of contemplation and the continuum between contemplation and bhavamukha. Where that goes. But again. This Newton had an intuition, so he had a strong intuition about gravity. That is the point I was trying to make. Intuition is not something that I have written here explicitly, but intuition is also something that's a key ingredient that is at the back and the hallmark of good science and good scientists. I will not stand here and pose before you to be a real scientist or a good scientist, but following the advice of that senior Swami who said, you can always talk about your experiences, nothing wrong with that. But I will tell you one thing, that I did have an intuition once recently, and I solved a very tough problem, and I was surprised. Wow, how did I solve that? Some people in my college were sitting around in a room, very dejected, glum faces, and I walked in. This was a research group that was, working on a problem in material science. And they were working on the motion of DNA in our body, and they asked me, I asked them what's going on, and they said, we're trying to figure out how to simulate. Swami used the word simulation, bhavamukha simulation. They were actually trying to simulate the flow of blood in the human heart, and by computing. And I stood there. And I looked at the whiteboard, and they had all those figures and equations, and I had an intuition, and I said, so what's the problem? And, why don't you just go ahead and do it? And I said, well, we can't figure out how to transfer mathematically, how to transfer computationally the energy from molecular motion to fluid flow. Now, those of you who are students of physics will know that it is very difficult to computationally couple the transfer of energy from one scale, molecular motion. The equations of molecular motion do not scale up to that of classical physics. So it's a transfer of scales, and it's very difficult. It's a tough problem to solve. I had an intuition, and right there I felt that it was nice to know that there is intuition in us, and intuition works. And sure enough, there was a paper that came out of it, published. A lot of people think that I know a lot about cardiology because that paper was published in the Institute of Cardiac Radiology. I'm clueless about cardiology. All I had was, a great intuitive moment. And that can come to any one of us. I had an intuitive moment once when I was cooking fish, and I suddenly put in something, and it turned out to be, in Bangla we call it durdanto. So, we have these moments of intuition. Intuition is very important. Having said that, faith is a key pillar. Steadfastness is the second pillar. And finally, I am grateful to a senior Swami of our order who taught me and pointed my attention to this business of earnestness, vakulata. In his words, he explained it, that this was almost something that is uniquely contributed by Sri Ramakrishna. In fact, Sri Ramakrishna's yoga, we could formulate a yoga out of it, quoting him, it's the vakulata yoga. It's a new yoga that has been added. With this vakulata, I put it in a different color because this is extremely important. No good science or no spiritual life can be conducted without this vakulata. And I'm not even going to stop and ask you true or false. I know it must be true. I feel it in my heart. And from a common sense, lay person's point of view, if I can feel it, I'm sure experts will definitely feel it. So I'd like to conclude with saying that the study of the scientific approach to Sri Ramakrishna to the ultimate reality actually enables us access to Sri Ramakrishna. It's not in the right order maybe that he said this in the gospel to M, in Bengali, Ami ke, Tumi ke, o amar sathe tomar সম্পর্ক কি? And he challenges us with these three directives, and I have a strong feeling that I hope you will agree with me as you take away that what we want to walk away with having studied the scientific approach of Sri Ramakrishna is he enables us to think and contemplate on these questions. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
The first ball has been bowled. I am the batsman now. When Dr. S.C. Goswami, the question is as follows. Don't you think that Bohr's framework of complementarity resolves the apparent contradictions as not contradictions but complementarities? I think the mutual exclusiveness of these apparent contradictions, for example, the wave-particle duality, the one and the many, is responsible for the contradiction. That's right. The Bohr has an idea of complementarity. The question of contradiction is something very interesting in nature. Nature itself doesn't feel any contradiction, but a human being looking at nature feels contradictions. I always used to think of an approach in which you think of nature as one whole, there is no contradiction. For example, we say the human beings, we inhale oxygen and we give out carbon dioxide. And you have a plant there, a grass or the tree, which gives out the oxygen which I need and takes in the carbon dioxide which I am exhaling. Now the carbon dioxide and oxygen have contradictory natures as far as I am concerned, as far as the plant is concerned. But you have I and the plant together as one system. There is no contradiction, but there is a complementarity between these two. And there is an exchange, and both of us live happily and together. Which means, therefore, that if you look at fragmentaries, look at components as isolated entities, there is a contradiction. And if you look at components not as isolated entities, but forming an integral part of a system, then there is no contradiction. The 18th chapter of the Gita talks about a kind of buddhi, or a view, or an intuition, or a world view in which non-contradiction is the basis. It calls it Sattviki Buddhi. Gita 18:20 is the shloka, 18th chapter, 20th verse. Sarva bhuteshu yenekam bhavam avyayamikshate avibhaktam vibhakteshu jnanam vidhi sattvikam. Vibhakteshu bhuteshu ekam avibhaktam avyayam ikshate. There are several parts which apparently contradict each other. When you look at the whole thing as one forming one whole, and there is an avyaya, avibhakta, undivided whole which is informing all of them and all the individual components work for it, then there is no contradiction. A mind which sees contradiction is a mind which sees fragmentary parts of a whole. And this kind of mind, Gita calls as a rajasic mind. And there is another kind of mind, buddhi, which does not feel any contradiction at all, because it identifies the fragment with the whole and thinks this is small itself is the big. That is what Swami Vivekananda called the Kupa Munduka, or the frog in the well. Krishnam is a whole and a part is small. So you take the small part and think that itself is the whole, and to the exclusion of everything else. And therefore, the idea of contradiction does not exist in nature at all. And this was the discovery which was made by quantum mechanics and relativity, according to me. And God has been defined, Swami Tapasyananda once told us, that God could be defined as that infinite in the absolute, in which all contradictions meet, as it were, and lose their contradictoriness, if you can use such a word. Contradictions have an element of contradictoriness within them which appear to give us the sense of being contradictory. But if the contradictoriness of the contradictions are removed in their merging in an absolute whole, then contradictions cease. And therefore, the intuitive mind of the Rishi, who was intuiting the supreme absolute truth, always spoke in terms of contradictions. A poet speaks in some contradictions, Rabindranath, Ravinda, and the Upanishad, the Rishi, speaks in terms of contradictions. Asino duram brajati shayano yati sarvata kastam madamadam devam madanyo gyatam arhati in the Kathopanishad. He is sitting still but he is moving far away. He is lying down but he travels everywhere. He is still tadejati, tannajati, taddure, tadvantige in the Ishopanishad. He is sitting still but he is moving far away. So the motion and rest are not contradictory to each other. Stillness and intense activity are not contradictory to each other. Contemplation and action, science and religion, stillness and activity, all of them get merged as non-contradictory entities in a holistic perspective from the point of view of the absolute. To the extent you can tune your mind to the absolute mind or the infinite mind, to the extent you can feel the inflow of the infinity within you, to the extent you can approximate yourself intuitively through a process of spiritual, psychological simulation, to that extent you can feel non-contradiction within your own mind, which is known as the inflow of sattva. There is another question here of Aritrasaha. Einstein told us that we observe same physical laws irrespective of the frame of reference. But we talk here about something measurable or something we can perceive in some way. How can you relate with something like the effort of revealing the nature of God, especially when it cannot be done with the help of mathematics? Measuring God cannot be done not even with respect to anything. Even with spirituality you cannot measure God. So the one way of understanding God is to realize that He cannot be measured, and the attempt to measure will be futile, and the futility of the attempt to measure has to be realized by trying to measure. Because if you didn't measure at all, you wouldn't know that it will be absolutely futile to measure Him. So empty the mind to receive the immeasurable is one sentence in spirituality. So I'm not talking from my mind, it's from the Mandukya Upanishad. So the ma, the dhatu which is used, by which it is measured. A, U, Ma, there the explanation given is by which it is measured. Now, as I said, the salt doll went to measure the depth of the ocean and gets totally lost. Now, we are not trying to measure God or measure the absolute through mathematics or science or anything. We are trying to find out a paradigm by which we can understand the truth from various points of view. See, the human mind, by its training, looks at reality in ever so many perspectives, and it delights in such perspectives, knowing full well that every perspective is defective and every perspective is partial. The beauty of Sri Ramakrishna, the realizations of Sri Ramakrishna was that, as Vyakulata was mentioned, he was not only spiritually hungry, but he himself described that he was a spiritual glutton. There is a difference between a hungry man and a glutton. A hungry man eats food because he is intensely hungry. The moment the hunger is appeased, he doesn't eat anymore. So he is a spiritual aspirant, he is a saint. But a glutton is something who is not satisfied even his hunger is appeased. He is a mystic who wants to taste God in ever so many ways. So he used to ask his nephew, Hridu, can you take me to a church? I want to find out how the Christians call upon God. Can you take me somewhere else where somebody else calls upon God? And anybody thinking of God, calling upon him and then worshipping him anywhere, in any form, Sri Ramakrishna was intensely eager to find out how that person worships God. We unfortunately say that he was trying to harmonize various parts, but Ramakrishna was not harmonizing parts on purpose. He was just running to people who were thinking of God, worshipping him, singing of his glory, because he was like a glutton. Some kind of food is available somewhere. The Chinese restaurant, let me go and find out what kind of food is available there. A Hong Kong restaurant, what kind of food these people take. He himself described that I am a glutton in the spiritual field. And therefore, there is a remarkable statement by Holy Mother Sharada, who knew Sri Ramakrishna the best, not even Vivekananda perhaps. Somebody told her, Sri Ramakrishna harmonized all religions and all points of view, all contradictions have ceased, milk and honey is going to flow and harmony will come in the world. So Holy Mother smiled and said, but I do not think that was the main purpose of his coming. He did not do anything with a purpose. Tini matlab kore kichu korenni. It's very difficult to translate into English. He did not have an intention, a volition, a thought that he has to harmonize everything. For example, he did not say, like we are doing now let us sit together and then harmonize all religions. He didn't do that. He was so mad about God, wanted to taste God in innumerable ways, that the harmony of religions followed as a corollary by lesser minds like us who like to think of it this way. And a remarkable statement Mother made there, Kintu Baba, Amar Mane Hai, ত্যাগটা হচ্ছে ওনার সর্বশ্রেষ্ঠ ভূষণ এরকম ত্যাগে কেউ দেখেছে renunciation or tyaga was his greatest ornament. So how does Mother relate this tyaga quality with the harmony? I was very much wondering about this. Then it struck me perhaps the greatest renunciation is the renunciation of ideas. You may renounce anything in the world, but to be able to renounce your predilections, your prejudices, your ideas, your egoistic tendencies is the most difficult thing on earth. Here is Ramakrishna willing to renounce his most favorite and beloved Divine Mother Kali when he was practicing Islam. He removed the pictures. He stopped going to the temple. Not that he was trying to remove all that. When that mood possessed him, for the sake of truth, he was willing to sacrifice everything. So the one thing which we have to learn in Ramakrishna, boldly follow truth. He was such a great, bold adventurer in the spiritual field that he would not stop at anything where truth would lead him. And therefore, Sri Ramakrishna's mind was so peculiarly bent that he will go headlong to wherever truth led him. And for him, truth appears in innumerable, countless, infinite varieties of fashions, just like the nature itself is manifesting in 1,000 brilliant forms. and to celebrate this variety by an understanding intuitively of the infinite ways in which truth can manifest to different minds, different attitudes, on different occasions. And to honor, respect, worship each of them as equally true, partially from that point of view, and merge into the absolute, and to realize from saying the absolute, there is no contradiction. Re-emerge from there, come back to the world of relativity, and then enjoy. That was Ramakrishna. There is a question addressed to Dr. Sarkar, but he has deflected the ball to me. Once again by Dr. Goswami, who says there are scientific phenomena which are beyond reason and rationality. For example, the electron can pass through two holes at the same time without dividing itself. The famous double-slit experiment, how do you explain that? All phenomena are actually beyond reason, whatever you call reason. And the attempt of reason is to try to have a framework in which this can be fitted in. And then the scope of reason keeps on expanding actually. So we had some kind of a reason in the classical physics, and the reason constantly changed. And in the quantum physics, we now take it to be most natural that this can happen. See, the idea, the fundamental idea is just now pointed out, that we had no reasons for assuming certain things, saying that these are the only reasonable assumptions. For example, the questioner says that this is unreasonable that an electron can pass simultaneously through slits. Who told you that? The kind of reason which I had in the classical physics told me that it is unreasonable, it can't happen. Now, since there's an experimental basis for that, I have to find out through investigation and explain how this can happen. Rather than saying, this unreasonable thing has to be accommodated with the reasonable framework which I have. So this is exactly what Sri Ramakrishna says. Sri Ramakrishna says, you have a certain view of reason and a structure of reason, and you want to accommodate all the existing things about God within that framework. Don't do that. You cannot limit God as this or that. So when you keep moving towards God or even science or any phenomena, you have a certain idea of reasonableness. And when certain situations arise in the double slit experiment, for example, you think it is unreasonable, and therefore you want to find out how the unreasonableness can be explained through reason. No. That yours is the reason and something is not reason doesn't really hold water. Because nature says that this electron can move through two slits. This is a phenomenon which occurs in nature. And therefore, nature compels you to change your idea of reason and reasonableness, not the other way about. What we do is, this is unreasonable because I know it cannot happen. How can this happen? How can I explain it? Through reason. What nature says is, nature says, I have thrown this phenomenon to you, come on. You try to understand it. Don't try to fit in what Swami Tyagananda was mentioning yesterday. Don't try to fit in this phenomenon into the framework which we have developed within you. But rather than do that, rather than fit that into your framework, you expand your framework to be able to accommodate that, because that is happening. Something which happens, something which is really occurring, has to be accommodated in the framework of reason which I have built up, rather than saying that it is not unreasonable that can happen, how can that be real? And therefore, the sweetness of sugar, Sri Ramakrishna said, how does ghee taste like? Sri Ramakrishna said, ghee tastes like ghee. Because we can't explain that. And why should you think that everything should be explained in the world? The difficulty with questioning this kind of a question is that we think that everything in the world is explicable and should be explained. Why? There are certain things which cannot be explained by us, cannot be explained by reason, the kind of reason which we think about. And therefore keep expanding your reason. At one point, if you can't explain it, why not drop reason itself?
We are very happy to have Swami Bhajananandji with us on the stage. I request our principal, Swami Tyagarupanandji, to greet Reverend Maharaj with a flower bouquet. Swami Bhajananandji Maharaj is the Assistant Secretary of Ramakrishna Mat and Ramakrishna Mission. He is also an Acharya at the Training Center for Brahmacharis in Belur. Widely respected as one of the leading scholars of the order, revered Maharaj was the editor of the English magazine Prabuddha Bharata, and his erudite editorials have helped many in understanding the nuances of spiritual life and Ramakrishna Vivekananda philosophy. He has penned a number of articles and books. Maharaj is here with us today to present the valedictory address, Sri Ramakrishna's Ideas and Our Times. We request Reverend Maharaj to address us.
Namaskar to all of you. Before beginning my talk, I would like to touch upon 2 points. First point is, since this seminar has been sponsored by the UGC and is being conducted by an academic institution, the Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna will be taken in this discourse as a world teacher, as a teacher, not as the avatar. About the avatarhood of Sri Ramakrishna have written a good deal elsewhere. So here we'll think of Sri Ramakrishna as a world teacher. Secondly, this seminar is about Sri Ramakrishna's ideas in modern times. Since Sri Ramakrishna had only the rudiments of formal education, it is generally presumed that he gave only some ideas and teachings. But the truth is, he had developed a cogent system of philosophy unique of his own, based on his own experiences and also the knowledge he had gained from others. As when somebody once pointed out that he had not read many books, in the Kathamrita it comes, immediately Sri Ramakrishna corrected him. How much have I heard? He educated himself at the greatest school, and that is life itself. Sri Ramakrishna identified life with the Divine Mother. So, the Divine Mother was herself is the greatest teacher. Apart from that, Sri Ramakrishna learned much from his gurus, Bhairavi Brahmani. From her, she learned much about Vaishnava sadhana, tantric disciplines, and from Totapuri, he learned much about Advaita Vedanta, and many wandering monks and ascetics used to come to our Dakshineshwar, the guest house, they used to stay, and from them also he used to listen to their talks, and whenever there were discourses on Bhagavad and all that in other places, he would go and attend them. So through all that, he acquired a lot of knowledge about Hindu scriptures and systems of philosophy. The one unique thing about Sri Ramakrishna's before that, one more point, and that is, through all that he developed a unique system of philosophy. Yesterday, Professor Pradyut Kumar Mukhopadhyay said that Sri Ramakrishna, what Sri Ramakrishna taught, had been taught by hundreds of people for thousands of years in India. It is not much new. That is true. India, spirituality has luxuriant growth in this country, and the stream of there has been for more than 3,000 or 4,000 years there has been flowing a stream of spirituality in India, not ordinary stream. It is a huge stream like an Amazon river. It contains all the ideas, no doubt. But there is one basic difference. Ordinary river, the waters of an ordinary flowing river don't have much power. The water can be used, an ordinary river can be used for irrigation. But the same water is directed through the giant turbines of a hydroelectric project. It acquires tremendous power. Thousands of megawatts of energy, electricity are produced and transmitted to different parts of the country. The same way, the Sri Ramakrishna was like a giant hydroelectric project, the giant turbines of the hydroelectric project. So the ideas, spiritual ideas were all there, but he gave power to them by applying them in his own life. Through his own sadhana, he energized those power. So that is the difference between a message and a philosophy. A philosophy and message, the difference is, message is charged with the power of the teacher, the person who he lives that and gives it back, charges with power and then gives it back to the society. These are not my words. Swami Vivekananda himself has said this. The unique thing about Sri Ramakrishna's message or philosophy is ordinary teachers generally teach one kind of philosophy or one type of message. Sri Ramakrishna followed different spiritual paths and varied experiences. Ashime Leela Pathe, as Rabindranath Bolchilen, the infinite experiences of the infinite are created a shrine of unity in your life. So that is, in Sri Ramakrishna had varied experiences of the ultimate reality. So his philosophy that he, or message that he developed is a vast and synthetic, holistic approach. This has been what the philosophy of Sri Ramakrishna was. Some people, especially some of the Western scholars, regard it as belonging to the Shakta tradition. But if we study carefully, we can see that Sri Ramakrishna's teachings and philosophy belong to the Vedantic tradition. I don't have the time to show the difference between the Shakta tradition and the Vedantic tradition and how Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy conforms more to the Vedanta tradition. But Vedanta has different schools. Sri Ramakrishna did not stick to one particular school alone. He did not accept only one system to be true. Each Acharya followed or propounded only one particular viewpoint and one particular school. So Sri Ramakrishna accepted all the schools of Vedanta. So his Vedanta may be described as integral Vedanta. Apart from that, Sri Ramakrishna accepted the views of other religions also. So we may say that his philosophy may be described as universal Vedanta. So integral Vedanta or universal Vedanta would be a more appropriate term to describe Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy. So I would like to first of all mention or discuss the main tenets, the main concepts of Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy or Sri Ramakrishna's message. If somebody asks, what was the message of Sri Ramakrishna? What are the main elements, main points in Sri Ramakrishna's message or philosophy? I found there we can identify nearly 8 or 9 main concepts or tenets in Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy, such as transcendent experience as pramana, integral view of reality, integral experience known as vijnana, the transformation of the ego, philosophy of love and service, linking the human and the divine, philosophy of harmony, and stress on moral foundation foundation of religion and spirituality, a positive outlook on life, and lastly, a philosophy of spiritual fulfillment. So begin with the first principle, and that is direct transcendent experience as pramana. All the 6 systems of Hindu philosophy accept 3 pramanas or means of valid cognition or proofs. These are perception, pratyakha, inference, anumana, and verbal testimony or shabda. All the schools also agree that these first 2 pramanas, that is perception and inference, apply only in the field of empirical experience. In the case of transcendental experience, shabda or verbal testimony is the only means and proof of valid knowledge. In Vedanta, the ultimate reality is regarded as Atman Brahman. According to Shankara, knowledge of Brahman is of 2 kinds. Astitva Jnana, or knowledge of the existence of Atman, and Swarupa Jnana, knowledge of the true nature of Brahman. According to Shankar, the first one, existence of Brahman, Atman Brahman, is self-evident, for everyone spontaneously knows that he exists. It doesn't need any other proof. But Swarupa Jnana, the true nature of Brahman, can be known only from Vedantic scriptures. This is also more or less the view held by all the other Vedantic acharyas or teachers. This is where Sri Ramakrishna differs from all the acharyas. Sri Ramakrishna's view is that the scriptures can give only indirect knowledge of the nature of Brahman. Brahman is beyond the ordinary mind and words. In his own simple way, he used to say, Brahma je ki mukhe bola jai na, সব জিনিস উচ্ছিষ্ট হয়ে গেছে, বেদ, পুরাণ, তন্ত্র, ষড়দর্শন সব এটো হয়ে গেছে, মুখে পড়া হয়েছে, মুখে উচ্চারণ হয়েছে, তাই এটো হয়েছে, কিন্তু একটি বিষয় কেবল উচ্ছিষ্ট হয় নয়, যে জিনিসটা ব্রহ্ম যে কি আজ পর্যন্ত কেউ মুখে বলতে পারে নাই। The true nature of Brahman can be only known through direct, transcendent, mystical experience. As our scriptures have several of the earlier speakers refer to the Avang Manasa Gochara statement in the Upanishads. For the modern man, there is great difficulty in accepting the view of Shankara and other acharyas that the real nature of the ultimate reality or God can be known only from the scriptures. The Hindu scriptures, the Upanishads and the Gita especially, contain different views of the ultimate reality. Which view is correct? These passages have also been interpreted in different ways by different acharyas. Which of their interpretations can be taken to be correct? Moreover, the scriptures of other religions like Buddhist Tripitakas, Bible, Quran, etc. give different views of the ultimate reality. In this conflicting situation, Sri Ramakrishna's view that the ultimate reality can be known only through direct transcendent experience provides the only satisfactory and convincing approach to the ultimate reality for the modern man. The second tenet or principle of Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy or message is the integral view of reality. Sri Ramakrishna held that the ultimate reality, although transcendent and the real nature cannot be known, but manifests itself in different ways. Its manifestations are multidimensional, and he accepted all the dimensions. He accepted both the saguna or personal and the nirgun or impersonal aspect of Brahman. In Sagun itself, he accepted the forms of God, that is Sakar, as well as the formless, the Nirakar. In the Sakar itself, there is a problem of the gender, the male and female. He accepted both. Again, he accepted the transcendent as well as the immanent aspects of Brahman. The relative, which he called the Leela, and the absolute, which he called the Nitya. This integral view of reality has undoubtedly important significance in the modern world. This integral view is based on Sri Ramakrishna's view, based on two principles here. One, the Hindu scriptures speak of different levels of consciousness. In the Taittiriya Upanishad, you will find there are 5 levels of consciousness. And the Advaita tradition also speaks about different levels. In the Tantras, especially the Shat Chakras, and the different levels of each level of consciousness gives us one particular view of the ultimate reality. Sri Ramakrishna did not merely say that all these views of the ultimate reality are true. He also said that to understand the true nature of the ultimate reality, we have to take into consideration all these views. He did not merely say all these views are correct. To get the total, the holistic, correct understanding of all the dimensions, we have to of the true nature of reality or Brahman, we have to take into consideration all all these manifestations. Human knowledge has now multiplied so much, and incessant seeking and research are opening up so many avenues of knowledge that the modern man has to live in an extremely complex and boundless world of which he has very little understanding. The integral view of reality developed by Sri Ramakrishna is of much help in orienting oneself to the complexities of life. Some 50 years ago, a book appeared by Joseph Royce, The Encapsulated Man. There it says about the modern man's dilemma. He says a person now has to develop multi-dimensional view of reality. A person who holds on only to one view of reality is encapsulated. To get out of our the capsule, the limitation of our conditioning, of our intellectual conditioning, we have to develop this multi-dimensional view of reality. The third principle in Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy is integral experience. Traditional Vedantic teachers stress the transcendent aspect of ultimate reality. Advaita teachers have spent all their intellectual powers to prove the illusoriness of the world. Such a world view does not appeal to modern youths. India is now poised to becoming an economic power in the world. Thousands of opportunities for creativity, achievement, and fulfillment are now open to our youths. To be told about the illusoriness of the world would be most discouraging and unacceptable to them. Sri Ramakrishna stressed the immanence of the ultimate reality. He combined the path of negation taught by Advaitins and the path of affirmation taught by the dualistic devotional schools. First, by following the negative process of neti neti, not this, one strives to realize the transcendent aspect of ultimate reality known as Brahman. After attaining the highest non-dualistic experience, the illumined soul returns to the ordinary life, and following the affirmative process of iti iti, he realizes the immanence of Brahman in the whole creation. Put in a simpler language, he sees God in all beings. The whole life now appears transfigured, divinized to his illumined vision. He sees the unfolding of divine joy, beauty, and other glories everywhere. Above all, he sees God in all human beings, and this transforms his whole attitude towards humanity. Sri Ramakrishna called this integral experience Vijnana, and the fully illumined soul a Vijnani. Just a little while ago, our Atma Priyanandaji has explained, described this in a much beautiful, better way and more convincing way. This is an idea and ideal which has great significance in modern times. This leads us to the next concept of Sri Ramakrishna's message. Here, one point I would just to mention, yesterday somebody read a paper on Vishishta Advaita. I don't know whether she meant that Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy belonged to the Vishishta Advaita school. It is clearly Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy does not conform to the Vishishta Advaita school. For the simple reason, Ramanuja did not accept the Advaitic view of Shankara. He stopped with Vishishta Advaita. Whereas Sri Ramakrishna's view, Sri Ramakrishna accepted Dvaita, Vishishta Advaita, and also the Advaita. Beyond Advaita, Vishishta Advaita, you went further. And Advaita, he didn't stop with Advaita also. Advaita is like the pinnacle, like a mountain peak, say Mount Everest. If you climb the Mount Everest from Indian side, you will reach the top of the mountain, Mount Everest. But that is highest peak, I think, on highest point on earth, the Mount Everest. Similarly, Advaita is the highest level of highest pinnacle of experience, spiritual experience a person can have. Beyond that is not possible because the individual merges completely in the infinite. But beyond the Mount Everest, if you climb from this side, the other side, there are more territories, Tibet and so many much long, vaster place are beyond that. The same way, Advaita is the highest point, no doubt, but not the last. Beyond that, Sri Ramakrishna went beyond that, and he returned, but returned not by the same route. He went from Advaita, Vishishta Advaita to the Advaita. But when he returned the whole thing describes as a kind of bell-shaped curve. You climb through, you go up by one side of the curve and come down by the other curve. They may look alike, but there is vast difference in their experiential content. Vishishta Advaita is not the same as Sri Ramakrishna's Vijnana. Vijnana is a much more advanced and more richer and vaster experience than Vishishta Advaita. It includes Advaita, Vishishta Advaita, and Advaita. All the experiences are included in Sri Ramakrishna's Vijnana concept. We come to the fourth principle, and that is philosophy of love, human and divine. There are different conceptions of love. Some of the Hindus teachers has taken it as an expression of divine ananda or joy. In Gaudiya Vaishnavism, for instance, love is an expression of the Hladini Shakti of the personal God. Some others have explained it as an expression of knowledge. Ramanuja, for instance, Jnana Visheshya Vacha. According to Swami Vivekananda, love is an expression of unity, oneness of existence. The Upanishads speak of unity at two levels, at the level of prana and at the transcendent level of the Atman. Unity at the level of prana is what appears as love in this world. The love of parents, the love of husband and wife, the love among friends, colleagues, all this is the expression of the sense of unity at the level of prana, identification at the level of prana. However, with notable exceptions, this kind of love is limited, conditional, unstable, impermanent, and causes bondage and very often much suffering. This is known to everyone. But the Upanishads speak of unity at the transcendent level of the Atman. In the famous conversation in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, the sage Yajnavalkya tells his wife Maitreyi, is a well-known passage. The husband is loved not for the sake of the husband, but for the sake of the indwelling Supreme Self. The wife is loved not for the sake of the wife, but for the sake of the Supreme Self, and so on. This is divine love. This unity at the spiritual level, that is divine love. It is boundless, unconditional, everlasting, and all-satisfying. It liberates men and women from bondage. This noble idea, however, remained in the scriptures, unavailable to common people. It was Sri Ramakrishna who first rediscovered it, applied it in his own life, and taught it to the modern people. In the Indian religious tradition, love for human beings had been regarded as a cause of bondage and an obstacle to love for God. Even Buddha warned against priti or love and encouraged only maitri, known as Pali Metta, or friendliness. Sri Ramakrishna removed the barrier between love for human beings and love for God. He was one of the greatest lovers of humanity and God the world has seen. That's why Swamiji describes him as Premarpana, one who gave his love to the world. True love finds expression in service, and service involves sacrifice. Here again Sri Ramakrishna removed the barriers between service to man and service to God and combined the two into one path, the path of service to man as God or to service of God in man, Shivajnana Jivasheva. This idea became the basis of Swami Vivekananda's gospel of social service. This idea is so well known and it was also discussed several times in the seminar here. We come to the fifth principle of Sri Ramakrishna, a philosophy of harmony. Is the most important and well-known principle of Sri Ramakrishna. Sri Ramakrishna is most well known for his message of harmony and of religions. Apart from harmony of religions, Sri Ramakrishna also taught several other types of harmony. First we shall take Sri Ramakrishna's harmony of religions. Sri Ramakrishna's doctrine of harmony of religions is, there are two main principles involved in Sri Ramakrishna doctrine of harmony. One is three. The Sri Ramakrishna doctrine is based on three principles. The first principle is acceptance of differences. Sri Ramakrishna, he never said all religions are one. Acceptance of the differences is the primary condition for establishing harmony. Had all religions been one, he wouldn't have attempted to practice different religions. So the acceptance of the differences, that's the first thing Sri Ramakrishna did. That is, you are showing respect. By accepting differences, you are showing respect to the different religion They have an independent existence. This idea itself is the problem is the fanatic, for instance, he doesn't accept the right of any other religion to accept except his own. So the first condition for harmony is to accept the right of every religion, to give each religion its own dignity, individual, the right to exist and preach and spread. And the second point is, the second principle of harmony is to see each religion through the eyes of its followers. In modern religious studies, this principle is known as phenomenology. Phenomenology is a school of philosophy developed towards the end of the 19th century by Edmund Husserl. His idea was totally different, to study experience or knowledge per se without any other preconditions. But that principle was applied in religious studies by two Dutch scholars, Christensen and van der Leeuw. They developed the idea that to understand, to study religion, a scientific method is not enough. Because scientific method, if you study religion applying the scientific method, then you can't feel the emotions, the feelings that people feel about God. To experience not only merely intellectually understanding the doctrines, but to experience the devotion, the other and love, and the other feelings, the loyalty, and these feelings the people, the followers of different religions feel. For that, you have to identify yourself with them. You have to see them through their lives. For that, two principles, this is known as the phenomenological method. It involves two processes. One is what is known as the iron fuel, and that is bracketing, that is suspending judgment. You have to, if you go to you can go to a mosque, and but don't try to put your ideas. If a Hindu goes to a mosque, you should forget that he is a Hindu. You should try to experience the joy and the devotion, the devotional fervor that a Muslim feels in the mosque. You have to keep your own feeling, your own ideas in brackets, that is in suspension. So this is first principle. The second principle is what yesterday Professor Jayan Mohanty said, empathy. I have to identify oneself with the follower of that part, the experiences of that follower of that particular religion. These are the two principles of phenomenology. But the truth is, this Sri Ramakrishna, of course, never knew anything about phenomenology, but he was he authenticated this method. In fact, he is the authentic source of this method. The van der Leeuw, who wrote the book, Religion in Manifestation and something I forget. In that book, after discussing all this phenomenological method, everything is a big book. At the end, finally, he says, though what I have written is all true, but my honesty compels me to say that Christianity is the only true religion. So that shows this talk about phenomenology is very just shallow. Nothing, there is not, you can't depend upon that. Whereas in Sri Ramakrishna, seeing the other religions through the eyes of their own followers, that is what he did. When he wanted to practice Islam, he dressed like a Muslim and went to the mosque, or supposed to have gone to the mosque and did namaz and didn't go to the temple for a few days. Similarly, when he practiced Christian religion. So that capacity to identify oneself with the followers of other religions, so that is the important point in Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy of harmony. The third point of Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy of harmony is pluralism. Already several people have talked about pluralism. In the modern religious studies, three interreligious attitudes have been recognized. Exclusivism, inclusivism, and pluralism. Yesterday, Professor Jayan Mahanti spoke about this, but he in a different sense. Three interreligious attitudes are at present recognized in academic circles: exclusivism, inclusivism, and pluralism. To this, Swami Vivekananda added a fourth category known as universalism. Exclusivism holds, my religion alone is true, all other religions are false. Inclusivism says, my religion alone is true, but other religions are not false, inasmuch as they are included in my religion. Pluralism holds that all religions are different pathways to the truth. Sri Ramakrishna is the real source of inspiration for the modern notions of pluralism. A pluralist religious outlook has characterized Indian culture from early Vedic times, but it was vague, general, and never tested or established on a philosophical principle or proved by experientially. The harmony taught by Sri Ramakrishna was not a mere outlook, but was deeply rooted in his life and realizations. He tested and experientially validated its truth. It was generally in the in the morning, Professor forget his name. Jeffrey Long. Sorry, I've been reading his articles and all that. So sorry to forget his name. He spoke about John Hick. He's one of the main proponents of this pluralism in the West. It is slowly coming up. Pluralism is now mostly it's a movement among the common people, but in the academic and theological circles, it is yet to be accepted. Sri Ramakrishna's doctrine of harmony consists of 5 key ideas. 5 key ideas of Sri Ramakrishna's pluralism. First, the ultimate reality is only one, but it is known by different names in different religions. 2. The ultimate reality is beyond the reach of ordinary mind and words, hence its real nature cannot be expressed in words. 3. The different views on ultimate reality found in different religions are only opinions, math. These opinions are, however, not wrong. They are all true, as they reveal some aspects of the ultimate reality. Fourth point, although the true nature of the ultimate reality cannot be known by the ordinary mind, it is possible to transcend the ordinary mind and directly experience it through a purified higher intuitive faculty. The fifth, this superconscious realization can be attained through different spiritual paths taught in different religions. So that is the main idea. Important point to note is this Turiyanandaji Maharaj has pointed out clearly. Today, this morning, Swami Shanmayanandaji also clearly in his clear presentation pointed out this. The ultimate reality cannot be known. Then what we know as the opinions, they are only jato math, only math. That is, they are not contradictory because they reveal some unknown aspect of the ultimate reality. And we have to know the real nature of the ultimate reality, we have to take the sum total of all these views. So these views are complementary and not mutually contradictory, as today, this morning, Professor Anwar Hussain also spoke about that. Sri Ramakrishna spoke about other types of harmony also. Harmony of sex within Hinduism, harmony of spiritual paths, harmony of spiritual life and social life, harmony of ancient and modern traditions. Moral foundation, Sri Ramakrishna stress on the moral foundation to spirituality. Like all other great prophets and world teachers, Sri Ramakrishna gave primary importance to morality in his teachings. He stressed three main virtues: Kam, Kanchan, Tyag, evam observance of truth. Although the moral codes of world religions have much in common, there are also several differences among them. These differences in moral codes and conduct are often the cause of conflict among the religions. Sri Ramakrishna went beyond conventional morality and stressed purity, which is the real basis and aim of all moral codes and conduct. The difference between conventional morality and purity is to be noted here. Morality is the basis of religion, whereas purity is the basis of spirituality. Morality is conformity to certain codes of conduct, whereas purity is freedom from desires and instinctual drives. Morality is how we appear to others. Purity is what we really are. Sri Ramakrishna's teaching on the Kamini, Kanchan, Tyag and all yesterday, Professor Shovich Kohli pointed out this. It is mainly meant for spiritual seekers, not for common people. For ordinary people, he never said people against. He was never against marriage, and he never allowed any of his householders to become sannyasi. Even the great Nagamashaya repeatedly requested him to give him permission to take sannyas, but Sri Ramakrishna did not allow him to do that. So this is an important subject, but since it is a more controversial subject, I skip to the next topic. Philosophy of spiritual fulfillment. Sri Ramakrishna's another great and most important tenet in Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy message. Professor Max Muller has stated that in India, philosophy was pursued not for the sake of knowledge, but for the highest purpose that man strives after in this life. Sri Ramakrishna too, echoing the voices of thousands of saints and sages who lived in India during the 5,000 years of the subcontinent's cultural history, repeatedly stated, Ishwar Labh hai, Manush Jivanir Uddeshya. This was repeated. Several of the speakers here, they also quoted this. God realization is verily the purpose of human life. Here two questions arise. What is meant by God realization, and why should one seek it? In Vedanta, by God is meant the ultimate reality known as Brahman, which is inseparable from man's true self or Atman. As such, is an essential, the individual aspect, individual self or the Atman is an essential aspect or part of Brahman. But owing to ajnana or ignorance, he is not aware of this fact. As a result, he lives in a state of alienation from the ultimate reality. All the problems and sufferings of human life are traced to this spiritual alienation. When through appropriate means, known collectively as yoga, the existential ignorance is removed, man realizes his true nature as Atman Brahman. This is what is known as God realization. Thus, yoga or God realization is a process of de-alienation. The Jivatma is separated from the Paramatma owing to ignorance. Removal of the ignorance, and so the God realization does not really mean the union of the Jivatma with Paramatma. It is only the de-alienation. It has been separated. The separation has been removed. I will pass on to because for want of time, I'll pass on to the next topic, that is how these basic principles of Sri Ramakrishna's message, what is their relevance in the modern time, because the seminar is about Sri Ramakrishna the ideas and in modern times, what is their importance, relevance, especially their application in dealing with the problems and issues in modern times. For that, first of all, we have to understand what the modern times means. So, what are when we talk about modern times, what exactly do we mean by that? If you look at the present day world, what first attracts our attention is the enormous increase in crime, violence, terrorism, immorality, drug abuse, breakdown of family life, corruption in high places, market meltdown, political turmoils, religious conflicts, and other dark sides of modern society. But if you look beyond these dark forces, we can see several mega trends animating the collective mind and world thought in almost all parts of the free world. Some of these mega trends are briefly discussed. I would like to discuss some of the main trends in world thought. The first mega trend is the naturalization of technology in everyday life. This is a consequence of the ongoing electronic revolution. Electronic gadgets like the transistor, the cell phone, television, digital camera, etc. have now become an essential part of the daily life of the common people. As Professor Jayanta Shakar said, somewhere in Delhi school, class 3, boy will not be admitted unless he brings the iPod with him. See, now it has become even the poorest man, you can see rickshaw pullers everywhere, they talk over the cell phone. Communication, correspondence, keeping records, different modes of travel, medical diagnosis, scientific research, business transactions, entertainment, space travel, even modern warfare. Every field of human life and activity is now dominated by technology. Communication, however, does not mean only sending or receiving information through mechanical gadgets. Real communication is sharing our inner feelings, love and cooperation through people, among people. Unless there is also corresponding growth in human understanding, wisdom and commitment to values, mere advancement in technology does not ensure improvement of human relationships or social behavior. A man may talk for 2 hours over the cell phone to somebody on the other part of the globe, but he may not be on speaking terms with his own wife or colleagues or neighbors. Some years ago, there appeared a book, A Nation of Strangers, in which the author Vance Packard showed that the wide use of media has led to increasing conformity but not created greater sense of community. The communication, modern communication, is creating conformity but not sense of community or mutual love. Without a sense of community, people seem to live in their own isolated worlds, experiencing loneliness and meaninglessness. Sri Ramakrishna's message deals mainly with the transcendental spiritual realms. It does not in any way clash with the modern man's involvement in science and technology. On the other hand, it helps him to adapt himself to science and technology without himself becoming a machine. The second mega trend in modern times is the human potential movement. During the last 50 years, in the East as well as in the West, man's self-image has been undergoing a radical transformation. The earlier image of man as a cog in a wheel of karma or as a victim of the machinations of the devil or predestination is giving way to the recognition that everyone is responsible for his own moral life, his own health, well-being and happiness. There is also a growing awareness that everyone is endowed with many capacities, talents and powers in a potential form, and the main purpose of education and training is to develop these inherent potentialities. The human potential trend is now seen in several fields. It began with the discovery made after the Second World War that success of a company depends more on the human capital, that is, on the resourcefulness of its executives, than on financial capital or labor. Since then, personality development and human resource development have assumed much importance, especially in the business world. In the field of education, much emphasis is now laid on innovation and creativity. Owing to the direct or indirect influence of Swami Vivekananda, there is now also a growing awareness that everyone has within him or her a center of divine power, knowledge and joy, and spiritual life is the development of this inner spiritual potential. Swamiji got this idea of potential divinity of the soul from his own master. The third mega trend is neo-humanism. Till recently, the main thrust of humanism was concern for the poor, the sick and the underprivileged, shown out of compassion or a sense of duty. Such an attitude is now considered to be demeaning to the dignity of human individual. Neo-humanism holds that it is the right of the underprivileged people, especially even the tribals, to claim equal share of the bounties of life and equal treatment in social matters. Handicapped people are now regarded not as disabled people but as differently enabled people. Sri Ramakrishna's message of love and service, seeing God in all people, has much relevance in rendering service, help and to disabled and neglected people. We come to the fourth global trend, moral relativism. With the erosion of faith in traditional religions, the days of absolute standards of morality fixed by religions are gone. In most of the democratic countries, the social life of the people is now governed by secular laws of the state. The present trend is to separate personal moral conduct from the purview of religious codes and to treat it as a person's individual's private affair. All over the world, drastic changes have been taking place in moral standards and in social behavior of the people. Some ways of life and modes of conduct which were once regarded as immoral are now treated as normal and moral. The present day social upsurge in Islamic countries, of which Talibanism is an extreme form, is a collective reaction to the decline in morality owing to the influence of the permissive Western culture. In India, the ongoing agitation against corruption is also a collective reaction of the people against the sharp decline in moral integrity in the lives of those who are in power. In this context, Sri Ramakrishna's teachings and morality, which Swami Vivekananda developed into a moral philosophy, has much relevance. We have several revolutions: electronics revolution, spiritual revolution, education revolution, and so on. What we now need most is a moral revolution. Though it may appear to be an exaggeration, my own personal view is that Sri Ramakrishna has sown the seeds of such a moral revolution. Someday or other, this moral revolution, I hope, will take over in our country. Two other mega trends, globalization of economy and ecological awareness, I skip because they are so well known. We've gone to the next mega trend, that is knowledge revolution. There have been three major revolutions or paradigm shifts in the history of mankind. Civilization began with the agriculture revolution, which brought into existence the agricultural society. In the 18th century came the industrial revolution, which created the industrial society in several parts of the world. From the last decade of the 20th century began the knowledge revolution, which is now bringing into existence the knowledge society. The term knowledge revolution implies four streams of transformation of human consciousness. In the first place, it means the enormous multiplication and diversification of knowledge, what is known as knowledge explosion. Secondly, it means that knowledge is the main force driving economic growth and social changes. Thirdly, with the knowledge revolution, not only scientific knowledge, but every kind of knowledge gains significance and utility. This has opened up innumerable opportunities for human development. The last and most important point is knowledge revolution means not only increase in different types of knowledge, but a radical change in the understanding of the very nature of knowledge, the process of knowing itself. This is an important point, though it is not much time. I will just want to say something about this point. That is, now the present, the so-called knowledge revolution has not only increased the knowledge, the understanding of knowledge, what is knowledge, and the process of knowing, that itself has been thoroughly, completely revolutionized. Several developments in understanding the nature of human knowledge have taken place during the last 100 years. Knowledge was formerly thought to be something explicitly or consciously acquired by logical thinking through formal education, but structuralist discourses supported by phenomenological, psychoanalytical, cognitive studies have shown the truth to be different. These investigations have shown that formal, explicit, propositional knowledge arises from a vast sea of informal, unconscious, embodied experience. Personal knowledge and collective knowledge are mostly non-conscious. Explicit knowledge constitutes only the surface waves of the mental lake of deeper currents of experience and interpretation in everyone's mind. The importance of this understanding is that it strengthens the validity of faith, prayer, meditation, and other means of acquiring religious knowledge. It also shows the validity of Sri Ramakrishna's use of parables and stories in his teachings. The second development in the understanding of nature of human knowledge originated in linguistics. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Swiss thinker Saussure showed that words refer not to external objects but to mental concepts. Words are meaningful not because they correspond to external objects, but because they arouse in the mind the concepts which correspond to the external objects. Every person is imprisoned in his own mental world of concepts and ideas. Learning is a process of modifying the knowledge which we already have. When you see, suppose I see a cow, the outer or the external object cow, that is known as the referent, that produces a concept in my mind about the cow, and that immediately it is symbolized into the word cow. So, for in our knowledge of any object, there are three ingredients. One is the external object, second the concept within me, and the third one is the word symbol, cow. So once that is how we learn. But the remaining, the reverse process, when we utter the word cow, what comes to the mind is not the external cow, but the concept of the cow. The cow is not necessary at all. Human beings, that is the power of language. We have developed language to such an extent we can remain independent of the external world. All the mathematical calculations, everything is done without referring to any external object. We live in our own internal world. We are imprisoned in our own concept. When I say Ram, with the word Ram, if I tell you Ram Chatterjee, each one of you who know him, who knows him, each one of you will have his own image of him in his mind. The real Ram Chatterjee nobody knows. So each one of us has created our own world, and we live in this world. This leads to the third this view that all knowledge is conditioned by mental structures is known as structuralism. In the field of education, it is known as constructivism. Those who study education, they know this. Constructivism is now becoming an important field of investigation. This leads to the third development understanding of the nature of knowledge. This view, which originated with the 19th century German thinker Wilhelm holds that all human knowledge is a result of interpretation. Every human sees the world through his own conceptual framework. When a person hears or reads something, he immediately interprets it according to the knowledge that he already has. Understanding is a continuous process of interpretation. Hermeneutics, the science of interpretation, is thus a basic discipline in education. This is an important development in modern thought. That is, all knowledge is a result of interpretation. We have built up our own mental framework of concepts. So when a new knowledge comes, and when somebody, now I am talking to you, each one of you is interpreting my thought in your own way. You can understand my ideas only in relation to what you already know, what you already have in your mind. So this view is known as structuralism or constructivism. This understanding has created a revolution in education. Formerly it was believed that a student's mind was a tabula rasa, a clean slate, and the teacher thrusts knowledge into his mind. But now the idea is, this Swamiji long ago pointed out, everyone learns himself. The teacher only, just like a plant grows by itself. You can add some manure, loosen the soil, but the plant grows by itself. The same way, every child learns by itself. The teacher does not thrust knowledge into the child's mind. The teacher only enables. That's why now it is known as the enabling education. The teacher only enables the child to learn by itself, self-teaching. Everyone teaches by himself or herself. Dilthey's ideas were developed further by Wittgenstein, Paul Ricoeur, Heidegger, Gadamer, and other modern thinkers. According to these thinkers, the main function of language is to enable us to interpret our experiences and not to describe the world. The next step was taken by the post-structuralists. They showed that the constant self-interpretation of knowledge a person does is not free or objective, but is conditioned by the historical, social, and cultural circumstances in which he has grown up. The views of every author, in fact all concepts and principles, including scientific theories, are to be understood in the light of their socio-cultural and historical background. There is no such thing as true objectivity. The so-called objectivity of scientific method is a kind of intersubjectivity. Scientific theories describe not the nature of the world, but our understanding of the nature of the world. The extreme form of post-structuralism, known as postmodernism, also holds that to understand the true import of a literary text, it is necessary to reinterpret it in the light of hidden ideas or other hints contained in the text which the author himself did not consciously intend. This kind of reinterpretation is known as deconstruction, popularized by Jacques Derrida. Deconstruction is also often loosely used against all reductionist conclusions, including those of science. Before conclude, I will, because my time is up, but there is an important point about this the structuralism and deconstruction. I would like to say point out its importance in the Vedantic tradition, especially Advaita Vedanta. The reason why we have taken this discussion on recent intellectual thought currents is that if you omit some of the extreme and illogical views of postmodernists, we can see that some of the aspects of structuralist and post-structuralist discourses help us in understanding Advaita Vedanta better, and also in presenting the message of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda in the modern idiom to modern people. Moreover, the philosophical concepts developed by Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda have for too long been treated in a rather superficial way and presented in a popular form for common people, especially for the devotees. Most of the teachings of Sri Ramakrishna are generally present only for the devotees. In view of the important role knowledge plays in modern society, the time has come for the philosophical concepts of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda to be brought into the stream of modern world thought so that their inherent power can be utilized in the ongoing transformation of human consciousness. But for this, they have to be first brought under the scrutiny of modern academic study and research, and their truth claim and validity to be tested and substantiated within the modern framework of thought. The message of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda should be presented in a form which is acceptable in the academic world. Let us take the structuralist proposition that what is generally taken as reality is a function of the linguistic structures superimposed upon experiences. Let us also consider the views of Wittgenstein, Heidegger, Gadamer and others that all human experience is basically interpretative. This view comes close to the Advaitic theory of Adhyaropa or Adhyasa. Adhyaropa is usually translated as superimposition. This may give the impression that this world is something thrust upon Brahman. It is actually nothing is thrust upon Brahman. It is actually a matter of interpretation. We interpret the reality as we experience it according to our pre-existing concepts and thus create our own world. The Panchadashi speaks of two kinds of creation. One is Ishvara Srishti or God's creation, which is the world as it really is. The other is Jiva Srishti, which is the individual world created by each person interpreting his own experiences in accordance with his mental conditioning caused by ajnana or ignorance. Following the same line of thought, we may take the Advaitic concept of apavada or superimposition as deconstruction in a broad sense of the term. So that is mainly I wanted to point out that the Adhyaropa and Adhyasa, the Adhyaropa, the idea superimposition, something we have to take it as our own interpretation, the way we interpret the world, that is Adhyaropa, and what you call the Apavada, which comes very much near to the modern idea of deconstruction. So some of the other mega trends, 3 or 4 more left, that no time to deal. One is the quest for meaning. One for the quest for meaning. That is another important trend, because what are known as existential problems like loneliness, boredom, meaninglessness, anxiety. These are some of the existential problems. The most important of that is the search for meaning. The hippie movement in the 1960s and 70s that had its origin in this quest for meaning. It's even now the quest for meaning is going on. The meaning of life can be understood only through spiritual life, and this quest for meaning and the enormous increase in the stress and strain in modern ways of life has made people understand the importance of spiritual life. So that is the next last trend, modern trend now, and that is spiritual interest in spiritual life. And this spirituality has now become an important subject even in academic circles. And this kind of spirituality differs from earlier idea of spirituality. This is the present tendency is to separate spirituality from religion. Religion and normally spirituality had been associated with religion. The present tendency is to separate spirituality from religion. This is nowadays known as secular spirituality. Morning Professor Long, Jeffrey Long told about this in the morning today. The spirituality, the America, the recent poll conducted, about 36% of the people said they are not religious, but they are spiritual. So the spiritual movement is coming up everywhere, even in India also. And then this is in the West, this kind of separation is known as spiritual revolution. So a spiritual revolution is going on. In India, because of the Indian or especially the Vedantic idea, Hindu the outlook, the philosophy of religion is so vast and broad. It can accommodate all the science, technology, everything. So there is no need to separate spirituality from religion. So this kind of revolution is not happening in India, but it is the best it is going on, and already several books have appeared on the subject of spiritual revolution. I will now conclude. The relevance of Sri Ramakrishna's message. We have discussed the above mega trends of modern times for two reasons. In the first place, if you want to understand the universal significance of Sri Ramakrishna's message for all humanity and not merely for a group of his devotees, we have to take into consideration these mega trends. We have to understand what role Sri Ramakrishna's message can play in these mega trends. Secondly, these mega trends show that in spite of all the differences that human beings show, they have many things in common, and humanity is moving towards a common goal, which is spiritual in nature. The present global spiritual movement is not a passing fad. It seems to mark the beginning of a collective awakening of the spiritual consciousness of humanity. Darwin's theory of evolution applies only to animals and plants. According to eminent biologists like Julian Huxley, at the human level, evolution becomes predominantly psychosocial. In the view of spiritual leaders like Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, and Thayar Chardin and others, the next stage in evolution is spiritual. Swamiji has explained yoga as revolution. Evolution is a slow process, whereas yoga is revolution. What it takes nature to unfold in thousands of years, yoga accomplishes in one single life. Humanity is now poised to take an evolutionary leap in consciousness. Swami Vivekananda stated that Sri Ramakrishna's birth marks the dawn of a golden age of spirituality. What does this golden age or Satya Yuga mean? It means that humanity is now preparing or on the threshold of a new leap in consciousness. There are indications to believe that in future spirituality is going to play a dominant role, transforming human consciousness into divine consciousness. The relevance of Sri Ramakrishna's message to modern times should be judged not merely by its effects on the social and cultural and spiritual life of the people in the present day world, but also by the immense possibilities that it holds for the all-round well-being and spiritual elevation of humanity in the future. The theme of this seminar is Ideas of Sri Ramakrishna and Modern Times. Let this seminar be only the beginning and not an end. I hope the Vidyamandira or the Vivekananda University or even the Calcutta University would conduct more seminars of this kind on the theme, the message of the relevance and message of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda for the future of humanity. This seminar is meant for the modern times, but the significance of Sri Ramakrishna, message of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda is not confined only to the present times. In fact, their full significance will take decades and maybe centuries to unfold. Swamiji has said that Sri Ramakrishna we have given enough for hymns that the present movement will last for 1,500 years. It takes a long time. We are now at the beginning of the second decade of the 21st century and just at the beginning of the third millennium. Enormous possibilities are before us. The significance of Sri Ramakrishna, the message of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda will be understood, will unfold itself in due course. And let us all contribute our own little might to the to bringing into fruition this this new, the bright future for humanity. Thank you all.
We offer our gratitude and pranams to Revered Maharaj for aptly summarizing and analyzing the entire range of ideas discussed over the course of 3 days. Before I go to the last event of this evening, I have one small announcement. Sri Ranjit Bishwas and Sri Manikya Bandyopadhyay, who had posed some questions to Professor Pradyut Kumar Mukhopadhyay, are requested to meet him after this evening. We now invite Swami Shastragyanananda, Vice Principal of our college, to conclude this seminar with a vote of thanks.
We are now at the end of our 3-day international seminar on Sri Ramakrishna's ideas and our times. Perhaps it is a year's preparation which has enabled us to organize this unique event in our college. We have received immense support and inspiration from different corners of the society. At the outset, we express our heartfelt thanks to UGC and other generous persons who have financed the entire program. We pay our gratitude to the administration of Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Golpark. In fact, Golpark has collaborated in this program. We convey our sincere gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, some of whom have traveled a long way accepting our invitation. Thanks to all the scholars who have submitted their papers for this seminar. We offer our devoted pranams to Revered Srimad Swami Prabhanandaji Maharaj, the General Secretary of Ramakrishna Mission Mission, for inaugurating this seminar and delivering an excellent thought-provoking address. We also offer our devoted pranams to Revered Srimad Swami Bhajananandaji Maharaj, one of the Assistant Secretaries of Ramakrishna Mission, for his excellent scholarly valedictory address. Thanks to the audience, which includes diverse types of listeners, starting from the students to eminent scholars and ardent devotees. We also convey our gratitude to the musical performers who have added a different flavor during evening hours through their melodious presentation. Our sincere pranams and gratitude to Swami Bimalatmanandaji Maharaj for his much needed guidance in organizing this seminar. Swami Shubhakaranandaji has also helped us in contacting media groups. Both of them are the ex-students of this college and are thus our very near ones. We also thank print media and electronic media as well for the wide coverage they have provided for this seminar. We convey our gratitude to Belur Math Authority and Vivekananda University for stretching out their help in accommodating the resource persons of this seminar. I would separately mention the name of Professor Shandipan Sen, the convener of this seminar, a young energetic teacher of the college and an ex-student too, who has worked very hard along with the able support of Swami Krishnanathanandaji, Devanjan Maharaj, other teachers and monks to make this seminar a success. May we seek blessings of Sri Thakur for all of them. Our office staff members and other members of Vidyamandira family have also worked in unison to organize this event. Romarola, in the preface of his famous book Life of Sri Ramakrishna, wrote, "Holy is the source, holy is the course, and holy is the estuary." Needless to say that we, all the speakers and the listeners of this 3-day seminar, are blessed few who have got the chance to quench our thirst, taking a little from this holy course. Sri Ramakrishna's life is perhaps a seminar by itself which need no inauguration or valediction. Only those who will attend this, listen to this, will remain ever fortunate for having an academic contemplation. Let us therefore pray to Sri Ramakrishna that may he bestow his benign blessings to all of us so that we can continue this Sravana, Manana and Nididhyasana on Sri Ramakrishna, the unique phenomenon of human history. Jayatu Sri Ramakrishna. Here is an announcement. We are trying to bring out a compiled volume which will contain the valuable talks of all the research persons as far as possible, and also the edited versions of the papers presented here. We are trying to publish it by the end of April 2012. Delegates may purchase the volume from Vidyamandira office in the month of May. The cost of the volume will be decided later. Please note, we will not be able to send the volume by post to the delegates.
Welcome to this feast of Sitar recital. We have with us Sri Indrajit Roy Chaudhary, who is a sitarist of the Rampura Sinya Gharana with rising international reputation. Sri Indrajit is a leading disciple of Pandit Subrata Roy Chaudhary, who in turn is a disciple of late Pandit Virendra Kishore Roy Chaudhary. After graduating from Duke University, North Carolina, with the prestigious Benenson Award for Music, Indrajit embarked on the career of a professional sitarist. Indrajit plays in the Drupadi Veenkar style, characteristic of his gharana. He has performed in numerous major venues of the world, including the Kennedy Center of Washington, Hammerstein Theatre of New York, National Center for Performing Arts, Trinidad, National Convention Center, Toronto, Indian Embassy of Berlin, etc. His performances have been televised by the national television, Indian National Television, and Sri Indrajit has been a member of the renowned musical faculty of the University of Pennsylvania and has contributed to the international appreciation of Indian music and culture through many lecture demonstrations at schools, colleges, and universities of North America. Today, he is accompanied on tabla by Sri Sanjeev Pal of Kolkata, who had his initial training under his teachers, Sri Sunil Karmakar and Sri Hiranmoy Bishwas. He is now under the training of Sri Shankar Ghosh, the internationally renowned Sri Shankar Ghosh. Sri Sanjeev is an MA from Rabindra Bharati, and he has won numerous awards, including the Rajya Sangeet Academy, and he has performed in many countries across the world. I now request our students to greet Sri Indrajit Roy Chaudhary and Sri Sanjeev Pal.
Before we begin the musical portion of this evening's program, I'd like to express our gratitude to the faculty of Belur University, Maharajder Pranam Vidyamandir College, Maharajder Pranam জানিয়ে শুরু করছি গুরুজনদের সকলকে শুভেচ্ছা জানিয়ে. This evening we'll present Rag Desh, Evening Raga. I'll begin with Alap, Jor, Jhala, solo sitar, then accompanied by tabla in Vilambit Teen Tal, followed by some other guts in faster tempo. Rag Desh, and then we'll see what comes after that. We'll go with the feeling of the audience. Thank you. कम चलेगी, आधा घंटा कम चलेगी। The next item will be Rag Charukeshi. This is in origin a South Indian rag, so you'll find some South Indian flavor in it. একটা ছোট রিকোয়েস্ট এসছে রাগ পিলু, এইটা একটা beautiful rag. This is a beautiful rag that combines many rags within it. One you already heard this evening, Rag Desh. So we'll try to play Rag Pilu, and this will be the final item. Thank you.
ছাত্রদের মনে হচ্ছে ডিমান্ড আরেকটা আছে। কোনো ফরমাইশ আছে মহারাজ? ফরমাইশ? মহারাজ একজন বাদক আছেন, তাই জন্য ওনাকে জিজ্ঞেস করছি। বলুন না মহারাজ। ঠিক আছে, নিজের মতো বাজাও।
একটা ভাটিয়ালি ধুন বাজিয়ে শেষ করছি।
বিদ্যামন্দিরে প্রতি বছরই আস্তে আস্তে একটুখানি অল্প সময় বিদ্যামন্দিরে প্রতি বছরই অনেকেই যন্ত্রসঙ্গীত বাজিয়ে যায়, কিন্তু তার মধ্যে আমি ইন্দ্রজিতের জনপ্রিয়তা খুব ওপরের দিকে দেখেছি। ইন্দ্রজিতের আরও বাজনা আরও সে বড় হোক, বিভিন্ন জায়গায় বাজাক। ছাত্ররা অনেকে প্রথমের দিকে ছিল না, সে বিভিন্ন জায়গায় এর মধ্যেই বাজিয়েছে। সে কেনেডি সেন্টার অফ ওয়াশিংটনে বাজিয়েছে, হার্মস্টাইন থিয়েটার অফ নিউ ইয়র্ক সেখানে বাজিয়েছে, ন্যাশনাল সেন্টার ফর পারফর্মিং আর্টস ত্রিনিদাদে বাজিয়েছে, ন্যাশনাল কনভেনশন সেন্টার টরন্টো, ইন্ডিয়ান এম্বাসি অফ বার্লিন বাজিয়েছে। তাছাড়া সে ইউনিভার্সিটি অফ পেনসিলভেনিয়ার যে সঙ্গীত বিভাগ সেখানে সে একজন শিক্ষক এখন। আর কালকেই যাচ্ছে বম্বেতেও অনুষ্ঠান করতে, বোধহয় সেই কারণে একটু তাড়া আছে বুঝতে পারছি। তার সঙ্গে আজকে সঞ্জীব পাল, তিনিও চমৎকার সঙ্গত করেছেন তবলায়। আমি দুজনকেই হার্দিক ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি কলেজের পক্ষ থেকে। আমাদের রামকৃষ্ণ বিবেকানন্দ ঘরানায় বরাবরই সঙ্গীত, যন্ত্রসঙ্গীত আর কণ্ঠসঙ্গীতের স্থান খুব ওপরে। তাই শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ বিষয়ক এই যে আন্তর্জাতিক সেমিনার 3 দিন ধরে হলো, একটা যে ইন্টেলেকচুয়াল আর মিউজিক্যাল ফিস্ট আমাদের হলো, তার পরিসমাপ্তি এইটা দিয়ে হলো। আবার কাল থেকে আমরা নিজের নিজের রুটিনে চলে যাব। 3 দিনের যে চমৎকার আনন্দ পর্বটা সেখানে সমাধা হলো এখানেই। ইন্দ্রজিতের সঙ্গে অনেকে এসেছেন, তাদেরকে হার্দিক ধন্যবাদ জানাই। বিশেষ করে ডক্টর জয়ন্ত রায়চৌধুরী, আমাদেরই প্রাক্তনী, তিনি এবং তাঁর স্ত্রী দুজনে এসেছেন। তারা অ্যালবার্ট আইনস্টাইন কলেজ অফ মেডিসিনে পড়ান নিউ ইয়র্কে। জয়ন্ত স্ত্রীও এসেছে, তার শ্বশুরমশাই শাশুড়ি এসেছেন। অধ্যাপক অমিতাভ সরকার আমাদের ইকোনমিক্সের সেমিনারে কয়েকদিন পরে বলবেন। এছাড়া অধ্যাপক পুলক লাহিড়ির কথা বিশেষ করে উল্লেখ করব। তিনি ফর্মার নীলরতন সরকার প্রফেসর অফ জুলজি কলকাতা ইউনিভার্সিটির, কয়েকদিন আগে এসে 3য় বর্ষের ছাত্রদের এনভায়রনমেন্টাল সায়েন্সের ক্লাস নিয়ে গেছেন। এই সমস্ত যারা অতিথিরা এসেছেন আর যারা এই 3 দিনের যারা রিসোর্স পার্সন অনেকে এখানে বসে রয়েছেন, সবাইকে আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে হার্দিক ধন্যবাদ জানাই। সন্ন্যাসী ব্রহ্মচারী যারা এসেছেন, যারা এই কদিন ওয়েবসাইটের কাজে অক্লান্ত পরিশ্রম করেছেন অভিজিৎ মহারাজের তত্ত্বাবধানে, আর শেষকালে আমাদের ছাত্ররা আর অতিথি যারা এসেছেন, ভক্তরা এসেছেন, তাদের সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণের পাদপদ্মে প্রণাম জানিয়ে আমাদের এই 3 দিনের অনুষ্ঠান তথা সেমিনারে সমাপ্তি ঘোষণা করছি। নমস্কার।
ॐ यथाग्नेर्दाहिका शक्ति रामकृष्णे स्थिता हिया सर्वविद्यास्वरूपां तां शारदां प्रणमाम्यहम्। Namaste and welcome to the second day of the 3-day international seminar on Sri Ramakrishna's ideas and our times. 2 academic sessions are scheduled for today. We are now about to begin the 3rd academic session, in which we have 3 resource speakers and 2 paper presenters. We have on the stage Shri Pradyot Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Professor Pradyot Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Professor Sabuj Koli Sen, and in a short time, Professor Jitendranath Mohanty will be joining us. I request our convener for this seminar, Shri Sandeepan Sen, to greet the guests. Professor Pradyot Kumar Mukhopadhyay is currently the Professor of School of Indology at Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Golpar. He is also a founder member of the Calcutta Center for Advanced Study of Science and Philosophy. He has a number of books to his credit, and some of them are Indian Realism, a rigorous descriptive metaphysics, the Nyaya theory of linguistic performance, a new commentary on Ganesha's Tattva Chintamani, and Buddha Darshana. We request Professor Mukhopadhyay to address us.
শিব সমারম্ভান শঙ্করাচার্য মধ্যমাম শ্রী গোপীনাথ পাদান্তাং বন্দে গুরু পরম্পরাম বিশুদ্ধ জ্ঞানদেহায় ত্রিবেদী দিব্যচক্ষুষে শ্রেয়প্রাপ্তি নিমিত্তায় নমস্যমার্থধারিণে ধীরাকুশগ্রমতয়ো ভবত প্রণম্য মৌলৌ নিধায় করবারিদুহে সমীহে বাণীয়ং বিশৃঙ্খলাপি অর্থরহিতাপি সানুগ্রহেণ হৃদয়েন বিলোকনীয়া. I would like to begin by one or two prefatory remarks before I pass on to my main themes. The first, I profusely apologize that I could not make available a written paper. Not that I did not try, I in fact tried very hard. It's no more, please, no more. But really, at times I found that all that I was trying to jot down were banal. On the other side, it tended to assume a proportion, a length, that was really unmanageable. So being tossed between these two difficulties, till the last moment, I could not make available a paper of manageable length, lucidity and profundity. The second is, when first approached for being here as a speaker, I sort of refused. I said that I was not an expert of Ramakrishna literature, not that I don't have any interest, not that I have not read anything, but I did not consider that I was an expert in this field, so I shouldn't rather speak here. But when it was not heeded, then I started thinking, what might be the reason? I thought it was a providential design that I should still come, not as a speaker but as a learner. What follows from not my being an expert is not that I shouldn't come, but I should come as a learner. Exactly that is what I have here come for. But then why do I speak? I speak to provoke you, to oblige you, the experts, to enlighten me, to respond to whatever I say, my difficulties, my own tentative, very tentative solutions of some of the difficulties, and maybe some of my opinions which are again very tentative. So what I propose to do is to start by reflecting on the very theme of the seminar as it has been formalized or formulated. It has two parts we see. On the one part of it is Ramakrishna's ideas, and the other part is its impact, in the sense our times, its impact on our times. I tend to take the emphasis on the second part, that is on the impact part. I will be speaking about the impact part later, but my real problem is with the first part, Ramakrishna's ideas. But I am sure that the organizers are quite justified if they really wanted to emphasize the second part rather than the first part. The reason is this, one of the reasons is this, that is not for the first time that attempt is being made to take the stock of or assessing the impact of Ramakrishna's ideas so far as our time is concerned. As back as in 1937, Parliament of Religions were organized by Ramakrishna Mission nearly for the same purpose. In 1988, maybe I am mistaken, most probably I am not, a book was also published which includes some of the papers presented in 1937. So it may very well be another attempt in the same direction, a periodic assessment of the impact of Ramakrishna's ideas on us, our time, our society. There is a second justification also. And the second justification is this: so far as the idea part is concerned, there is hardly much to be said, in the sense that what Ramakrishna's ideas were are well known, they have been recorded firsthand, and more than that, they are so simple. The views put so directly that hardly there was any more thing to say about it. So for these two reasons, that already the monks of the Ramakrishna Mission are in the process of periodic assessment of the impact of Ramakrishna's ideas, and to some extent there is a good reason for believing that Ramakrishna's ideas are really so clear that you can hardly add any clarity to this. But this creates a problem for us who are going to or engaged in sort of theoretical discussion as Shastriya Vichar. But the two preliminary requirements of a Shastriya Vichar are its utility and availability of controversy. Jad asandigtham nishprayojanam va natat prekshavat pratipikshagocharaha bhavati. So there is scope for any doubt or debate about Ramakrishna's ideas. Fortunately, unfortunately, there are. First, about the two types of literature of Ramakrishna. One is more or less biographical, direct records of persons who knew him personally. But even in that genre of literature, we find quite substantive amount of differences. For example, Ramakrishna Kathamrita of Mahendranath was much more read, I think, than Ramakrishna Puthi. But if you read those, at many places you will find that there are quite substantive amount of difference. Just to give one example, not many. If you read Ramakrishna's meeting Vidyasagar, the account given in these two books by his direct disciples who personally witnessed, you will find that one tends to take a negative attitude or negative impression from Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita, but more or less a positive impression if he reads the same thing account from Ramakrishna Puthi. This is one reason that there is still some scope of differences and doubts. The other is that there are many people who have really denounced Ramakrishna, found fault with many of his ideas. They have even gone to the extent of complaining that some of Ramakrishna's ideas, rather behavior, attitudes, were fake, got up. They have no authenticity, no sincerity. So not that there was no scope of controversy, and therefore I think we can go forward discussing some of the Ramakrishna's ideas. On the idea part, by reflecting on which I begin my presentation, I have three sorts of difficulties and my own way of very tentative, very inexpert solution of them, to which I think you will respond. One difficulty is the semantical difficulty. What the expression quote unquote ours ideas or Ramakrishna's ideas mean or can mean. The other is the methodological difficulty, how to go about if we really want to discuss about Ramakrishna's ideas. And the third difficulty is more or less doctrinal difficulty. I will come to these doctrinal difficulties a little later, and also of the semantic difficulty. But the first thing is the methodological difficulty. This methodological difficulty and semantical difficulty, they are very closely related, but still I would try to keep them a little apart. The semantic difficulty is this: the expression ours idea can be taken in three different senses, not unrelated, but still somehow different. Give it a more general formulation. Whenever you speak of an idea that is X's idea, what we can mean? To begin with, we can mean three things. That X is the inventor of the idea, X is the entertainer of the idea, and X is the instructor of the idea. So in which sense we take his ideas to be. But in each case, you see, a difference is maintained between the person and his idea. Person is not the idea, and the idea is not the person. So the use of the apostrophe here is not appositional, it is possessional. That one possesses the idea. He may be the inventor, he may be the teacher, first teacher, or the entertainer. I think in none of these senses we can really make very good sense of the expression Ramakrishna's ideas. Why not? I will be coming to very soon. But suppose this is true, but still we have to do something. What we can do? We have to develop a methodology of dealing with such a situation. What methodology can we develop? The methodology is this. Particularly it is for us to be very difficult because Ramakrishna's disciples who had direct acquaintance with Ramakrishna had seen him, lived with him, heard him first hand. They could make a difference between Ramakrishna and Ramakrishna's ideas. But even if no ideas are made available to them, they have seen him, how he behaved. At least from the behavior, they could have constructed their idea of Ramakrishna or who Ramakrishna was. But for us, this is not available. For us, Ramakrishna is basically what ideas we associate with Ramakrishna. And for us, it is very difficult to distinguish between Ramakrishna's ideas and our ideas about Ramakrishna. And this has caused it is in a sense unavoidable, but at the same time, it creates a tension. And tension is this, whether we are imposing someone presented yesterday, we have grafted certain idea and image on Sri Ramakrishna. There is genuine possibility and genuine cause of worry. But we cannot live with the worry. We have to go forward. How to do that? The established methodology is this. In such a case, we have to begin with certain idea of Sri Ramakrishna, and Sri Ramakrishna is the person to whom we can attribute legitimately, truly these ideas. We have no other way of knowing who Ramakrishna is. So we begin by attributing to him certain ideas, or we begin with one certain idea of Ramakrishna. This is the first step. In the second step, we attribute to him or try to attribute to him a host of many other ideas, normally which are really attributed to him. And there are some constraints that we used. If we are to associate a number of ideas to a person, we begin with certain basic ideas, starting ideas about him. The problem is there are so many different interpretations of the ideas. Under which of these interpretations should we associate these ideas to Sri Ramakrishna? The standard methodology is this. We must accept that interpretation under which most of these ideas, if not all, most of the ideas become meaningful, coherent, consistent and true. If we interpret to falsify certain idea, if we interpret to show them they are incoherent, that is not the authentic way. It is now an established method of philosophical analysis that we must accept that interpretation under which most of these ideas turn out to be coherent and true. But then there is a difficulty that if you observe this constraint, then is it not that we are again imposing certain picture on a certain person? And secondly, how to test our consistency or truth only with reference to the starting ideas, the ideas of the person with which he started. These ideas, later ideas we want to associate, attribute, must be consistent with that. But if that is the procedure, then that is dogmatic. We have already accepted certain idea and try to force these other ideas into consistency with those ideas. And again, it becomes non-starter. But the fact is not that. The fact is this gradual, progressive refinement of the ideas with which we begin. So we begin with certain idea, then try to interpret the host of other ideas which turn out to true so that you can attribute to them. When we try to attribute, there is the possibility of some conflict with the starting ideas and the interpreted ideas, and then what we do, we refine our earlier ideas, we do not give it up. So this is progressive refinement and gradual progress in our understanding of the person Ramakrishna was. So this is the methodology with which we have to start if we have to make a good sense. And ultimately, if one insists, but still you remain within your idea, I plead guilty to it, yes, it is my idea. We cannot jump out of our skin, we have to this much, but enough of testing, enough of refinement, enough of challenges to be faced. So, very briefly, I would then pass on to the other part of it, that is the semantic part of it. Ramakrishna's idea, what does it mean? I said there are three possibilities, three related ideas. Ramakrishna was the inventor of the ideas. Ramakrishna was the teacher of the ideas or entertainer of the ideas. The entertainer option is of no use actually. Everyone who has known the idea, first hand, second hand, third hand, fourth hand, is also an entertainer of the idea. The teacher, of course, to his disciples, direct disciples, he was the first teacher. But to other disciples, some other was the teacher. So we cannot associate with him the idea of, or can interpret Ramakrishna's ideas as the ideas of which Ramakrishna, the first teacher. He might have been the first teacher to some, but subsequent disciples might have got it from their teacher, their teacher, their teacher, and so on. Many of the people really want, knowingly or unknowingly, explicitly or implicitly, try to associate these ideas to Ramakrishna as the inventor of it. But actually, if we take one after another idea, the prominent, the central ideas we associate with Ramakrishna, I do not think that we can really accept or interpret these ideas as invented by Sri Ramakrishna. For example, Joto Mot Toto Pot. This is an age-old idea. Many people before him told it. Many people before him might have said it. The first thing, we don't know whether anyone else has said, and on the other hand, we know that someone has said it. Ruchinang Boichitrad Riju Putuladana Pathusham Ninam. So in the Sivamam Nastatra, this idea was very clearly stated. And in the Shankar Bhashya, you see that the paths are different. And as people are different, their nishtha is different. So equally, some of the people have said something. Take another example. Shakar Nirakar. Yesterday, Swami Tagore Rupananda most probably was referring to Vasudev. He tendered apologies to Lord for having done three things which was wrong about him. One of them was this, the Vasudev was apologizing that what did I do? What did I do to him? I have sung in your praise, but thereby I have reduced the Nirakar into Shakar. So these ideas are more or less there. About the unity of religion, Bhojanananda ji very clearly and definitely and truly said that universal religion was not the exact concept of Sri Ramakrishna. The harmony of religion that is really his. I completely agree. But if you take his similes, for example, jewel and borough, ice and water, all this can be traced in earlier literature. All these. I will not go into detail, but about this concept of unity, synthesis of religion, I can say there are many people who have said these things before him. In the 15th century, most probably, Kempis said it. In the 19th century, Koch said it. In India, as Brajendra Nasir has very discussed in detail, Ramakrishna, Keshav Chandra, Dayananda before him said it. Some differences were there, but he discussed it. I will not go into great detail about it, but I will say that what has been said about Vivekananda's ideas hold equally true about Sri Ramakrishna. It has been said that none of the ideas of Vivekananda was his. That's good. So I dismiss even this idea that Ramakrishna's idea means he was the inventor. But what sense then do I attach to it? I think many of you will also attach the same sense to it, to that. I will come later on. I will very quickly state the starting idea with which I begin and how does it help me in understanding Sri Ramakrishna and his ideas. My starting his idea is very simple. I take Ramakrishna to be the representative, even embodiment of the classical Hinduism without apology or vengeance. That's my simple idea. How does it help? In many ways. The first, it helps me to explain that wide acceptance that Sri Ramakrishna got in his time. Actually, at that time, particularly whole Bengal was waiting for such a person. Prior to that, beginning with Ram Mohan and ending with Keshav Chandra, there have been very fierce debate. Fierce debate, mostly academic, mostly cerebral. So the whole country, or at least the whole Bengal, was waiting for someone who can speak not from head, who can speak from his own experience. And he told it from his own experience in as direct a method as possible, directly, simply. He never entered into debate with these people as his earlier people did. He never entertained any serious debate. He just said. And this leads me to the sense I would like to give to Ramakrishna's ideas. At that time, therefore, it helps me to explain one thing, that wide acceptance. What Bengal had already had quite good amount of, if not enough, good amount of this academic, Shastriya, analytical, theoretical discussion. But when Ramakrishna spoke, they felt that here is a person who is not speaking from that, he is speaking from his own direct experience. And He did just say that I am speaking up from my own experience. No, no. The ideas, the very way he spoke shows. And this had some great expectation and impact. So the first thing that my starting idea helps me to organize and explain is his wide acceptance. The second, one very celebrated statement Sri Ramakrishna made. To me at least, it is an eye-opener. It is eternally true, but rarely said so clearly, so simply, and unfortunately, not much attention is paid to this particular idea in such discussions. The idea is this: what a great man is, or what a great man is like. Obviously, he was not referring to himself, but this is the key idea of Sri Ramakrishna. He said, I may be here or there a little bit wrong in my formulation. He said, a great man is like a hole in a wall. What does that mean? A great man is great not because he stands before us hiding everything behind him. He stands before us just as a transparent medium through which we can look far beyond. This idea is so consistent, so coherent with the life he lived and many of his ideas, and that is this simplicity. He was a person who lived a life of self-effacement, repelling the ego, constantly trying to avoid it, and he said in a very simple manner, a little of this ego is left, otherwise perhaps this body would not be there. So he is a person of total self-effacement, or as total as possible. This comes completely consistent with this idea of a great man who stands as a transparent medium through which we look much beyond him, where ideas are not get stuck or prevented to go beyond. And this also tells us, and this is also very consistent with the other aspect of his life, complete self-surrender. He was a completely self-surrendered man. He surrendered himself to God completely. I think this is more important an expression than he was just got intoxicated or got imbued. He is totally surrendered. From these two, that is total commitment to self-effacement and total commitment to self-surrender, comes the other, and that is this no importance to teaching. He won over the heart of Mahendranath Gupta. How? By striking straight his ahankar, ego. In the first two meetings with Sri Ramakrishna Mahendranath Gupta, Sri Ramakrishna told him that this educated urban people have a bad habit of always teaching and lecturing. Who are you to lecture? Who needs your lecture? He believed honestly that if necessity is there, God will teach. You don't need. Again and again he said it. It is not enough. It also helps me to interpret some of his other ideas which we attribute to him. We attribute to him the idea of Sheva. Shivo Gyane Jivo Sheva. He has said it. But what idea do we give? We give him the idea that we took the inspiration of social service. And we have gone to two different extremes. On the one hand, we try to project that the idea of social service was unknown to India was first brought by Vivekananda or someone else. In the entire tradition, there is a lot of works on it. The majority is the Ishtaputta notion. It is all time there. On the other hand, we said as if Ramakrishna emphasized this Shiva. He did not. Just as he placed little to no emphasis on teaching on our part, similarly, he gave little almost to no importance on Shiva. I think we do not always do justice to him. What he meant by Shivoggyana Jivo Shiva is not that we should do social service. What he meant was this, that if we do the Shivo Shiva, Bhagavat Seva, that is all. Simply by doing Bhagavat Seva, we can do what is needed or what we expect from Jivo Shiva. This is the idea and not the idea of social service. I may be wrong, please correct me, but I think even Vivekananda, towards the end of his life, he realized it. And he said, I have lost all interest in this Shiva. He made this remark. So therefore, these are the many ways in which I think my starting idea that Sri Ramakrishna is a representative of classical Hinduism without vengeance or apology and without any claim to originality. It was beyond his idea of claiming any originality. This idea of originality is very much a Western craze. The two features of modernity, which is the basically Western modernity, are craze for universalism and craze for individualism. And both these affected 19th century intellectuals also in the field of dharma. I will come to that later on. But then also, unless we keep all these things in mind, the way we interpret, glorify, publicize Sri Ramakrishna, thereby we are not adding any, please excuse me, this is my feeling, we are not adding any light on him, shedding no light on him, we are really casting more and more shadows on him. We have tended to believe it was not Ramakrishna, but from some other source, that there was a great urge to reform Hinduism, reform classical Hinduism from the time of Ram Mohan or even earlier. We tend to look at Sri Ramakrishna as a reformer, great reformer of the then decade in Hinduism or whatever it is. I really get very much dismayed whenever we find a really great man were projected as a reformer. Whether it's a Nanak or a Kabir or a Ramakrishna, they can't be reformer. Impossible. For one very good reason, a reformer has to be doshadarshi and a Mahapurush has to be adoshadarshi. They cannot find any fault anywhere. What to ordinary mind is a fault, that also has a purpose. So, adoshadarshitva is a very, very minimum requirement for a Mahapurush. Not only that, it is both Sri Ramakrishna and Ma Sharoda said, don't attain to find fault with others. Paradoshanusandhan cannot be thought of about Sri Ramakrishna. So I do not look upon him as a reformer at all. Does that mean that I have been able to organize all his ideas? No. There are some ideas which if I have time, I will later on discuss, but there are other papers to be listened to. For example, it has been drawn into attention by others also. Only one point I will discuss of this thing. Sarva Mate Sadhana. This is still a problematic to me. Why I won't discuss, if time is permitted, I will discuss it later on. But the standard explanations, as far as I have said, do not appeal to me. I do not think these are consistent with the idea of Sri Ramakrishna, which I have built so far. Similarly, for a totally God-surrendered man, it is not very easy to make it compatible that he should be concerned, if not worried, concerned with the pecuniary future of his wife after his death. That does not easily cohere. I have my explanation. I do not know whether it is right or not, but most of the time it doesn't agree with many other interpretations. But such problems are there. I am not going into it. But Advaita Vedanta, was he a promoter of Advaita? Hardly. I cannot make me to believing that this is so. But how it came about? I think this Advaita zeal is a legacy of the acquaintance with the Brahmas. Many of the earlier disciples of Sri Ramakrishna had first-hand acquaintance and very soft corner for these Brahmas, or this particular doctrine of universalism, which I will talk to a little. So there was a sort of debate and doubt whether Sri Ramakrishna stood for Advaita or not. The question was put to Sri Sarada Ma, and he gave a very, please excuse me, I do not know, very fantastic answer. He said he himself was Advaita. How do you interpret it? Ramakrishna was Advaita. What does it mean? A person is Advaita. I think I have some idea about it, and it makes quite good sense, but it does not, the sense is not that he was the promoter of Advaita Vedanta. Is not. I will come back a little to Advaita Vedanta because time is very little. I will very quickly finish. Now I come to the impact part of it. So far my impression, idea has been more or less positive, enriching my dealing with his ideas. But when I think of the impact of Sri Ramakrishna, then I want to distinguish impact of Sri Ramakrishna on our days, which will be discussed under three heads, but equally important is this impact of us on Sri Ramakrishna, backward. What impact our image, our interpretations, our further development have on Sri Ramakrishna's image that then people had or still some people carry. What effect our interpretation or so much of publicizing Sri Ramakrishna have on his. So I will divide this into two. The first one is impact of Sri Ramakrishna on us, meaning thereby on the personal life of the people who have secondary but very authentic desire to know him, to benefit from him, to our social life and to our academic life. Since I won't be able to have much time to discuss, more or less, to begin with in one word, the result of the impact, considering the impact to be the positive impact, is from little to nothing. This is so particularly because having in mind the very conscious, organized, systematic effort being spent on propagating his ideas, the effect that we perceive, or at least I perceive, is not commensurate with that. One point to touch quickly, why on the spiritual side it is not that effective? Because need for God-man in our country is increasing day by day. Even after Sri Ramakrishna, not many Vivekananda was born. Not only that, the need for many more, every day new God-man, new spiritual leader is being sought for, and they are emerging. Today there are mushrooming of God-men and spiritual leaders. This should not have happened if we are really satisfied with this. The effect would have been, if so satisfying as is expected to be, then we would not have so many of spiritual leaders. I am not speaking only of the spiritual leaders in other parts of the country. They are quite good, fantastic spiritual leaders are there. Chandrasekharanda Saraswati, Raman Moharji, fantastic leaders. But even in Bengal, there are so many. So this one. About the society in Bengal or outside, do we have a better society? More moral, more spiritual, more peaceful, more enlightened? You give the answer. I don't feel like giving an answer. And if you compare, there are some other person maybe who are more effective. We need for Mahatma Gandhi, we need for Anna Hazare. We should not have needed it, if that impact it had on us today. But more important is academic. Academic impact, what had? Academic impact, I think hardly there has been any serious important academic figure who did not have profound respect for Sri Ramakrishna. Profound respect. I have not at least met any who had not. But it came to be believed by the way it is being publicized, the Ramakrishna order, mission and all that sort of thing, that Advaita Vedanta is so much glorified, so much popularized. It has not only produced any good result, it is bad result. First, it has marginalized all other different philosophical thinking, which it should not have done. On the other hand, did it do any good to Vedanta? No. Analytic Vedanta did not develop at all. Not only that, during his time or after his time, none of the great philosophers of India, particularly I am speaking of stalwarts like Phonishantar Kobagish or Jogendranath Bakshi, or even Shatkuri Mukherjee, who had profound respect for Sri Ramakrishna. They never took any note of this sort of Vedanta, even practical Vedanta, hardly. So it had no great effect on the teachings and research and thinking of Vedanta. It did not. Nor did these Vedantians took note of it. Only exception, maybe under compulsion, Dinesh Chandra Bhattacharya wrote a book, Swamiji's Advaita Vedanta thought, and you see read the book. He was in great struggle with combining and cohering the classical analytical Vedanta with Sri Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, and again he did say the Vivekananda did not study Vedanta in the traditional way, in that book. So that way also. And therefore, I think the result is negative. It did not promote philosophical culture very much. It did not promote spiritual culture as expected. It did not promote the social culture much. I do not blame them. But the fact is this, even if it is to blame ourselves who fail to make them effective, the fact remains that they have not been as effective as they should have been. But what impact on Sri Ramakrishna? I think time is off. No? I have to stop. That part I'll end. Thank you.
We thank Professor Mukhopadhyay for his thought-provoking speech, and I am sure we will have a serious interaction on this talk. Now we invite Professor Antara Banerjee, Department of Sanskrit, Barasat Government College, to present her paper. She will be speaking on Sri Ramakrishna O Vishishtadvaitavad in Bengali.
অধ্যাপক সেন এবং অধ্যাপক মুখোপাধ্যায়ের অনুমতি নিয়ে শুরু করছি। সবার শুরুতে আমি অধ্যাপক সন্দীপন সেন এবং অন্যান্য যারা আয়োজন করেছেন সেমিনারের তাদেরকে আমার গভীর কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাই। এই মঞ্চে আমাকে বলবার সুযোগ করে দিয়েছেন তারা। এই প্রবন্ধের শীর্ষক শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ ও বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতবাদ। স্বামী লোকেশ্বরানন্দ তব কথামৃতম গ্রন্থে এক জায়গায় লিখছেন, ঠাকুর বলছেন ব্রহ্ম জীবজগৎ বিশিষ্ট। রামানুজের এরকম একটা মত আছে, বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতবাদ বলে একে। তার এই কথার সূত্র ধরে খুঁজতে যাই বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতবাদের স্বরূপ এবং তার সঙ্গে শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণের ভাবে কতটা মিল। খোঁজার শেষে দেখি ঠাকুরের হাত ধরেই ঘুরে এলাম দর্শন সমুদ্র, সাংখ্য থেকে বেদান্ত, অদ্বৈতবাদ থেকে বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতবাদ, এবং সেখানেও শেষ নয়। এই অভিজ্ঞতা সকলের সঙ্গে ভাগ করে নেবার আশাতেই এই প্রবন্ধ লেখা। স্বরদর্শনের অন্যতম বেদান্ত দর্শন মোক্ষশাস্ত্র বা ব্রহ্মবিদ্যা নামেও সমধিক পরিচিত। এই দর্শনের মূল বেদের অন্তভাগ বা উপনিষদগুলি। উপনিষদকে ভিত্তি করে সূত্রকার বাদরায়ণ বা ব্যাস ব্রহ্মসূত্রগুলি রচনা করেন। সম্ভবত 4র্থ শতাব্দীর মধ্যেই সূত্র রচনা সম্পূর্ণ হয়ে গিয়েছিল। আর 8ম শতাব্দীতে আচার্য শঙ্কর বেদান্তের সবচেয়ে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ভাষ্যটি রচনা করেন। পরে একাধিক ভাষ্যকার নিজের নিজের সম্প্রদায়ক্রমে বেদান্ত সূত্রের ভাষ্য লিখেছেন, যেমন বৈষ্ণব ধারায় রামানুজ, নিম্বার্ক, মাধব, বল্লভ, শৈব ধারায় শ্রীকণ্ঠ, শ্রীপতি প্রমুখ। এদের মধ্যে রামানুজ ছিলেন শ্রী সম্প্রদায়ের বৈষ্ণব। তার মতটি বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতবাদ নামে খ্যাত। রামানুজের শ্রীভাষ্য অনুসারে 3টি মূল তত্ত্ব, চিৎ, অচিৎ ও ঈশ্বর। চিৎ আত্মা, সে দেহাদি ব্যতিরিক্ত, স্বপ্রকাশ, অনু, নিত্য, অতীন্দ্রিয়, সর্বদা একরূপ ও নির্বিকার। আত্মা জ্ঞানস্বরূপ, জ্ঞান প্রকাশের অবস্থায় অনুকূল বলে আত্মাও স্বভাবতই আনন্দরূপ। তার যাবতীয় দুঃখের মূল কারণ দেহাত্মভ্রম। আত্মা আবার বদ্ধ, মুক্ত ও নিত্য 3 প্রকার। প্রকৃতির সংসর্গে আত্মাতে অবিদ্যা, কর্ম, বাসনা প্রভৃতি উৎপন্ন হয়। অচিত হল জড়তত্ত্ব, এটি বিকারপ্রাপ্ত হয়। অচিত আবার 3 প্রকার, শুদ্ধ সত্ত্ব, মিশ্র সত্ত্ব ও কাল। শুদ্ধ সত্ত্ব নিত্য, নির্মল, জ্ঞান ও আনন্দের জনক। মিশ্র সত্ত্ব বদ্ধজীবের জ্ঞান ও আনন্দের আবরক, বিপরীত জ্ঞানের কারণ। একেই প্রকৃতি, অবিদ্যা, মায়া প্রভৃতি নাম দেওয়া হয়েছে। ক্রমশ বৃদ্ধি লাভ করে এই তত্ত্ব চতুর্বিংশতি তত্ত্বে পরিণাম লাভ করে। আর সত্যশূন্য ত্রিগুণরহিত অচিত বস্তু কাল। লীলা বিভূতিতে ঈশ্বর কালের অধীন, নিত্য বিভূতিতে কাল থাকলেও তার স্বাতন্ত্র্য নেই। তৃতীয় অর্থাৎ ঈশ্বর তত্ত্বই মূল তত্ত্ব। চিদ অচিদ ঈশ্বরের শরীর, ঈশ্বর নিত্যই চিৎ ও অচিতের দ্বারা বিশিষ্ট। তিনি অনন্ত জ্ঞান ও আনন্দস্বরূপ। লক্ষ্মী, ভূ ও লীলা তার সৃষ্টি স্থিতি সংহারকারিণী তিন শক্তি। শ্রী রামকৃষ্ণ এই বিশিষ্ট অদ্বৈতকে এক কথায় বলেন, তিনিই অখণ্ড সচ্চিদানন্দ, তিনিই আবার জীবজগৎ হয়েছেন। অনুপম উদাহরণে বুঝিয়ে দেন, তাকে যারা পেয়েছে তারা জানে যে তিনিই সব হয়েছেন, ঈশ্বর, মায়া, জীব জগৎ। যদি একটা বেলের খোলা, শ্বাস, বিচি আলাদা করা যায়, খোলাটা যেন জগৎ, জীবগুলি যেন বিচি। বিচার করবার সময় শ্বাসকেই সার, খোলা আর বিচিকে অসার বলে বোধ হয়। বিচার হয়ে গেলে সমস্ত জড়িয়ে এক বলে বোধ হয়। যারই শ্বাস তারই বিচি, তারই খোলা। অদ্বৈতীর কাছে ব্রহ্ম সত্য, জগৎ মিথ্যা। বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতীর কাছে জীবজগৎ শুদ্ধ তিনি। আর ভক্তের চোখে জগৎ মিথ্যা নয়, তা ভগবানের ঐশ্বর্য। কথামৃতে আছে, আকাশ, নক্ষত্র, চন্দ্র, সূর্য, পর্বত, সমুদ্র, জীব জন্তু এসব ঈশ্বর করেছেন, তাঁরই ঐশ্বর্য। তিনি অন্তরে, হৃদয় মধ্যে, আবার বাহিরে। উত্তম ভক্ত বলে, তিনি নিজে এই চতুর্বিংশতি তত্ত্ব জীব জগৎ হয়েছেন। চিৎ ও অচিৎ ঈশ্বরের দেহ। তার দেহ বদ্ধ জীবের মতো স্বরূপকে আচ্ছাদিত করে না, বরং প্রকাশ করে। সোনার পাত্র যেমন ভেতরকার সোনাকে প্রকাশ করে, ভগবৎ বিগ্রহও তেমনি ভগবানের স্বরূপ প্রকটিত করে। তার স্বরূপ বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈত মতে পঞ্চবিধ। 1. অর্চাবতার, গৃহে বা মন্দিরে বিগ্রহ রূপে যিনি পূজিত হন। 2. বিভব বা প্রাদুর্ভাব, অবতার হয়ে যিনি আসেন। 3. বুহ, জীবের সৃষ্টির জন্য, রক্ষার জন্য ভক্তের ভগবান হয়ে যিনি উপাসিত হন। 4. পর বা বাসুদেব, বৈষ্ণব মতে এটি ভগবানের পরম স্বরূপ। আর এই 4টি রূপের ঊর্ধ্বে আছে তার অপূর্ব সেই স্বরূপ অন্তর্যামী। জীবের উপাসনার জন্য, তাকে রক্ষা করার জন্য পরমাত্মা সখা হয়ে, বন্ধু হয়ে, মা হয়ে জীবের হৃদয় কমলে অধিষ্ঠান করেন অন্তর্যামী রূপে। এই 5টি রূপের পূর্বেরটির উপাসনায় চিত্ত নির্মল হলে উত্তরোত্তর উপাসনায় অধিকার জন্মায়। ক্রমশ ক্ষীণ পাপ হলে ভগবান প্রসন্ন হয়ে জীবের অবিদ্যা দূর করেন। ঈশ্বরের গুণগুলি তখন জীবে প্রকাশ পায়। ঈশ্বরের নানা রূপের কথা ঠাকুর বলছেন। তিনি যে নানা রূপে ভক্তের কাছে আসেন তাই নয়, নররূপে জন্মগ্রহণও করেন তিনি। অন্যত্র বলছেন, নিরাকার ব্রহ্মই শিব, কালী প্রভৃতি সাকার মূর্তিতে ভক্তকে দর্শন দেন। আবার লোক কল্যাণের জন্য কৃষ্ণ প্রভৃতি অবতার রূপেও তিনি পৃথিবীতে আবির্ভূত হন। তব কথামৃতম থেকে পড়ছি একটু। প্রকৃতপক্ষে সাধকানাং হিতার্থায় ব্রহ্মণ রূপকল্পনা। সাধকের কল্যাণের জন্যেই ব্রহ্মের রূপকল্পনা। যিনি অসীম, ভক্তের মনোবাসনা পূর্ণ করার জন্য তিনি সসীম হন। ঠাকুর বলছেন, কি রকম জানো? যেন সচ্চিদানন্দ সমুদ্র, কুল কিনারা নাই, ভক্তিহিমে সেই সমুদ্রের স্থানে স্থানে জল বরফ হয়ে যায়। অর্থাৎ ভক্তের কাছে তিনি সাক্ষাৎ হয়ে কখনো কখনো সাকার রূপ হয়ে দেখা দেন। বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতী মতে ঈশ্বরের উপাসনা অর্থ ধ্যান। মহামহোপাধ্যায় গোপীনাথ কবিরাজের ভাষায় ধ্রুবানুস্মৃতিরূপ ধ্যান। এই ধ্যানকেই রামানুজ অনুগামীদের মতে ভক্তি বলা হয়েছে। জ্ঞান এরই নামান্তর। শাস্ত্রাদি থেকে কর্মতত্ত্ব জেনে নিয়ে নিরন্তর স্বধর্মের অনুষ্ঠান ও তার সাথে ভক্তিযোগ অভ্যাস করতে হবে। ভক্তিই ঈশ্বর লাভের উপায়। জ্ঞান ও কর্ম চিত্তশুদ্ধির দ্বার মাত্র। কর্ম দ্বারা অর্থ ও কামের প্রাপ্তি হয়। জ্ঞানযোগে কৈবল্য মুক্তি পর্যন্ত হতে পারে। জ্ঞানযুক্ত ভক্তিযোগে ঈশ্বর প্রাপ্তি হয়। ভক্তি, তা থেকে পরাভক্তি, অতঃপর পরজ্ঞান বা ব্রহ্ম সাক্ষাৎকার, তারও পরে পরম ভক্তি। বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতী বলেন এই হলো ক্রমমুক্তির পথ। ঠাকুর কত সহজে বুঝিয়ে দিলেন, জ্ঞান পুরুষ মানুষ বারবারই পর্যন্ত যায়, ভক্তি মেয়ে মানুষ অন্তর্মহল পর্যন্ত যেতে পারে। জ্ঞান পথে যেটা বিচার করে আনতে হয়, ত্যাগ, নিবৃত্তি বা সংযম, ভক্তিপথে সেটা আপনা আপনি এসে যায়। তাই ভক্তিপথেই তাকে সহজে পাওয়া যায়। বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতে ফিরে আসি। ভক্তিযোগে যার সামর্থ্য নেই তার জন্য উপায় প্রপত্তি, অর্থাৎ ঈশ্বরের শরণ নেওয়া। একেই শ্রেষ্ঠ ভাগবত ধর্ম বা প্রকৃত সন্ন্যাস বলা হয়েছে। প্রপত্তিও সম্ভব না হলে পথ আচার্যাভিমান। আচার্য বা গুরুকে ভগবানের প্রতিনিধি জ্ঞানে তার আশ্রয় নিতে হয়। মহামহোপাধ্যায় গোপীনাথ কবিরাজের ভাষায়, মাতা যেমন রুগ্ন স্তন্যপায়ী শিশুর রোগ দূরীকরণের উদ্দেশ্যে নিজেই রোগ নিবর্তক ঔষধ সেবন করিয়া শিশুকে নিরাময় করেন, ভগবানও তেমনি দুর্বল, অসহায় ও নিজের শক্তিতে উত্থান আসমর্থ জীবের উদ্ধার কামনায় কোনো সেবককে গুরুরূপে প্রেরণ করেন। সাংখ্য দর্শনের কৈবল্য বা মোক্ষপ্রাপ্তির সঙ্গে বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতের মোক্ষের মিল থাকলেও রামানুজ মতে ভক্তের পুরুষার্থ বা মোক্ষ ভগবদ অনুভব। ভগবানের দাসত্বই জীবের স্বাতন্ত্র্য বা পরম পুরুষার্থ। ভগবান আশ্রয়, জীব আশ্রিত, এই আশ্রিতভাবী দাস্য, এরই পূর্ণ বিকাশ মোক্ষ। ঠাকুর বলেন, মনে মনে সবসময় বলতে হয়, আমি দাস, তুমি প্রভু, তুমি মা, আমি তোমার সন্তান। এই রকম অভ্যাস করতে করতেই ঈশ্বর লাভ হয়। এরই নাম ভক্তিযোগ। নির্বাণ মুক্তিতে আমিত্ববোধ থাকে না, জ্ঞাতা ও জ্ঞেয়ের ভেদ লোপ পায়। কিন্তু পরম ভক্ত যে, সে অমন মুক্তি চায় না, সে দাস হয়েই থাকতে চায়। প্রসঙ্গত হনুমানের কথা বলা যায়। সে বলেছিল, ভববন্দচ্ছিদে তস্যই প্রার্থয়ামি ন মুক্তয়ে, ভবান প্রভুরয়ং দাস ইতি যত্র বিলুপ্যতে। বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতবাদের ভিত্তি উপনিষদ এবং ব্রহ্মসূত্র। সেদিক দিয়ে অদ্বৈত মতের সঙ্গে রামানুজ মতের একটা আত্মীয়তা আছে বলতেই হয়, যদিও অদ্বৈত মত তিনি বহু ক্ষেত্রেই অতিক্রম করেছেন। তাত্ত্বিক দৃষ্টিতে বরং সাংখ্য দর্শনের সঙ্গে এর মিল অনেক বেশি। তবে শ্রী রামকৃষ্ণ পরম সহিষ্ণুতায় সব দর্শনের সমন্বয় করে দিয়েছেন। দেখতে পাই, সাংখ্যের চতুর্বিংশতি তত্ত্বকে মেনে ত্রিগুণাত্মিকা প্রকৃতিকে বহুভাবে চিনিয়ে দিয়ে সাংখ্য দর্শনকে ছেড়ে এগিয়ে গেছেন ঠাকুর। অদ্বৈতীর নির্গুণ নিরাকার ব্রহ্ম আর বিশিষ্টাদ্বৈতীর সগুণ সপ্রপঞ্চ ব্রহ্মকে সমান সত্য বলে বুঝিয়ে দিয়েছেন অতুলনীয় সব উদাহরণে। তবু সেখানেও থেমে থাকেননি। পুরুষ প্রকৃতি, ব্রহ্ম মায়া, শিব কালী, এভাবে নিত্য ও লীলার দ্বন্দ্ব চেনাতে চেনাতে পার করে নিয়ে গেছেন দর্শনের সব সীমানা। অবশেষে তার পথ এসে মিশেছে তাঁরই অমৃতের সাগরে, ভক্তিরসের অমৃত সাগর। ভক্তি কলিযুগের যুগধর্ম। ভক্তিতেও দেখিয়েছেন ক্রম উত্তরণের পথ। বৈধি ভক্তি, জ্ঞানমিশ্রা ভক্তি, রাগভক্তি বা শুদ্ধা ভক্তি। সত্য থেকে উচ্চতর সত্যে আরোহণের এই যে মধুর পথ ঠাকুর শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ সহজ ভাষায় চোখে আঙুল দিয়ে দেখিয়ে দিলেন, তাকে কোনো বাদ বা মতের গণ্ডিতে আটকে রাখা যায় না। গীতা সব উপনিষদের সার, আর সব দর্শনের, সব মতবাদের সার ঠাকুর শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ। নমস্কার।
Thank you, Professor Antara Banerjee. Now we have the second paper presentation of the Kalyani Mahavidyalaya. His paper is on fish and fisherman imagery in Sri Ramakrishna's teachings, discourses on power and beyond in the light of Vedas and Mahabharata. In the meantime, our volunteers will distribute the slips of paper as it was done yesterday. Anyone who has questions, we request you to write them down and also please mention to whom the question is addressed. Please. Would like to have a glass of water?
No, thank you. Namaskar সকলকে. First I thank Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira for giving me the opportunity
to present this paper. The title of my paper is Fish and Fishermen Imagery in Sri Ramakrishna's Teachings, Discourses on Power and Beyond in the Light of Vedas and Mahabharata. Sri Ramakrishna's anecdotes and similes are mostly from everyday life sources. Certain imageries recur in them. In this paper, I will discuss on his use of fisherman imagery as found in Ramakrishna Kathamrita. Sri Ramakrishna's rural background, his mostly fish-loving Bengali audience, his regular viewing of fishing in Ganga, his tantra sadhana with symbolic fish, all these are obvious reasons why fisherman imagery abound in his anecdotes. However, as I shall attempt to show in this paper, such imagery is Sri Ramakrishna's natural legacy of the tradition of Vedic Dharma upheld by Krishna Dvaipayan and Vasudev Krishna, which, with his ingenious genius, Sri Ramakrishna further recreates and transforms into metaphors of self-realized philosophic and soteriological concepts as Sahaj expression of truth. In Vedas and Mahabharata, fish is symbol and metaphor for God, king, yogi, powerless and vulnerable ordinary man, spiritually weak persons and destined victim of Kal. In Mahabharata, Shatapath Brahman, Vedas and particularly Upanishads, fisherman imagery relate to food and is actually imagery of power, as in Matsanya, in which big fish has more power than small fish and fisherman has more power than big fish. However, in the Matsanya system, the small fish can gain over the big fish by strategy or upaya, and the Krishnas in Mahabharata suggest that upaya. The allegory, for example, in the Rig Veda, Indra is small fish in comparison to Vitra, who is more powerful than him. But finally, Indra gains over Vitra with strategy. Now, this Indra-Vitra allegorical narrative in Rig Veda, it applies both to the internal and external. And in Mahabharata, Krishna suggests that one has to first gain over the internal to conquer the external. And so he uses the Indra-Vitra war to Yudhishthir as an internal war and says that external conquest is not possible without internal conquest. In ancient thoughts, fish and fisherman represent a paradox, which I call fish-fisherman paradox. The paradox suggests that fish can take the role of fisherman and sometimes the fisherman can be reduced to the status of fish. Now, in Hindu philosophy, in our philosophy, God, Purush, Shiv, Shakti or Parvati, Kali, Vishnu and Krishna all represent fish-fisherman paradox. Sri Ramakrishna's God is fish playing in pond water of heart, invisible from outside owing to reeds and scum of Maya. Again, God is fisherman catching fish beings with his Maya net, only allowing the big fish free souls to escape. In the Mahabharata cosmic scheme, Kal also represents fish-fisherman paradox, being eater as well as eaten. To Sri Ramakrishna and Ramprasad, Kali is supreme because even Brahma and Vishnu have lost their consciousness owing to Mahamaya's Maya. In Mahabharata, Krishna Dvaipayan suggests the same through the nature of Krishna's death at the hand of Jara Bad. Now, Jara suggests Kal, Bad, fisherman, and very significantly in the description of that scene when Krishna dies, Krishna and Balaram are compared to big fishes entangled in Kal fisherman's net. Like Kali being the central divinity in Sri Ramakrishna's life, his use of fisherman imagery therefore must be understood in above light. Like God and Kal, Kam is fisherman paradox in Mahabharata, sometimes likened to crocodile, and Kam is born of Rajogun, which is also fish, Rajominam, as Bhishma says. In Gita, Krodh is born of Kam, Kamat Krodhavi Jayate. Thus, Kam and Krodh, Rajogun and Ahankar representing fisherman paradox unleash internal Matsanya. Kamini in Upanishad is either fisherman Kama's net or bait to catch man fish, or she is a fisherman as in Mahabharata. In Sri Ramakrishna's narrative, A fisherman kite gains peace after giving up fish come. So Sri Ramakrishna also compares calm with fish. Fish calm also he sometimes compare it with crocodile, becomes literal in Sri Ramakrishna's self-humor in his erstwhile calm to eat fish curry with eggplant. Like God, Kal, Kali and calm, Jogi also represents the same paradox in Mahabharata. Jogi is big fish who can break through calm fisherman's net, and also fishermen who can net big fish calm. Yogis Buddhi and Pragya are also likened to fishermen. Thus, the antidote to calm Kamini's fish fisherman paradox is the yogi with same paradox. Like Krishna Dvaipayan and Vasudev Krishna, in Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita, Sri Ramakrishna embodies the fish fisherman paradox. In his divine experience of Samadhi, he feels himself as a fisherman drawing the whole universe in a net, as well as a fish playing joyfully in the ocean of Satchidananda. He also wants to be a fish in the claws of Brahmamoyi in one of Ramprasad's song, implying a devotee fish is under absolute power of fisherman Kali. Fish is Sri Ramakrishna's metaphor for material self. Death of fish implies birth of spiritual self. Seeing Dr. Sarkar's growing spiritual inclination, Sri Ramakrishna smiles. It was tied to the fish hook. The fish will die and come to the surface. Once, when Sri Ramakrishna is silent in Bhavo, Sri M sees in him as fisherman with all attention and a concentrated mind. Being childlike and nistroigunno, Sri Ramakrishna is fisherman beyond the Matsurnaya of three gunas that is hinted in the Gita. In his teachings, fisherman appears as teacher, as in the case of an Avadhut who learns from a fisherman and fisherman birds, heron and kite. Fisherman inspires Ramayan when Valmiki sees the death of a bird at a Nishad Vyas's hand, and Nishad Vyas, who is both fish and fisherman, composes shepherd fisherman Krishna's life story ending at a Nishad Vyas's hand. Now in Mahabharata, Krishna Dvaipayan is both fish and fisherman. His mother Satyavati was born in the womb of a fish, and she was also brought up by fishermen. So Vedavyas represents this fish-fisherman paradox. Sri Ramakrishna explains that a fisherman's patience and devotion is necessary to attain God. And idle and tamasic men are those who cannot catch fish by themselves and depend on others for eating fish. In his tales, fish fisherman imagery acts as the background to reveal a man's hypocrisy, who apparently counts beads for job, but has his mind in bargaining fish with a fisherman. Fisherman sometimes suggests habituated and psychologically dependent existence, as in the case of the fisherwoman who could only sleep by keeping the empty basket of fish emanating fish stench close to her nose, as Chupri. To Sri Ramakrishna, the mind's natural state is yoga, like a fisherman's sotka call that suddenly springs up to regain its upright position once the fish has swallowed the bait, that is, once the mind has dealt with calm. Fish is Sri Ramakrishna's metaphor for the state of being in Samadhi. One of the movements of spiritual current during Samadhi is like the movements of fish. Bhava creates motion in the being like a big fish surging up the ocean water in motion. He compares Radha's Mohabhav with fish in a Ramprasad's song. Fishes gathering to eat puffed rice in Motisil Lake in Belghoria stimulates him, as if the fish of the Atma is sporting in the sea of Satchidananda. In his narrative of Gaur and Nitai proposing Magur Macher Jhol, Juboti Meer Kol, Bol Hori Bol, fish symbolizes sublimated temptation. To Sri Ramakrishna, variety of fish cuisine is metaphor for different attitudes and religious beliefs, akin to a mother's providing variety of fish cuisine to each of her 5 children with equal love, keeping in mind the capacity of their stomach. He uses fish imagery to suggest different inclinations likened to different digestive capability. What one understands is what one can digest. Now this eating imagery becomes very significant because there is a Ramprasad song, Ebar Kali Tomai Khabo. Fish bone is Ramakrishna's metaphor for sin. Variety of fish cuisine is his metaphor for different modes of worship through which he draws variety of spiritual rasa. Sri Ramakrishna uses fish imagery as metaphors of different levels of being. Only the big fish can tear through God fisherman's net, while bound jivas attached to Kamini Kanchan are like fish that make no attempt to escape, but fall deeper into the mud and live in the net with complacent happiness. The bound soul fish makes pit and enters it and does not come out despite having way. A free soul unattached to senses and sensual pleasure is like pakal mach, mud fish, which lives in the mud but is unsoiled and shining bright. Thus, naturally, as in Mahabharata, big fish is yogi. So Sri Ramakrishna compares Swami Vivekananda with a big fish. He is a red-eyed carp among fishes. Others are small fish like minnows or small white fish. Sri Ramakrishna's Kamini Kanchan discourse and fish, this is the most important discourse which I feel. Now, Kamini Kanchan, Kamini or Kam, Kanchan or Artho, they are two of the Purusharthas. As we have seen in Rig Ved or Upanishadic and Mahabharatan tradition, both Kam and Kanchan represent the fisherman paradox. Now, what is Kamini? With reference to Mahabharata, Bhagavad Puran and Vatsyayan's Kam Sutra, Kamini suggests sexually powerful women and sexually conscious women's power that has manipulative potential. Thus, in Mahabharata, an Apsara named Panchachura, she speaks with Narad in a discourse of Yudhishthira and Bhishma, and they equate women with fishermen. To women, fishermen Kam, helpless man is fish, and Kam also influences Buddhi, which is feminine in Mahabharata, which explains perhaps why Sri Ramakrishna explains Kamini in the feminine. Fish sting is Sri Ramakrishna's metaphor for the nature of his pain when touched by women or money. Now, Kamini is not every woman, but one who draws man to over inclination to Kam. However, for Sri Ramakrishna's disciples who would adopt sannyas for service to humankind, Kamini is every woman. For a man, he says, for a man, women is like tamarind pickles. Again, the reference is to food imagery. Sri Ramakrishna accepts the existential reality that desire for sensuous enjoyment is ever there, like the pitcher of water. He says, one can't find fault with this desire. However, the patient wants to drink the whole pitcher of water, suggesting that Kam, or one-third life, being one of the three Purusharthas, becomes problematic when it creates the delusion of whole. And here he presages Carl Jung and Lacan. Kanchan connotes gold, therefore Artho. Over-inclination to Artho results in delusion of power, asuric nature that unleashes Matsannaya. And Sri Ramakrishna exemplifies that through the story of the frog, that owning a rupee is packed with ahankar to dare an elephant. As we have seen, Artho brings ahankar, and ahankar is also fish, being born of Rajagun, which is also compared to fish. In Rig Ved, Kanchan causes Matsannaya. There is a Rig of Rishi Boshishto, who first uses the Matsannaya imagery while describing a king's over inclination to Artho. Sri Ramakrishna exemplifies this. Kamini Kanchan are codependent and born of each other. Sri Ramakrishna exemplifies this through the story of Brahmanas of Jaipur who lost their power over the king and became his dependent for money once they married. Sri Ramakrishna, now I come to the conclusive part of my paper. So we have seen there are three layers which I read in Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita. The first layer is God, Kal or Kali, they represent the fish fisherman paradox. In the second level is Kam Kanchan, which is also the fish fisherman paradox. And we ordinary men are the small fish caught in the net of that paradox. Mahabharata suggests balanced pursuit of Purusharthas to trap Kam in Pragya fisherman's net. Both Kamini Kanchan and fish fishermen, and marking them as the foremost enemy, Sri Ramakrishna suggests the necessity to be fisherman, the eater of fish. And here he is Kali's child, because in Mahabharata, fisherman goddess Parvati or Shakti defines Purush as one who is Prabhu yet free of ahankar. implying conqueror of internal fish is the true Purush or big fish fisherman. Krishnodvaipayan says even fisherman needs upaya to catch fish, and Sri Ramakrishna suggests the same as a spiritual necessity in the tradition of Mahabharata, to fight enemy in his own game, to remove a thorn by another thorn, Tamo by Sattva, and then discarding both, implying his upaya is pragmatic, accepting the existential reality of the thorn. The eater of fish, Sri Ramakrishna's upayas are recognizing Maya, which will then take flight ashamed of itself, analytical deconstruction of myth sense about Kam Kanchan, actual karma of simultaneous enjoyment and detachment to destroy the myth sense, taking calm in stride as normal and natural without attributing it over-importance and fixing it in its due one-third place, using devotion as a sublimation technique to avoid the trap of ahankar by substituting the eye of ahankar to eye of knowledge devotee, Das Ami, and most importantly, assuming the nature of Maya's fish fisherman paradox to defeat Maya's paradoxical power, which includes assuming feminine self. The strategy of countering something by assuming its nature is in fact the same upaya that the four Krishnas in Mahabharata, particularly Vasudev Krishna, represents. In Mahabharata, Krishna or dark color is considered the worst color. Blue and dark are considered the worst colors in Mahabharata. So, the significance of the Krishnas is this: they can assume the black to destroy the black. Sri Ramakrishna jokes about his seeking variety raws to eat fish prepared in all different ways and attributes it to his feminine nature. In terms of fisherman's upaya, this is very significant. The fisherman gods or characters are ambisexual, suggesting masculine-feminine balance. For example, Shiv is Ardhanarishwar, Vishnu has Mohini avatar, Krishna has also a feminine avatar in a folk narrative in South India, and Arjuna as Brihannala represent this principle. Even Purush and Prakriti cannot be interpreted simplistically as male and female, because Krishnodvaipayan says they are Alingau. Arjuna shows sexual restraint to Urvashi and earns her curse, actually a boon in guise, and as Brihannala he lives amidst women yet with conquered calm. So what I interpret of these episodes is that when there is masculine-feminine balance in oneself, one can conquer calm. Thus, Shiv can conquer calm or destroy calm. Performance is implied in Vishnu's Mohini avatar, etymology of Krishna and his philosophy of Lokosangraham. Acting performance is false. However, if the performance relates to God, then it gains true significance, as in the case of Sri Ramakrishna's fisherman thief, who took on the garb of a sadhu to escape arrest. And when others took him to be a real sadhu, he realized the necessity to become a genuine sadhu. I will now conclude my paper. I hope I am not taking much time. Sri Ramakrishna salvages dharma itself from the big fish or fisherman of discourses, like a benign spiritual fisherman, and brings it down to everyday life as if dharma is as simple as our regular breath. The small fish, we, are vulnerable in power game, and however, Sri Ramakrishna sees God's consciousness flashing in small fish. He gives the greatest hope to the small fishes. Thus, he deconstructs absolutism of power in Vedic tradition, reminding Utatha in Mahabharata, who regards weakness as more powerful than power, and Sulabha, who blasts King Janaka's delusion of power by showing that power has dependency and insecurity lurking at its heart. Sri Ramakrishna's teachings are thus a great hope for the small fish, both at self level and social level. And here he is the ideal benign spiritual fisherman, and also as Paramahansa, the great swan, a fisherman bird that mythically separates milk from water and more significantly floats above water, therefore above Matsannaya. Sri Ramakrishna saying, one who says I cannot be free, verily cannot be free. One who exerts will to say I am free, verily achieves freedom, is the clarion call of the fisherman against the inner script created by Kamini Kanchan fish. To destroy, to sum up, to destroy the fish-fisherman paradox of communication that becomes the tyrant Britro of internal self. Sri Ramakrishna himself becomes the paradox, taking shelter of Kala Kali of same paradox and calls us to become yogi with same paradox. It suggests to meet, face and fight communication paradox, become that paradox, kata diye kata tolo, that is Sri Ramakrishna's upay in line of tradition of the Krishnas of Mahabharata. Thank you.
Thank you. We thank Professor Indrajit Bandyopadhyay for his thought-provoking presentation. Professor J.N. Mohanty has already arrived. We request Swami Tyagarupananda ji to greet him with flowers and a small token of our gratitude. Our next speaker is Professor Shobujkoli Sen. Professor Sen is Professor of Philosophy at the Department of Philosophy and Religion, Vishwa Bharati. With a teaching career of nearly 3 decades, Professor Sen has written a number of books, articles, and research projects on various aspects of philosophy. She is a member of the editorial board of the Journal of Humanities at Vidyasagar University. She has served as the academic secretary in the Shantiniketan chapter of the Academy of Comparative Religion and has also been associated with the Indian Philosophical Congress. We now request Professor Sen to deliver her address on the topic entitled Sri Ramakrishna's Ideas from a Feminist Perspective. Professor Sen.
Jananing Sharadang Deving Ramakrishnang Jagadgurung Padapadmeta Sritva Pranamami Muhurmuhu. Respected Professor Jitendranath Mohanty, respected Professor Pradut Kumar Mukhopadhyay, revered monks and brahmacharis of Ramakrishna order, learned delegates, students and friends. At the outset, I wish to express my profound gratitude to Swami Tyagarupananda Maharaj Ji, Adhyaksha Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, for being kind enough to consider me to deliver a speech on Sri Ramakrishna's idea from feminist perspective. I, on my part, consider this to be a very rare privilege and honor. My paper, Sri Ramakrishna from Feminist Perspective and Observation, comprises of 3 sections. The first section deals very briefly with what is feminism, the relation between feminism and spirituality, and the allegations of the feminists against religion in general. In the second section, I have tried to analyze whether these allegations are applicable to Sri Ramakrishna. The third section deals with the question, is Sri Ramakrishna a misogynist? And my comments. Feminism in India is a recent phenomenon. It is a Western concept. In the West, its roots go back as far as the Enlightenment of the 18th century and especially the liberalism of the 19th century. It was mainly the freedom struggle, a movement to overcome the oppression of an indiscrimination against women, which is deeply embedded in social and cultural institutions. David Bouquer, in his study, The Feminist Challenge, uses a definition which covers the whole range of feminist beliefs and practices. For him, feminism includes any form of opposition to any form of social, personal, or economical discrimination which women suffer because of their sex. Feminism is not only a social and political movement. In contemporary culture, it functions as a critical category because it challenges and examines the foundations of our language, thought, and institutions, our social and political power structures, and their hierarchical divisions. A question arises: how do feminism and spirituality relate to each other? Feminism is an important social and political movement which perhaps yet not come of age. Spirituality, on the other hand, has to do with an age-old human quest to seek fulfillment, liberation, and pointers towards transcendence amidst the welter of human experience. The term spirituality is easily misunderstood. It is too often associated with an exclusively quote-unquote religious or even ascetic stance separate from the secular world. Many, though not all, spiritual teachers of the past have preached and practiced a world-denying spirituality based on a sharp separation of the different spheres of human experience, a separation which has been altogether unwholesome. However, spirituality must not be understood as something apart from or as something added to life. Rather, it is something which permeates all human activities and experiences rather being additional to them. Spirituality can be described as a process of transformation and growth, an organic and dynamic part of human development of both individual and society. The feminist thinkers view religion and spirituality in two ways. Positively, it seeks to discover different, more integral world and life-affirming possibilities. Negatively, it challenges traditional religions and spiritualities for their exclusiveness, their rejection and subordination of women. In public discussions about spirituality, usually conducted by professional theologians or religiously committed people, feminist voices on spirituality have so far been little noted. Feminists all over the world are better known for their critique of traditional religion than for their views on spirituality. It has also been shown that on the whole, feminists tend to be less religious in a traditional sense than non-feminist women. The sharp feminist critique of religion challenges important aspects of religious teachings. However, there are feminists who are convinced that religion is profoundly important. For them, the discovery that religions teach the inferiority of women is experienced as a betrayal of deeply felt spiritual and religious experiences. They are convinced that religion must be reformed and reconstructed to support full human dignity of women. Before discussing Sri Ramakrishna from feminist perspective, let us see the arguments in brief given by the feminists against traditional religion in general. Feminists have charged that Judaism, Christianity and Islam are sexist religion with a male god, and all traditional religions in general have traditions of male leadership that legitimate the superiority of men in family and society. Though feminist voices express concern and protest about many specific issues, but fundamentally all criticisms and campaigns are rooted in an outright challenge to patriarchy and androcentrism. Generally, patriarchy means a hypothetical social system based on the absolute authority of the father or an elderly male over the family group. The feminists allege that wherever one looks in the world, religious institutions are dominated by men. Women are largely invisible or at least marginal to the public positions of power, authority, and hierarchy. There are hardly ever official spokeswomen of religious institutions, whereas the grassroots level of women almost everywhere in the world form the majority of participants in ordinary day-to-day religious life. Whilst God as an all-encompassing ultimate reality transcends the difference of sex, this reality has in many religions been predominantly presented as father rather than as mother. The feminists have raised another question. Is there any room for women in religion? Sometimes one thinks not. It is therefore not surprising that different feminists take a very different stance towards religion. Some reject it outright. They simply see religion as an external institution, authority and power structure which keeps people in a state of dependence and thereby prevents them from acquiring autonomy from the will to actively shape their lives and take full responsibility for it. Related to it, another question arises. What status and role do particular religion assign to women? What are the patterns of participation or exclusion from ritual and liturgy? What kind of religious authority can women wield in what kind of religious institution? Are women given equal status in religious life, that is, the priesthood, where it exists, and in various forms of monasticism? Here, the challenge is about the lack of official recognition, the absence of power and status in visible hierarchies, the subservient and frequent invisible role played by many women throughout the world. It may be mentioned here that, like feminism, the concepts of equality, freedom, and hierarchy are also Western concepts. The most decisive difference between that is the origin from Semitic religion. The most decisive difference between the Semitic and the non-Semitic religions lies in the doctrine of man. Man or woman, as a personal being, endowed with freedom and the consequent responsibility for his own actions, is not fully recognized in the non-Semitic religions of the East. In Advaita Vedanta, for example, man as an empirical ego arises just like a single wave in the vast ocean of infinity, Brahman, to be reabsorbed again within it. In like manner, Buddhism views man as nothing more than a meeting point of 5 ever-changing elements, Panchaskandhas. The general emphasis of these religions is not on man conceived as a personal agent, but on some sort of impersonal cosmic moral law, Rita or Adrishta or Apurva, towards which the entire course of nature, human life and society are oriented. In fact, anthropocentrism is practically unknown in the East. But this anthropocentrism is the very heart of the Semitic religions. In Semitic religions, the focus is not so much on the cosmic moral law as on the individual man and his freedom. And again, there is also a difference in the concept of creation. In the Semitic religions, the theory of creation is linear. There is a beginning and an end. But in Hinduism, the creation theory is cyclical. There is neither beginning nor end. In Semitic religions, the creator is a male god who first created Adam, the first man in the universe. From his ribs, Eve was created. From the very beginning, there is a hierarchy. But in Indian religions of Indian origin, the question of hierarchy does not arise. Indian philosophy and religion, with its concepts of values, ultimate goal in life, grew in this context. When we try to analyze and examine Indian tradition from the Western point of view, we get confused. A cross-cultural historical study of the role and status of women in different religious traditions shows that the less differentiated the religion and society are, the greater is the participation of women. Thus, it is true on the whole that women had higher position in archaic, ancient, tribal and relatively non-institutionalized forms of religion, and Hinduism falls in this category. Keeping these points in view, I shall now try to understand Sri Ramakrishna. When Sri Ramakrishna was born, British rule was well established in India. The Renaissance of Bengal as well as of India started at the beginning of 19th century. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, the pioneer of our Renaissance, died at Bristol in 1833, 3 years before Sri Ramakrishna's birth. Shoti system was abolished. When Sri Ramakrishna came to Dakshineshwar, Brahmo religion was in its peak form. In Calcutta, there were leaders like Devendranath Tagore, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Keshav Chandra Sen, Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. Various reformation movements were launched. the Brahmo Samaj launched a movement to reform Hindu society along with the reforms of religion. Women education, women emancipation, removal of caste system were in their agenda. Sri Ramakrishna was by no means a social reformer, not that he wanted to be, but in his life, what he did by initiating followers without any discrimination of caste, and his concept towards women's position in society, women's position, religious order, left a mark in Indian social reform movement. Let us now see whether the charges against religion by feminist thinkers are applicable to Sri Ramakrishna. The main charge of the feminists against religion is that traditional religions are male-centric with a male god, male leadership and patriarch. According to Sri Ramakrishna, God can be worshipped in female form also. Of course, this is the speciality of Hinduism. Most of the religions of the world consider God as a man, a male figure. Sri Ramakrishna gave the idea of motherhood of God a sort of special sanctity. He worshipped God as a mother of universe, and he often used to say that all women represents the divine motherhood on earth. According to him, among all the relationship, all the attitude towards God, this motherhood of God is the best and purest. So the first charge of the feminist does not apply to Sri Ramakrishna. Not only that, Sri Ramakrishna with firm conviction said, when I think of the Supreme Being as inactive, neither creating nor preserving nor destroying, I call him Brahma not Purusha, the impersonal God. When I think of him as active, creative, preserving, destroying, I call him Shakti or Maya or Prakriti, the personal God. But the distinction between them does not mean a difference. The personal and the impersonal are the same being, like milk and its whiteness, the diamond and its luster, or the serpent and its undulations. It is impossible to conceive of one without the other. The Divine Mother and Brahman are one. Sri Ramakrishna went far, far beyond the distinction between male and female. So the allegation of androcentrism cannot be applied to Sri Ramakrishna. To Sri Ramakrishna, the absolute and the relative are equally divine. He saw Kali appearing in so many garbs. He saw mother in the prostitute Ramani, saw mother in a little Muslim girl. All women are veritable images of Shakti. All women are Anandamoyi, the primal power that has become the women and appear in the form of every woman. For the first time in the history of religion's history of the world, this idea was preached by a sadhaka, spiritual person. But it is very difficult for a common man, ordinary people to look at women in this way. Professor A.P. Sen has rightly said, quote, but the deep sense of respect for women that is sought to inculcate was an essential precondition for the success of any effort aimed at the elevation of women's position in society. The genuine reverence for womanhood preached by Sri Ramakrishna was intrinsically a superior social attitude to compassion, pity and sense of male superiority and righteousness that motivated most of the advocates of social reform, end quote. Swami Vivekananda once describes Ramakrishna as a savior of women. So Ramakrishna, after practicing 64 tantras current in India, concluded that Panchamakar was not necessary, absolutely necessary. He maintained the filial attitude towards women while even while practicing the tantric mode of worship. The Indian Mirror observed that the place which Sri Ramakrishna assigned to women was far higher than which the passion of man might reach. As opposed to androcentrism, the psychoanalysts may charge him of gynecocentrism. It may be noted here that in the opinion of some psychoanalysts like Sudhir Kakkar, the male safe part of Sri Ramakrishna's personality was split off in early childhood after his father's death and tended to grow, if at all, rather slowly. In the contrary, the female self part of his personality dominated his inner psychic reality. Swami Sharadananda also noticed these both male-female characteristics in his personality. Sometimes in him, the feminine characteristics were dominant and sometimes masculine characteristics prevailed. For his Nari Bhav, attitude of a woman, acceptance of Sri Guru and Matri Sadhana, some may term his attitude gynecocentric. It may be mentioned here that his first disciple was also a woman, his wife Sharoda Devi, and perhaps Gaurima was his second disciple who was initiated by him in the Nimte Ghola garden, as we find in Gaurima's biography written by Durgapuri Devi. We have already mentioned that the feminists question regarding the status and role of women in particular religion. Are women given equal status in the religious life, that is priesthood? Since the advent of Sri Ramakrishna, a new age has started where men and women are given equal rights in spirituality and religion. He himself accepted the Sonnashini Bhairavi Yogeshwari as one of his gurus, as the first guru, and did spiritual practices under his tutelage. He said that she was not just learned but knowledge personified. As even an exemplary aspirant like Sri Ramakrishna accepted her as his guru, it proves that women do not only have equal rights but can reach such heights and become a spiritual guru. Sri Ramakrishna gave ochre cloth to Gaurima, who eventually started Sharadeshwari Ashram, a monastic organization, as instructed by Sri Ramakrishna to educate the Bengali women. Sri Ramakrishna has a good number of women devotees. Among them were frequent visitors like Nistarini Devi, Agharmani Devi, Golapma, Joginma. There were other female devotees whom he himself encouraged to visit more often. He taught them how to practice jop, how to worship. Sri Ramakrishna correctly understood all the moods of women. The sight of fasting women pained him. Sri Ramakrishna's attitude towards women is presented in the reminiscence of a women devotee. Quote, "To us, women devotees, he did not usually seem to be a man at all. It seemed that he was one of us. That is why we did not feel the slightest shyness or hesitation in his presence, as we normally do in the presence of men. If, however, such a feeling came on rare occasions, we forgot it and immediately and would express him our thoughts without any hesitation whatever." End quote. The fact that he accepted a woman as a guru, practiced spirituality both in male and female garb, presented Gerua to Gaurima, his attitude towards women may be taken to signify women's equal status in spiritual sphere. Sri Ramakrishna from feminist perspective will be incomplete without the reference of Sharada Devi. Through his concert, Sharada Devi, Ramakrishna presented his own ideal of womanhood, the role of women in a household and the role of a partner in a higher spiritual life. It is well known that Sri Ramakrishna's marriage to Sharada Devi was never consummated. It is also well known to all that in the year 1872, Sri Ramakrishna worshipped Sharada Devi, his 18 years old wife, as Shoroshi. Worshipping one's wife as goddess was not new in India. Among the Tantrikas, it is a usual practice. But what is unique in Sri Ramakrishna is that after worshipping the concert, the Tantrikas used to live a conjugal life. But Sri Ramakrishna established the truth of spiritual marriage in the soul plane alone. He always treated his wife with reverence and looked upon her as a representative of Ma Kali. He himself declared about this worship, Shoroshi Puja, to his devotees and thus gave Sharada Devi a special place in the Ramakrishna movement hierarchy. Not only that, he sent 2 of his young devotees to get initiated from Sharada Devi. Gradually, Sharada Devi became a pillar of strength for Ramakrishna organization after Sri Ramakrishna's death. This is also a fact that the history of world's religion, Sharada Devi was the first head Shangha Janani of a monastic organization run by monks only. At the same time, she was the life force inspiration of Sharadeshwari Ashram, named after her, founded by the monastic disciple of Sri Ramakrishna, Gaurima. It is also known to all that Sharada Devi's decision was the final word in any matter in the Ramakrishna organization. Even Sri Ramakrishna himself did not dare to go against her wishes. This phenomena also drew the attention of feminist scholars of West. Ursula King, in her book Women and Spirituality, writes, quote, at the time of a new religious breakthrough, when a charismatic personality, an enlightened being, shapes a new way of life, new seeds of liberation are sown. In such a period of flux, women, in their support of new movements or reform or radical renewal, often have greater freedom than is customary in their environment and play a crucial role in the early development of a religion. Sharada Devi played a decisive role in the Ramakrishna movement. She became a guru in her own right and subsequently inspired the foundation of Hindu women convents of future generation. End quote. But Sri Ramakrishna's attitude towards his wife didn't go unnoticed. It was criticized at that time, and that criticism is still alive. There was a debate on some speculation on Sri Ramakrishna's marriage to Sharada Devi and their marital relation. The Brahmo Samaj leader Pratap Chandra Majumdar, in a letter to Max Muller, accused Ramakrishna of almost barbarous treatment to his wife. His accusations were Sri Ramakrishna neglected his wife till she was 17 years of age. Not only P.C. Majumdar, but others also, and still today, some women admirers feel that Sharada Devi was, and Professor A.P. Sen also has written in his book, Sharada Devi was forced to live alone like a widow even with her husband alive. They also accused Sri Ramakrishna for marrying a 6-year-old girl when he was of 24 years. They also accuse him that Sharada Devi once expressed her desire to be a biological mother. Over and above this, Sharada Devi had to live in the small Nahabat Khana, had to share space with others, and her only duty was to serve Sri Ramakrishna and his devotees. Sometimes she even couldn't see her husband once in a day or once in a month. Regarding Majumdar's charges against Sri Ramakrishna, Max Muller said this act can hardly be called barbarous in India, where it is recognized custom that a little girl in her 6 years of age, as Sharada Devi was when Sri Ramakrishna married her, should remain at her parents' home for years before migration to the house of her husband or his parents. Max Muller agreed with the personal testimony of Swami Vivekananda, who claimed that Sri Ramakrishna treated his young wife Sharada with every consideration and kindness, which Sharada Devi also expressed later, হৃদয়ে সেই সময় যেন আনন্দের ঘট পূর্ণ স্থাপিত রহিয়াছে এই রূপ বোধ হইত. Max Muller also cites the testimony of Mrs. Oli Bull, who was the first non-Indian to meet Sharada Devi. From her testimony, the spirit, personality and intelligence of Sharada Devi becomes evident. We find the metamorphosis of a little village girl under the tutelage of her husband. Mrs. Oli Bull said, when asked to define the obedience to a guru, who in her case was her husband, she replied to the effect that when one has chosen a guru or teacher, one should listen to and obey all his directions for spiritual advancement, but in things temporal, one could most truly serve a guru by using one's own best discernment, even if at times it were not in agreement with suggestions given. End quote. Sharada Devi's statement proves that she was not any ordinary woman who had to accept whatever her husband wished or asked. Whatever she did was her decision and not of others. Max Muller cites Oli Bull's letter, when she gladly gave her husband, to whom she had been united by child marriage, her assent that he should lead a sannyasi's life. She gained his intimate friendship and became his disciple. She had also taken the vow of poverty, austerity and chastity, and renouncing the joy of a natural mother, she became with him the spiritual parent of many children. Max Muller thinks that Sri Ramakrishna's attitude towards his wife was not barbarous. Sharada Devi herself evidently did not think so, nor anyone have heard any other cruelties on the part of her husband. Max Muller concludes, if she was satisfied with her life, who has any right to complain? And is love between husband and wife really impossible without procreation of children? Professor A.P. Sen, in his Ramakrishna Paramhansha, the Sadhaka of Dakshineshwar, raises a question which very often arises in the minds of women admirers of Sri Ramakrishna. The question is, if Sri Ramakrishna wanted to lead a monastic life, why he agreed to marriage? In his Lila Prasanga, Swami Sharadananda explains, through this marriage, Sri Ramakrishna was practically setting an example that total continence is possible even in conjugal life. After all, for an unmarried man, it might have been easy to preach continence, because he was never sufficiently tempted. It seems that Sri Ramakrishna wanted to lead a monastic life. Professor Sen raises another point. He says, on closer scrutiny, Swami Sharadananda's thesis appears to border on hagiographic admiration. First, it is an error to presume that Sri Ramakrishna was pledged to a life of monasticism. If he had been so, he certainly would not have broken the pledge. Second, it is also an error to imagine that sexual desire is produced and fulfilled only in wedlock. By marrying Sharada Devi, he was fulfilling a social or ritual obligation, a sanskar. Here too, there is a tradition of having a child, specifically a son, that is also sanskar, which Ramakrishna did not fulfill. End quote. I could not find an answer to this. I couldn't find an explanation to this. The women admirers of Maharaj is here. I'd like to get an answer. The women admirers of Sri Ramakrishna, right from Jyotirmoy Devi to my girl students and some of my colleagues, accuse him of being a misogynist. The frequent use of the phrase in his discourse, Kamini Kanchan Tag, is the reason of this misunderstanding. Sri Ramakrishna warned his devotees that women and gold were the biggest impediments to spiritual progress. According to these women admirers, how can a person to whom all women are representative of Divine Mother make such a derogatory remark? Swami Nikhilananda, the translator of Kathamrita, explained that by Kamini Kanchan he meant only lust and greed, the baneful influence of which retards the aspirant's spiritual growth. He used the word Kamini or women as a concrete term for the sex instinct when addressing his men devotees. He advised women, on the other hand, to shun men. Kanchan or gold symbolizes greed, which is the other obstacle to spiritual life. Sri Ramakrishna never taught his disciples to hate any woman or womankind in general. Sri Ramakrishna used to train his women disciples very similarly. Swami Sharadananda wrote, once he said to one of them who was particularly soft-hearted, suppose someone you know takes pains to help you on all occasions, but you feel that it is because he is under the spell of your beauty, which he is too weak to break, would you be kind to that man? Would you, on the other hand, deal a hard kick to his chest and stay away from him? Sri Ramakrishna, to his male aspirants, used to say, there are two kinds of women, Vidya Shakti and Avidya Shakti. A woman endowed with spiritual attributes leads a man to God, but a woman who is the embodiment of delusion makes him forget God and drowns him in the ocean of worldliness. Similarly, we can also make a distinction among the men having Deva Bhavo and men having Asura Bhavo. And I am sure the ladies present here will agree with me in this. Sharada Devi, in a very strong language, once warned one of her young devotee, not to believe any man, even if he comes in the garb of God. What Sri Ramakrishna wanted to mean by Kamini Kanchan Tyag is that everywhere it is true that sexually alluring woman or man and greed for material wealth bind a person to this world. And then she or he loses all his or her freedom. It is for the sake of lust, desire, one needs wealth. And that entails bondage from where the man and or woman is no longer free. To Vijaya Krishna Goswami, this is translated by Professor A.P. Sen. I have taken it from his words, the book. To Vijaya Krishna Goswami, he said, you can see for yourself what accepting service under another does to a man, don't you? And do you see how the highly educated people, masters of English language, have to suffer kicks from the master's boots every day? At the root of all this is kamini. Once you marry and have domestic life, it is impossible to wind it up. It is thus insult after insult is heaped on the man, and he has to undergo the terrible pain of servitude. End quote. This is also true in case of women from a different perspective. The root cause for the suffering of women are also lust and greed. That Sri Ramakrishna was not a misogynist is evident from his compassion to women. His concern for them, which he conveyed to Gaurima. That he did not discriminate between women from different strata of society is evident from his attitude towards the stage actresses. In the 19th century Calcutta, where the elite society, personality like Rabindranath Tagore, Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Herombo Chandra Maitreya shunned theatre performances because some of the artists were well-known prostitutes. On the other hand, Sri Ramakrishna used to frequent theatres and loved to watch them. We know, and when Binodini Dashi, the famous actress, bowed down herself in reverence, Sri Ramakrishna blessed her, which was unthinkable at that time. And also, it is interesting to note that Professor Shivnath Shastri stopped visiting Dakshineshwar after knowing that Sri Ramakrishna used to visit theatre and loved to watch them. Professor A.P. Sen, in his book, noted that many women of disrepute changed the direction of their lives by resettling in areas close to Dakshineshwar. Some of them were Chapola Sundari, a Brahmin widow forced to prostitution, Mokshoda Sundari, a former actress, Thako, and singer Padmarani, who started singing Kirtan at the beginning of Sri Ramakrishna. It is very important that Sri Ramakrishna's repeated warning of shunning Kamini and Kanchan was not for all of his visitors. Three types of people used to visit Dakshineshwar. The first type was interested in sightseeing and mandir visit. Sri Ramakrishna used to tell them to visit Rashmani's garden. His discourse was surely not meant for them. This type is mainly interested in worldly enjoyment. There is second type of people who enjoy the world but at the same time also want to keep his or her mind in God. And the third type are totally devoted to spirituality, to asceticism. So Ramakrishna's discourse was and is specially meant for these two types of people. Among these spiritual aspirants were young students, deputy, doctors, officials working under British government, Brahmo devotees and other professionals. Among the visitors, there were the parents who have lost their child, childless widows, women deserted by husband. Except young student and some young devotees, the rest were householders, and discourse of Kathamrita was meant for them. The young students and young devotees already were secretly molding themselves under his direct supervision and tutelage. The important thing is that this prescribed avoidance of women was only for beginners. Once mystical knowledge is gained, sexual differentiation to vanish. So Ramakrishna said, then you don't have much fear. After reaching the roof, you can dance as much as you like, but not on the stairs. One devotee once asked him, should we hate women? So Ramakrishna answered, one who has realized God ceases to see the women in her carnal form. Henceforth, he needed have no fear of women, for he begins to see in her the manifestation of the goddess. He then begins to worship every woman as the divine mother. Life is a journey towards perfection. Indian philosophy speaks of four ideals which serve as means to reach the end of human endeavor. They are known as Purusharthas and consists of dharma, righteousness, artha, wealth, kama, desire, and moksha, liberation. The Purusharthas deal with the covetable things of life. These are also known as values of life. Every man wants to be happy, wants pleasure and success. Fulfillment of desire is a valid goal of life. To fulfill this goal, that is desire, one needs wealth, artha. But this artha and kam should not be such as to deprive other or to exploit other. To control the unrestrained desire for pleasure and wealth, another value is essential, that is dharma or righteousness, inspired by the consideration for the other man. Both artha and kam are not intrinsic goods. They are good only insofar as they lead to righteous living or a life of duty. It is the pursuit of virtue that makes wealth and desire acceptable in the Hindu scheme of things. Artha and kam do not satisfy man permanently. The hunger of the soul is fulfilled by attaining moksha or freedom. This freedom is different from the modern Western concept of freedom in society. It is similar to Christian concept of this freedom is similar to Christian concept of return of the prodigal son, reunion with the father in the kingdom of God. This ideal of freedom can be realized in the realm of spirit, and the bliss that follows is everlasting. The basic requirement of achieving this state is renunciation of any kind of desire. Then only a person will know his true self. He will be liberated. It is known to all that to Sri Ramakrishna, ultimate goal of human life is God realization. That is the end. But he does not ignore or despise other ends of life like kamo, artha and dharma. According to the devotee's odhikar bhed, tendency, temperament and nature, he would advise some people to live the householder's life, do its duties, have children, earn money, maintain family, roshe boshe share mate thako. But with the knowledge that wealth and desire are not the end of life, it does not enable us to see God. Again, to some of his devotees, according to their nature, mental makeup, he would advise them to renunciate the desire of pleasure, to shun lust and greed in the strictest sense of the term. It should be noted that Sri Ramakrishna never forced anyone to follow his path or discourse. His discourse was for those only who visited him at Dakshineshwar or attended his meetings in Calcutta. His discourse was and is mainly meant for the seekers of truth, seekers of liberation. Indian philosophy prescribes two different ways for achieving this value of life. They are pravritti margo and nivritti margo. If anyone chooses the former and wants to enjoy the life, fulfill his carnal desire, there is no question of renunciation, no separation from wealth or desire. But if one chooses the second, the nivritti margo, the path described as khuryoshadhara durato nishitaya durgama patho, and opts for self-realization, God realization, then all religions of the world are unanimous here that one has to take leave from desire and passion. For men, they are woman and wealth, and for women, they are man and wealth. I'd like to conclude with Tulsidas' doha, jahan Ram taha kam nahi, jahan kam taha nahi Ram, duhu milata nahi, raba rajani ek tham. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Sen, for your refreshing new perspective on Sri Ramakrishna's ideas and life. Now, our next speaker is Professor J.N. Mohanty. Professor Jitendranath Mohanty requires no introduction. With an impeccable academic record, Professor Mohanty completed his PhD from the University of Göttingen in Germany. With an exceptional expertise over both Western and Eastern philosophy, teaching assignments at the University of Burdwan, at the Calcutta University, the New School of Social Research, Oklahoma University, and the Temple University in USA. Among the several accolades he has received for his scholarly contributions may be mentioned the Humboldt Prize from the German government and a gold medal from the Asiatic Society, Kolkata. We now request Professor Mohanty to deliver his speech entitled Sri Ramakrishna's Ideas. Professor Mohanty.
My lecture today would be a commentary on a well-known saying of Sri Ramakrishna, Jato mat tato path. Now for a long time, this particular saying or verse has captivated me, and I've tried to understand it in many ways, but it never got clear to me. Now I will not try to lead you from to clearness to unclarity, but the other direction. That means I am trying to become clear by thinking of it in many ways, and at the end, if I can come to the end actually, you decide whether you have your ideas on this particular sentence of Sri Ramakrishna has become clear or still more jumbled up. If you are jumbled up, more confused, then forgive me. If you are clear, you need not thank me. Now, jato mat tato mat, jato mat tato path. Mat, of course, means not any view, but clearly a religious point of view. So, if you, according to the religious point of view, so many paths, not any paths, but paths towards a religious goal. The implication is that there is a common goal, an end point which can be reached by many alternate paths. But does the sentence Jato mat tato path actually say that? It does not say that you reach the same goal. It says as many paths, so there are goals, different goals. But I think in some way we understand this to mean that as many paths, all these paths lead to one common goal. But it doesn't say that. It says as many paths, so many goals. Now whether these paths are all the same is a further addition that we make to this, what actually is being said here. So I will try to take you through various steps in this argument. But there are many questions that arise. By paths, one may mean in abstract generalities such as Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, etc. The paths of knowledge, devotion and action, each permitting some a priori differentiations. That means although knowledge, devotion and action are different paths, the Christian practice of devotion, the Vedantic practice of knowledge, and the Bhagavad Gita's doctrine of karma, they are not the same. Do they lead to the same goal? Or one may mean all and every historical religion, such as Christianity, Islam and Hinduism, each of which may contain internal differences. That means there are many varieties of Islam, there are many varieties of Christianity, and there are many varieties of Hinduism. The two lists may not coincide. That is to say, such that to each member of the first list there corresponds one and only one of the second list. That means, see, we have two lists here. One is knowledge, devotion and action, and the other is the religions, Christianity, Islam and Hinduism, and they don't all seem to be alike, the same. Actually, there is considerable differences between them. But do all these paths, understood either way, lead to the same goal? And what is the same goal, actually? God realization, as people put it very simply. It doesn't seem to be all God realization. No, for Buddhism does not believe in God, and so does not aim at God realization. There is some difference about early Buddhism and later Buddhism. The Buddhism as stated in the Jatakas, and then later on Buddhism as developed by the different schools of Buddhism. Now, I will not for the moment go into that. Advaita Vedanta aims not as God realization, but at moksha or spiritual freedom. We still want to call it God realization. That's because we want to give up what Shankaracharya, perhaps the greatest of the Buddhist, the Advaita scholars and the Advaita philosophers actually said. You can interpret spiritual freedom to mean God realization, or interpret God realization to mean spiritual freedom. But that is arbitrary. The idea of moksha or nirvana is interpreted differently in different systems. The God of a Vaishnava could not be the same as that of an Advaitin. The God of a Christ or a Christian cannot be identical with the God of the Hindus. I'm saying it from a point of view that I don't believe in any God. Forgive me. I don't believe in God. I hold, however, that any one of these positions may be held quite apart from it. A Hindu strives after release from the chain of karma. A Christian strives after a place in heaven. The identity of God through them, Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism, is not self-evident. That means they may be identical, but as yet we have not seen any identity. Faced with this kind of questioning, the universalist may adopt the following strategies. The universalist is one who believes that there is something called universal religion. Now, let us distinguish between the real ultimate goal and the way the goal is conceived within a system. Now, this is a difficult philosophical distinction. The actual practitioner, when he practices Hinduism or Islam or Christianity, may be aiming at a certain goal. But in the long run, he may, however, reach some other goal, actually. And this may quite well happen, actually. But what is this real ultimate goal? There are three possibilities. One, a transformation of finite human existence. No matter which religious path you follow, it may mean a complete transformation of your life, of your existence. Two, freedom from suffering, pain, etc. Three, a unity of the finite and the infinite, of matter and spirit. I leave it to you to think whether such general characteristics of the ultimate goal would meet your approval. You will find that you will immediately speak about this goal, whatever the goal you reach ultimately, in a language that is admissible within your religion, whether it is Christianity, Islam, or Buddhism, or Vedanta. That means the same idea that it will mean a complete transformation of your existence may be described by a Hindu, by a Christian, by a Muslim, the Vaishnava, in a very different language. Now, what is the guarantee that what you are articulating in that language is really what you mean? I can give many examples of this, but since many of you are more familiar with these religions than I am, you can find out your own examples. The Islamic sadhu or the practitioner understands, he also talks about the transformation of the existence. But his existence transformation means, on the one hand, it may mean the practitioner of a Sufi, or it may mean the practitioner of a theist who reads the Quran every day, or it might mean some other Christian sect, the Muslim sect, which the practitioner may actually practice. I leave it to you to think whether such general characteristics of the ultimate goal would meet your approval. You will find that you will immediately speak about this goal in a language that is admissible within your religion. This solution, if it is one, gives you the assurance of an ultimate unity, but does not succeed in fulfilling that assurance. That means you don't really understand what is the ultimate goal. The universalist who believes that all paths lead to the same goal. The universalist sometimes makes a strong claim. He says all religions are in essence the same. I wish to reflect on this belief, that all religions are in essence the same. There are two alternatives. Now, I'm trying to think, I'm sorry because I'm not accustomed to think in any other way. I think of various possible answers and then I reflect on them. I just cannot give you the answer. Because if I knew the answer, then this exercise would have been useless. So I want to reflect on this belief that there is a common essence of all the religions. There are two alternatives. You can either make it true by reducing the essence to a minimal property. That means the essence is that which is in common the Islamist believes in common with the Hindu, the Vedantin, the Christian, the Vaishnava, so on. In the case of religion, the minimal essence is, now that's a very important question, that what is it at the minimal essence of all religions, which is exemplified in every religion. The minimal essence is, I would call it, sacredness. That whatever may be the religion you practice, there is a sense of sacredness attached to every religious practice. Something is sacred. But this by itself is not a religion. The essence of religion is not a religion. I want you to understand this very simple sentence. The essence of religion is not a religion. It is a common. The essence of mankind, rationality, the Greeks said. But that doesn't constitute a man. A man has a body and is embodied, and many other features. A religion consists in many things. At least I will list some. You can add yourself many others. One, there is a religious experience. First of all, he considers something, an experience, to be religious. 2, every religion, Christianity, Islam, Vedanta or Hinduism, has texts, religious text. You read a book, revelations and scriptures. 3, rituals and liturgies. You practice rituals by arati, for example, and liturgies. If you are a Vaishnava, or even if you are a Shankarite, there are these things. 4, a religious community. That means a public space, not a private space, a public space constructed by a community of believers. I want to emphasize that distinction, which may not be clear to some of you. I think if you are a religious practitioner, you go to a church or a temple, or I go to Dakshineshwar temple sometimes. I used to go, now I cannot go. And there, the temple of Kali itself, within the temple, there is a space which is, or within the temple location, the whole area, there is sacredness. Everything is sacred. But you walk outside it, just outside this temple compound, there are shopping places, people are selling foods and goods, and you can buy other things, which is increasing day by day actually. When I was a young student in the Presidency College, I used to go to Dakshineshwar. At that time it seemed to me the sacred space was extended the whole area, because it was still that same banyan tree under which Sri Ramakrishna had practiced his religious practice. But now the sacred space is shrinking and the public space is opening up all around it. You see, the sacred space and public space have nothing to do with belief in God actually. You may, for me, entering into a library, like the Calcutta University's library, was always a sacred space. And coming outside, just outside where the cars are parked, now that is a public space. Now, so merely having a distinction between sacred space and public space does not make you religious. It depends upon which space you regard as sacred. That means you behave in it in a certain way, actually. Prospect of a unity is more promising with one. That means religious experience. We seem to think that there must be same kind of experience whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or a Buddhist or a Hindu or a Vedantin. The experiences do not as such conflict. Actually, this is one of the things which I have always thought about a great deal, that our experiences don't conflict. In their purity, they lift a person into another dimension of existence. You enter into the temple, you feel differently. This has been a very important for me to think about. I was reading and quoting this to my friend, Goethe's, the poet Goethe's, seeing the Strasbourg Cathedral. Now, if you know German or have read Goethe in translation, then you would know about it. When he reached the Strasbourg Cathedral, he looked up and he saw this huge Gothic cathedral in Strasbourg, which is just across the Rhine in France now. It always changed hands after every war. So when Goethe looked at it as a young man, he says, I felt as if I am lifted to heaven. And his commentary on that is just marvelous. Now, it's nothing to say I'm going up towards God. But this cathedral, the Gothic structure of it is such that as if I was lifted up. You can see that this is an aesthetic experience. It's at the borderline between aesthetic experience and religious experience. Just borderline. An aesthetic experience becoming religious, or religious experience becoming aesthetic. There are many such philosophers or poets who have recorded these experiences in much better language than I can do, actually. If you have read the German poet Rainer Maria Rilke, you might have read many of his poems, which are beautiful descriptions of religious experience. I don't know if he believed in God or not. So I say they lift a person into another dimension of existence. One can actually believe in God, but may never have a religious experience. So so obviously they are not the same. There are when Jesus Christ was he entered into the synagogue, he saw these rabbis selling things and exchanging money and things, and he couldn't believe that this is a place for religious belief. Although that's what people were practicing, they were not religious. He just walked out of it, actually. Then I come to 2. Texts, revelations, and scriptures. These are the points which constitute religion. Some of these seeming conflicts at the level 2 are due to the different languages. The text, the religious writers use Sanskrit, Arabic, Hebrew. Each brings with it its own ontological commitments. That means you might be thinking, we are describing the same experience. Just think of it a little bit. I didn't find that we are describing the same experience. The experience that I have when someone is reading a text like Rigveda, actually, which I greatly admire and read myself. That this is describing an experience which is very different from one who reads Holy Quran, actually. But they are both religious texts. The experiences are different. Shankara, whom I always think as the Vedantin philosopher par excellence, Shankara described it, since he was a poet, he described it in many, many different ways. Three, rituals and liturgies. 3, they evolve in time, derive from local needs and demands, and their sanctity is derived, not original. This is, just recently, on my way to Calcutta, I stopped in Madras, and one of the places I went to is where there is the grave, or the grave of, whose grave? The Swami, Shankara's foremost disciple, with whom he was a Mimamsak. Mandana. And I went to see Mandana's tomb. And of course I was overpowered by emotion. But at the same time, one of the priests there came to me and said, "You just go around this, and there is the priest, there is the Samadhi of Shankaracharya himself." Now I couldn't believe it because I have learned since my childhood reading Shankara's poems, not the Brahmasutra Bhashya, but the poems, that Shankara was found missing when taking a dip in the Ganges, and he was never recovered. So I asked them, how is it that Shankara died here, that his grave is here, that Shankara died in the Himalayas? He said, "No, we believe in this. We believe that Shankara came to his birthplace, he could not reach Kerala, he could not go there, he died here. And he was, the age was a little more than 32 years of age, but this is where Shankara." So they have a very different tradition, and they thought, they argued with me, and I said, "I don't want to argue, because I'm forgetting lots of things, and I'm very good at argument, but not now. I won't argue with you." But I said, "Are there two Shankaracharyas? Think of this, or true traditions of Shankaracharya." The Shankaracharya of that mutt, in the meantime, he was coming out. He was very nice to me. I made pranam to him, and I asked him this question, this same question. He said, "Just before you came out, and I was formulating in my mind, how would I put this question to you?" And the question is very simple: which one is real Shankaracharya? So you can see that there is a change or historicity of these rituals and liturgies. That is where you can go and do your pranam. There is a history of it. We do not know always the history. Sometimes the history we construct. We tell a story. Mostly we tell stories. But nevertheless, there is a history of it. And finally, a community. There is no religion without a community of believers. Every religion must have a community, a group of people who do the same practice. The community of believers, with its sacred time and sacred space, is a construction and gives the essential sacredness of religious experience a habitat, a place. It consists of place, time, and also people. That's the community. Within the profane world. But it is here that there is a possible origin of conflict. You can see the conflict, how it originates. In that Shankara Mutt in Madras, there is a conflict between the belief which prevailed there, that Shankaracharya passed away there, and the other belief which take the community of Shankara's admirers or followers, that Shankara really passed away in the Himalayas. Actually. As between the conflict between different political powers prevailing over different regions. So you can see how conflicts arise actually. We thus see that the reasons for conflict amongst religions are not many, not deep in the religions, but rather in the constructed and historically interpreted religions. So really, if you want to have an identical religious belief, then you must go to the uninterpreted texts, not the interpreted beliefs. harmony amongst religions to be brought about by continuing our conversations. Now you can see my situation. I stopped conversation in the Madras monastery. So there is no discussion. But there should be continuing conversation to arrive at a harmony amongst religions. Mere coexistence and tolerance is not enough. We have, the upper caste Hindus we have left a long period of life, the community, coexistent with the untouchables. Coexistent with the untouchables, but we didn't tolerate them. They are different. Genuine conversation, we can bring the harmony about. Mere coexistence and tolerance are not enough. What is genuine conversation? It aims at not at gathering information from the other, and when asking the residents of that ashram, what do you believe in? Asking the residents of the other ashram. And in this way we really begin to coexist, not merely exist together, but I don't have anything to do with you, but really we work together. In this situation, the first requirement is a sense of respect for the other. First requirement, not the only requirement. If I don't respect the other, that's the end of any dialogue, any conversation. I must respect the other. But merely respecting the other is not enough. Someone may tell you, I don't touch my neighbor, but I respect him. No, he certainly does not have that respect which I am talking about. The goal is not to prove anything, not even to prove the unity of all religions, but to experience within one's heart the truth of the other. Can I do that? Within my heart, I will experience the truth, what the other believes in. But how can I do that? It is said of the poet Wordsworth, you know the famous romantic poet Wordsworth. He and John Keats, who is also a romantic poet, met for a conversation. They sat on opposite sides of a big tree in a wood without talking at all. And when leaving, thanked him for a wonderful conversation. And they left. Keats went back to where he was living, which is in Italy, and Wordsworth, of course, went back to the Lake Districts. They had a wonderful conversation. Now that's real conversation if they had one, if they are not lying actually. I can empty my mind of my beliefs and let the other flow in. This is the highest experience of the other. Not when I insist on my truth of my beliefs and I completely deny any truth in your statement, or I accept a little bit of truth, but most of it I deny. And understanding of the other at a more theoretical level, I've thought about this and written considerably on this understanding the other. And always in the context of Indian philosophy, practice of yoga and everything. And understanding of the other at a more theoretical level requires that I bracket my own beliefs. I don't worry about my beliefs, I worry about his, actually. I do not evaluate, judge the other's truth. Can an immaculate conception be true? Can I believe in it as a Hindu or a Vedantin even? But I take his beliefs as what he means, what he wants, the other. and I want to understand his beliefs. In this way, I can empathize with his way of looking at things. Empathizing with the other, I empathize, not sympathy. Empathize means as if I enter into his mind and see how he is moved by this belief. Empathizing with the other and thereby transcending the limits of my own perspective is necessary for a rational point of view. This unity of individual perspectives yields or may yield eventually a collective community's point of view. We all worship. I am a Vaishnava by birth, actually. I worship in my village in Orissa. I go to the temple and I worship Krishna. But when my father was alive, he used to go to the village, and when he stood before the idol of Krishna and there was arati going on, he would have tears rolling down his eyes, actually. And I was so moved by it. I was not moved by that much moved like him by the original the deity itself, but was moved by his experience of the deity. And that is for me empathizing with the other's religious belief, really. How many people are there who would walk into, they talk about the unity of religions, but who would walk into a Islamic cathedral, a temple, and while looking at there is nothing there, but they would have the same kind of behavioral response as your eyes full of tears. Now there are many such collective points of view. A religion represents one such. You may be a poet, a collective point of view you might reach, or you can be a man of religion. How can we transcend it? So take each religion as a path, then you must reach a goal. I'm still searching for the goal, remember this actually. I'm searching for the path, many paths, and also the goal. That's what I'm looking for, and I don't find it actually. A friend of mine here in Calcutta, a student of mine who is a very brilliant thinker, she came to my house the other day and I told them about this particular argument. He said, no, this is not true. We all the religions lead to the same goal, moksha. I said, that's fine. But consider the conception of moksha of Vedanta and the conception of moksha of the Vaishnava. If there is one, and they generally don't use the word moksha, but they can use it. But it's the Sanskrit word, and you don't have a privilege as regards the use of any word. But their understanding of the moksha would be different then. So you are not reaching the same goal. Each religion, now there are many such collective points of view. A religion represents one such. How can we transcend it? Go beyond all these different religions and reach one goal. Each religion corresponds to a certain perspective on the world. Whether you are a Vaishnava or an Islamist or a Christian or Vedantin, you have a certain perspective on the world. I have a partiality for symbolically expressing these thoughts, because then that is because of my early training in mathematics, actually. So one way of symbolizing is R1, that means one religion, corresponds to W1, world 1, its world. R2 corresponds to W2. R3 corresponds to W3. The R's stand for religions and W's stand for a perspective on the world. How can I harmonize them? If I belong only to one R, if I am a Buddhist, then my perspective is on the world as a Buddhist. But how can I share the perspective of a Vaishnava and the perspective of a Buddhist and the perspective of an Islamist? It's not possible. If I do not belong to a R, any of the R's, then I have no inner appreciation of what it is to be within a R. Then I don't believe in any religion, and then I don't have any inner appreciation of a religion. An irreligious harmony, this should be an irreligious harmony, not a religious harmony. This irreligious harmony would be from the outside. A religious harmony has to be from the inside. But how is this possible? There are several alternatives. I'm still giving you many alternatives because these are the alternatives through which I thought. X is an abstract rationality. A common feature is an abstract rationality when these R's have a common essence. That rationality is abstract. X is an additive rationality where you build up a totality by adding together R plus R1 plus R2 plus R3 and this infinite, it goes on. And a disjunctive rationality where it becomes R1 or R2 or R3 and then it goes on infinitely. So you can see that there are three possibilities. There is either a kind of exclusivism or an inclusivism, adding up everything, or a pluralism, that means disjunctive, and perspectivism, that means there are many different perspectives on this common world. Stages. A. Emergence of a common core of overlapping of a conversation. That is exclusivism. A common essence of overlapping conversation. That means we are talking about the different religions, you about Islam and I am talking about, or you are Christianity and I am about Islam. Now as soon as we come to a common feature, it's now I have got the common feature. That is it shares with Hinduism and with Buddhism. So that is, I call exclusivism. Emergence of a common core of overlapping of the conversation. B. Not dialectical argument, inclusivism, where you want to include everything, all religions. Not a dialectical argumentation for or against a position, but by going beyond the positions to seek to bring the matter itself to intuitive givenness. Now this, some of you might find difficult to understand, but for this paragraph and the next one, I'm really, I owe a great deal to Hegel's phenomenology of the spirit. See, there are three reasons. There are not three reasons, but three conceptions of reason. One is vertical Vernunft, that means, or the Germans call vertical Vernunft, that means the spirit progresses in one direction. From this to this to this, it goes on. Or a horizontal Vernunft, that means what you, that means you move on from one to the other, but not by a direct progression, but as if changing the horizon, which is the feature. Changing the horizon, which is a certain kind of movement actually. About this feature, I would not comment on it because this would be very difficult for me to comment right now. But I owe this a great deal to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, and I also owe it to Merleau-Ponty and many other philosophers. And finally, a reason which I would call transversal religion, or transversal reason. That means reason where it moves from one mode of transition to another mode of transition. Now these are very difficult conceptions of movement. All movement is not linear. All movement is not a transition. Some movements are transitions actually, but some movements are what do I call it? Mediation. A mediation. And I cannot elaborate to you these types of mediation. There have been great thinkers in contemporary France actually, which includes Merleau-Ponty and Sartre and also great feminists who have commented on this, and I will not comment on them right now. Now this movement, this kind of thinking, philosophical thinking, that means I always move from one level to higher level, and then to higher level, then to higher level, whether direct transition or by a transversal movement is the question. Now, there are philosophers today, I would borrow something from them, these philosophers and philosophers who are connected with them. These are called postmodern philosophers. They have thought about this a great deal actually. Now, they say that although one philosophical system is different from another, it seems to be a different path. But we are, between one and the other, we are left with something which hides itself between the interstices of these theories. Now these are called postmodern philosophers. There's a great German philosopher who just passed away a few years ago, and with whom I had stood for many, many years in very close connection. He used to tell me, then don't look at what the theory says, but you look at what it does not say actually. Now that is there in the interstices, what it does not say. Now this also brings about a different kind of unity, not adding all the religions together and then get a point of view, but you still have differences, but you can move from one difference to another difference by taking into account the interstices of the theory. So this unity, it is called transversal unity. Now transversal unity are of two kinds, postmodernism and modernism. Postmodernism always moves in transversal unity. And modernism, now remember, you might think we are living in the modern era, but the French philosopher taught us that this is not yet, we are not in the modern era. The modern era is over. We are moving in a postmodern era, which means we are moving between their junctions. That's the transversal unity. So modernism believes in vertical unity. You just go from one to the higher, to the higher, to the higher, and then end up somewhere. And or transversal unity would be where we look not to the theories, but what occurs between the theories. And that is the real modern conception of theoretical movement. This is very, very interesting. I could comment on this for a long time, and particularly if I commented on this, then I would perhaps devote a lot of time to modern mathematics and physics. Interreligious conversation is not to be one-time affair to settle upon a few truths. But to pass a set of resolutions as in a conference, it is to be an ongoing affair with its own successes and disappointments. I can imagine a series of mutual reflections. Let Rn be reflected R1, R2, R3. In Rn plus 1 is reflected the other Rs. So in Rn plus 1. So the idea of development would be each would contain an understanding of the other. So what is pure Islam? What is pure original Islam or the original Christianity? There is none, actually. Now, I come to the end. Now think how far we are and also how near the original dictum, Jato Mat Tato Path. As many views, mat, so many paths. It does not mean all paths lead to the same goal. It does not. What can I do? Actually, it does not mean that. But it means, it promises some kind of unity amongst the various goals. Some kind of unity. That is some kind of unity among the various worlds. The world of the Hindus, the world of the Christian, and so on. Since we are thinking today in the postmodern era, this means that we have to follow a transversal conversation. Interreligious conversation has to follow the new path of finding a transversal unity, and thereby we would understand what this great saying, Jato Mat Tato Path, really meant, actually. I'm sorry, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mohanty, for your brilliant exposition of the dense, enmeshed and intertwined nature of the terrains of belief, faith, aesthetics, and experience, and the complex ways in which this set of dispositions have an impact on our consciousness in specific historical circumstances. We are really not in a position to comment on his paper. We leave it to the audience to raise the questions. A number of questions have already come for the other speakers. Now we request Professor Pradyut Kumar Mukhopadhyay to respond to the questions put to him.
I will take very little time, but I will begin by not responding directly to the questions actually put and sent to me in writing, but by responding to what Professor Mohanty said and what I could not say, that is on Jato Mat Tato Path. But time is very short. I have been requested to be very brief, and I will be very brief. I have a different understanding of Jato Mat Tato Path. One way of understanding, as Professor Mohanty has said, this part I could not cover in my lecture, so I am saying. It may mean equinumerality. On the one hand, there are so many paths, and on the other hand, there are so many moths. So, as many paths as there are moths, so moth and path are distinguished. In my understanding, not that. Moth and path are the same thing. Jato moth means Jato dharma moth, of course, here, and as many dharma moths as there are dharma paths. But if all are the paths, then what is dharma? The idea is this: dharma and path, they are different. And various efforts have been made, and some of which Professor Mohanty has also indicated, and there's been a very brilliant discussion on these various alternatives by Brajendranath Sil. He entirely documented all the different attempts that have been made by Ram Mohan, then by Keshav Chandra Sen in his different phases, including the new dimension, dispensation, and also Ramakrishna. His idea is this: in Ramakrishna's Jato Mat Tato Path, only thing that I can get is a syncretism, not of belief, not of idea, but syncretism of practices. That's what he said. I am not believing in that also. But I believe there is another way of seeing it. Since dharma it's itself a different thing, and all the dharma, ordinarily speaking, are moths, dharma moth, the views and also ways. Then if we abstract from all the dharma moths, and therefore from all the dharma pathas, what remains of dharma? And various attempts have been given. One was given by Tolstoy, who incidentally came to know Sri Ramakrishna, some of his writings, through German sources, not through English sources or any way. And he said this thing, or I would say first my view about Sri Ramakrishna. If we abstract from all the mothos and pathos, what remains of dharma, dharma consists in either of the two things, or if there are two at all, there is no one thing. Either it is seeking the other, the divine other, or the communion with other. This is the only sense of dharma which has to be common, of course, with the allowances to Professor Mohanty, that still some differences of construction, conception will be there. But now, actually Tolstoy was also saying this. He was saying that what is dharma ultimately? He was tossed with all the possibilities, and he went to the extent of even dropping the word God. For that also may bring differences. So he retained the word spirit. But he repeatedly said, what is common is the movement. Movement towards the seeking. What I say called seeking. The movement of the seeking, that is the common. But there is one part of it. So, as I understand it, Jatamad Tatopad just means all the ordinarily viewed dharmas are really paths. Views, moth or path are the same thing. Real dharma is in the seeking. And this seeking, or when one is realized in the communion, every religion or religious moths, views agree. I have one question to Professor Mohanty and to all of you. What is so great about repeatedly insisting that all dharmas are the same? I say this is my sense of the word dharma. And there, one sense is, as a matter of fact, it is the same. What can I do? But when we, in recent times, we discuss on it, it appears to me it is not the way we are saying. When a realized man says all dharmas are the same, they are merely stating a fact. But when we are today saying and repeatedly saying all dharmas are the same, unity of dharma, universality of dharma and all that, more, it appears to me, I am wrong, that we want to be more politically correct than, for we are not realized people. Why all dharmas have to be the same? Let them be different. At one level, of course, there is unity. And secondly, do anyone believe, when I as a Hindu say all dharmas are the same, do Muslims believe me? When a Muslim practitioners of dharma say all dharmas are same, do I really believe him? And the third question is, why cannot be there a possibility of judgment, discussion? So I think, so far as the possibility of judgment of discussion, if you disallow me, then we cannot discuss all these things. Better don't discuss it. But if we discuss, if we allow, then I would say that there is difference. And the possibility of which is the best one, I will not discuss. But there should be the possibility of differences in religion, and what we need for the unity, which partially Professor Mohanty also hinted at, to know the difference. There's the unity. And the questions that have been put to me, I will defer for the lunch session. During the lunch session, you please meet me for the questions were not very different. Only one thing I would say, both the persons who raised, sent me the question did me one injustice. One spelled my name incorrectly and another put a doctor before my name. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the third academic session. We will now disperse for lunch, but before we end, Swami Shastragananda, the Vice Principal of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, will have some words.
Namaste and welcome to the fourth academic session. We have on the stage Dr. Ramkumar Mukhopadhyay, Professor Shiva Ramakrishna and Swami Sarvagananda. We begin by greeting the guests. I request our students to offer the bouquets. The first speaker of this session is Dr. Ramkumar Mukhopadhyay. Dr. Ramkumar Mukhopadhyay joined Sahitya Academy as assistant editor in 1988 and has since then been its regional secretary of East India since 1998. A prolific writer, Dr. Mukhopadhyay has published a number of collections of short stories, novels, travelogues, and critical works. He has been honored in the year 2000 with the Somen Chandra Award of Paschim Banga Bangla Academy, Government of West Bengal, and the Galpamela Puruskar in 2004. And we are also very happy to state that he is an ex-student of Vidyamandir, and Swami Sarvagananji and Dr. Ramkumar Mukhopadhyay were both batchmates in Vidyamandir. We request Dr. Ramkumar Mukhopadhyay, Regional Secretary, Sahitya Academy, Eastern Region, to kindly address us.
I will speak on Sri Ramakrishna Gathamrita, so I will speak in Bengali. স্বামী সর্বজ্ঞানন্দ, অধ্যাপক শিবরামকৃষ্ণ, উপস্থিত সন্ন্যাসীবৃন্দ এবং সুধীজন, এ কথা দুর্ভাগ্যজনক হলেও সত্য যে প্রথম বাংলা ব্যাকরণ লিখিত হয় ফিরিঙ্গি নাম উপকারার্থ 1778 সালে, অর্থাৎ পলাশীর প্রান্তরে ভারতীয় স্বাধীনতা সূর্য অস্ত যাওয়ার 21 বছর পরে। হ্যালহেডের পর 1801 সালে প্রকাশিত হয় শ্রীরামপুর মিশনের উদ্যোগে উইলিয়াম কেরির বাংলা ব্যাকরণ, যার উদ্দেশ্য ছিল ইংরেজ রাইটারদের সঙ্গে নেটিভ ভাষার পরিচয় ঘটানো। তারপর রামরাম বসু ও মৃত্যুঞ্জয় বিদ্যালঙ্কারের দুটি পাঠ্যপুস্তক প্রকাশ, যথাক্রমে প্রতাপাদিত্য চরিত্র এবং 32 সিংহাসন নামে। পাঠ্যপুস্তকের বাইরে প্রথম বাংলা প্রবন্ধ গ্রন্থ হল রামমোহন রায়ের বেদান্ত গ্রন্থ। গ্রন্থটির ভূমিকায় রামমোহন লেখেন, আমি উদ্ধৃতি দিচ্ছি, এ ভাষায় গদ্যতে অদ্যাপি কোনো শাস্ত্র কিংবা কাব্য বর্ণনে আইসে না। ইহাতে এতদ্দেশীয় অনেক লোক অনভ্যাস প্রযুক্ত 2-3 বাক্যের অন্বয় করিয়া গদ্য হইতে অর্থ বোধ করিতে হঠাৎ পারেন না। ইহা প্রত্যক্ষ কানুনের তর্জমার অর্থবোধের সময় অনুভব হয়। উদ্ধৃতি শেষ। উনি বলছেন যে সময়ে বাংলা ভাষার গদ্য, যে এই বাংলা ভাষায় কোনো শাস্ত্র বা কাব্য বর্ণনা করা যায় না এই গদ্যে। উনি লিখছেন আমাদের গদ্যের এতই অনভ্যাস যে 2-3টি বাক্য আমরা একসঙ্গে পড়তে পারি না অন্বয় যোগ করে। এবং তৃতীয় কথা বললেন ওনার সবচেয়ে বড় সমস্যা, ইহাতে প্রত্যক্ষ কানুনের তর্জমার অর্থবোধের সময় অনুভব হয়। অর্থাৎ যখন কানুন ল সেটা যখন বাংলায় অনুবাদ করা হবে তখন বাংলা গদ্যের সংকট বোঝা যায়। একথা স্মরণীয় যে এই গ্রন্থটি প্রকাশিত হয় 1815 সালে, অর্থাৎ ভারতবর্ষে সাম্রাজ্যবাদী শাসন প্রতিষ্ঠার 58 বছরে। এই প্রায় 6 দশকের সময় পর্বে বিদেশি শাসক তার পার্লামেন্টের বক্তৃতায়, তার নানা লেখাপত্রে একথাই প্রতিষ্ঠা করে দেখালেন যে তাদের ভারতশাসন ভারতবর্ষেরই মঙ্গলের জন্য এবং পৃথিবীতে ভারতবর্ষের মতো সুশাসিত দেশ আর নেই। এ তো সাম্রাজ্যবাদী শাসকের শাশ্বত শাসনতত্ত্ব। কিন্তু এর পাশাপাশি এমন এক দেশীয় প্রবক্তা গোষ্ঠী তৈরি হলো যারা প্রায় একই কথা বিশ্বাস এবং প্রচার করতে শুরু করলেন। যে মিথক্রিয়া পর্ব, তার ভেতরই, এই মিথক্রিয়া পর্বের ভেতরই জন্ম হয় বাংলা গদ্যের। এবং সেই গদ্য কি করে পাঠ ও প্রয়োগ করতে হয় সেই সম্বন্ধে রামমোহনের নির্দেশ হল, যাবৎ ক্রিয়া না পাইবেন তাবৎ পর্যন্ত বাক্যের শেষ অঙ্গীকার করিয়া অর্থ করিবার চেষ্টা না পাইবেন। আমি বাক্যটা আরেকবার পড়ছি, যাবৎ ক্রিয়া না পাইবেন, যতক্ষণ পর্যন্ত ভার পাচ্ছেন না, তাবৎ পর্যন্ত বাক্যের শেষ অঙ্গীকার করিয়া, মানে তখন পর্যন্ত ধরবেন না যে বাক্যটা শেষ হয়েছে। যদি ধরেন অর্থ করিবার চেষ্টা না পাইবেন, তাহলে কোনো অর্থ খুঁজে পাবেন না। এটা তৎকালীন বাংলাতে বলা হচ্ছে, যদি আপনি বাক্যটা শুরু করেছেন, যতক্ষণ না আপনি ক্রিয়াপদ পাবেন, যদি তার আগে থেমে যান তাহলে আপনি বাক্যের অর্থ বার করতে পারবেন না। এটা রামমোহন জানালেন। এই যে কর্তার সঙ্গে কর্মের যোগ, কর্তার সঙ্গে ক্রিয়ার যোগ, যার ভেতরে অর্থ মেলে, রামমোহন বলছেন যদি বাক্যের কর্তার সঙ্গে ক্রিয়ার না যোগ করতে পারি তাহলে অর্থটা পাবো না। তাহলে অর্থটা রয়েছে কর্তা এবং ক্রিয়ার মাঝে। এই যে কর্তার সঙ্গে ক্রিয়া যোগ, যার ভেতরে অর্থ মেলে, তা এক অর্থে নিরর্থক করে তোলেন শ্রী শ্রী রামকৃষ্ণ যখন মাস্টারমশাইকে বলেন যে অর্থটা রামমোহন বার করতে চাইছেন সেটা শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ নিরর্থক করে দিচ্ছেন, তার অর্থটাকে তিনি নির্গত করে দিচ্ছেন। শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ কি বলছেন? বড় মানুষের বাড়ির দাসী সব কাজ করছে, কিন্তু দেশে নিজের বাড়ির দিকে মন পড়ে আছে। আবার সে মনিবের ছেলেদের আপনার ছেলের মতো মানুষ করে, বলে আমার রাম, আমার হরি, কিন্তু মনে বেশ জানে এরা আমার কেউ নয়। উদ্ধৃতি শেষ। অর্থাৎ যেখানে রামমোহন রায় কর্তার সঙ্গে ক্রিয়া যোগ করে মাঝে অর্থ বার করছেন, সেখানেই ওই দাসী সে কর্মটা করছে, করে তার থেকে কর্মের ভেতরের আমার রাম আমার হরি বলছে, কিন্তু আসলে সে ওই কর্মটাই করছে না, তার মন পড়ে আছে দেশের বাড়িতে। কাজী রামমোহন যখন বাক্যে কর্মের সঙ্গে ক্রিয়ার যোগ করে অর্থ তার থেকে প্রকাশ করার চেষ্টা করেন, তখন শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ তার থেকে অর্থটা বার করে দেন। রামমোহন অনুভব করেছিলেন অনেক লোক 3 বাক্যের অন্বয় করে গদ্য থেকে অর্থ বোধ করতে পারেন না, এবং আমি উদ্ধৃতি দিচ্ছি, ইহা প্রত্যক্ষ কানুনের তর্জমার অর্থবোধের সময় অনুভব হয়। এই যে অর্থটা বেরোচ্ছে না তখন বোঝা যায়, বিশেষ করে যখন কানুনটাকে আমি অনুবাদ করতে যাব। প্রশ্নটা পরে আসছি, কানুনটা কার? এই যে অন্যায়ের অভাব যা অনুভূত হচ্ছে কানুনের তর্জমার ক্ষেত্রে, এ কানুন কিন্তু আমাদের শাসকের কানুন। এবং কানুন ও তর্জমা এই দুটি শব্দের মধ্যে স্পষ্ট হয়ে ওঠে যে এ ভাষা সমস্যা পাশ্চাত্য কানুনের ভাষান্তরে, যা মূলত শাসক শাসিতের সম্পর্কের ওপর প্রতিষ্ঠিত। অসুবিধাটা হচ্ছে ব্রিটিশ শাসকের, তার কানুনটা কি করে আমাদের ওপর প্রয়োগ করবে। এবং সংকটটা তৈরি হচ্ছে, যেটা রামমোহন বলছে বাংলা ভাষার সংকট, সেটা ব্রিটিশ শাসকের রাষ্ট্র পরিচালনার সংকট, তার সঙ্গে বাংলা ভাষার কি সম্পর্ক? শাশ্বত যে ভারতীয় জীবনচর্যা, সেখানে কিন্তু অভাব নেই কোনো অন্যায়ের। ইংরেজ আসার আগে কিন্তু আমাদের এই সংকটটা তৈরি হয়নি। অন্যায়গুলো তখন কিন্তু আমরা খুঁজে পাচ্ছিলাম। কেন সম্ভব হয়নি, আমরা কি করে বুঝবো সম্ভব হয়নি? কিন্তু শাশ্বত যে ভারতীয় জীবনচর্যা, সেখানে কিন্তু অভাব নেই কোনো অন্যায়ের। আর সে কারণে যে জলজ কচ্ছপ জলে ঘুরে বেড়ায়, সে কিন্তু তার মন কিন্তু পড়ে থাকে আড়াই, যেখানে তার ডিমগুলি থাকে। শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ কথামৃতের কথা। অর্থাৎ জলজ কচ্ছপের কিন্তু কোনো অন্যায়ের অভাব হচ্ছে না। সে জলে চড়ছে, কিন্তু তার ডিমগুলো পড়ে আছে আড়ায়, এবং সে আড়ার দিকে তাকিয়ে আছে। কাজে অসুবিধাটা রামমোহনের ক্ষেত্রে হচ্ছে, যে শাসক দেশ চালাচ্ছে, কিন্তু কচ্ছপটা তার অন্যায়টা বার করে নিতে পারছে। অন্যায়ের অভাবটা কোথায় ঘটছে আর কোথায় ঘটছে না, শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ কথামৃততে ওই দাসী, এই কচ্ছপ, এরা কিন্তু অন্য কথা বেরিয়ে আসছে। আসলে ভাষার সমস্যা বোধ হয় নিছক অন্যায়ের নয়, এমনকি কর্তা ও ক্রিয়ার যোগসূত্রেও নয়। ভাষার শেকড় রাষ্ট্রনৈতিক, রাজনৈতিক, আর্থসামাজিক ব্যবস্থার সঙ্গে যুক্ত থাকে। ভাষা কতগুলো শব্দ নয়, ভাষা কতগুলো পদ নয়, ভাষা কতগুলো অন্যায় নয়, ভাষা কতগুলো কর্তা নয়, কতগুলো ক্রিয়া নয়। ভাষার সঙ্গে যুক্ত থাকে আর্থসামাজিক পরিস্থিতি, রাষ্ট্রনৈতিক, রাজনৈতিক ব্যবস্থা। হয়তো তাই ক্যান্ট, হেগেল, হার্ভার্ড, স্পেন্সার প্রমুখের দর্শন পড়া মাস্টারকে শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ বলেন, তোমাদের কলকাতার লোকের ওই এক, আমি কোট করছি, তোমাদের কলকাতার লোকের ওই এক, কেবল লেকচার দেওয়া আর বুঝিয়ে দেওয়া। আপনাকে কে বোঝায় তার ঠিক নাই, তুমি বুঝেবার কে? কয়েকটি বাক্য পরে, তুমি নিজের যাতে জ্ঞান হয়, ভক্তি হয়, তার চেষ্টা করো। এই কথাটা শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ বলছেন কথামৃতে। এই যে কলকাতা এবং কলকাতার লোক, সে বিষয়ে তার এই অনুযোগ কেন, কেন কলকাতার লোক, এ নিয়ে শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণের এইরকম একটা বিরূপতা কেন? একে নিছক গ্রাম ও নগরের মানসিক দূরত্ব? আমি গ্রামবাসী, আমি নগরের সঙ্গে আমার সম্পর্কটা গড়তে পারছি না, এটা কি গাড়ি চলছে বলে, এটা কি গতির সঙ্গে মেলাতে পারছি না? কিন্তু এই শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণই তো বৈদ্যনাথ, কাশীধাম ও প্রয়াগ গিয়েছিলেন মা এবং শ্রীযুক্ত রামচাটুর্যে এবং মথুরাবাবুর কয়েকটি পুত্র নিয়ে। যে শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ কয়েক পা দুপা হেঁটে কলকাতার সঙ্গে তার সংযোগ তৈরি করতে পারেন না, সেই শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ দেব কিন্তু বৈদ্যনাথ, কাশীধাম, প্রয়াগ গেলেন। সেটা কিন্তু নগর, আরও প্রাচীন নগর, এবং সেটা গেলেন 1863 সালে। তখন তিনি ওখানে যে কেমন আছেন আমি কোট করছি, অহর্নিশ প্রায়ই সমাধিস্থ বা ভাবে মাতোয়ারা। তিনি যখন প্রয়াগ যাচ্ছেন, বৃন্দাবন যাচ্ছেন, কাশী যাচ্ছেন, তখন তিনি প্রায়ই সমাধিস্থ এবং ভাবে মাতোয়ারা। তার 5 বছর পর 1868-তে আবার কাশীধাম, প্রয়াগ এবং বৃন্দাবনে যান মথুরবাবু স্ত্রী জগদম্বা দাসী এবং ভাগিনেয় হৃদয়ের সঙ্গে। কি ছিল তার সেই 3 প্রাচীন নগর ভবনের প্রতিক্রিয়া? তিনি যে তিনটি প্রাচীন ভারতীয় নগর দেখলেন, তিনি কিভাবে তিনটি নগরকে দেখেছিলেন। আমি কলকাতা এবং প্রাচীন তিনটি নগরের তার প্রতিক্রিয়াটা বুঝতে চাইছি, আমি কোট করছি, আমার ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন নয়। শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ কথামৃত গ্রন্থের সংক্ষিপ্ত চরিতামৃত থেকে জানা যায়, আমি উদ্ধৃতি দিচ্ছি, কাশীতে মণিকর্ণিকায় সমাধিস্থ হইয়া বিশ্বনাথের গভীর চিন্ময় রূপ দর্শন করেন। শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণদেব কাশীতে মণিকর্ণিকায় সমাধিস্থ হইয়া বিশ্বনাথের গভীর চিন্ময় রূপ দর্শন করেন। মূষদিগের কর্ণে তারক ব্রহ্ম নাম দিতেছেন, আর মৌন ব্রহ্মচারী তৈলঙ্গ স্বামীর সহিত আলাপ করেন। মথুরায় ধ্রুবঘাটে বাসুদেবের কোলে শ্রীকৃষ্ণ, শ্রী বৃন্দাবনে সন্ধ্যা সময়ে ফিরতি গোষ্ঠে শ্রীকৃষ্ণ ধেনু লইয়া যমুনা পার হইয়া আসিতেছেন ইত্যাদি লীলা ভাবচক্ষে দর্শন করিয়াছিলেন। মানে সময় যেটাকে আমি বলি, সেই সময়টা অতিক্রম করে চলে গেছেন। আমরা এখানে একটা কথা বোধহয় ব্যবহার করেছি, সেটা বোধহয় হচ্ছে ইন রেট্রোস্পেক্ট বা কিছু, হ্যাঁ রেট্রোস্পেক্ট কথাটা, কিন্তু ওনার ক্ষেত্রে যেটা হচ্ছে এটা কিন্তু রেট্রোস্পেক্ট নয়, এটা স্মৃতি রোমন্থন নয়। উনি কিন্তু সময়টা মানে গোষ্ঠের যে কৃষ্ণ যিনি ধেনু নিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, সেই সময়টা কিন্তু ওনার সময়ে চলে এসেছে। অর্থাৎ টাইমলেসনেস যেটাকে আমরা বলি, অতীত বর্তমান নয়, বড় জোর আমরা বলতে পারি এটাকে ওই যে প্রেজেন্ট পারফেক্ট। এইরকম একটা সময়ের মধ্যে তিনি ঢুকে পড়লেন ওই নগরে ঢুকে। নিধুবনে রাধা প্রেমে বিভোরা গঙ্গা মাতার সহিত আলাপ করিয়া বড়ই আনন্দিত হইয়াছিলেন। নিধু বনে রাধা প্রেমে বিভোরা গঙ্গা মাতার সহিত আলাপ করিয়া বড়ই আনন্দিত হইয়াছিলেন। উদ্ধৃতি শেষ। যে শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ দেশীয় নগর কাশীধাম, মথুরা, বৃন্দাবনে এত বিভোর, তিনি দুপার সামনে কলকাতা বিষয়ে এমন বিরূপ কেন? এখানেই দেশীয় এবং সাম্রাজ্যবাদী নগর পরিকল্পনার দার্শনিকতা ধরা পড়ে। কাশীধাম, মথুরা, বৃন্দাবন তৈরি হয়েছিল গোটা ভারতবর্ষের সঙ্গে আত্মীয়তায়। সে কারণে রবীন্দ্রনাথ লেখেন, আমি উদ্ধৃতি দিচ্ছি, রবীন্দ্রনাথ এই প্রবন্ধটা পাঠ করেছিলেন 1329 সালের 20 ফাল্গুন বারাণসীর বঙ্গীয় সাহিত্য সম্মেলনে। রবীন্দ্রনাথ কি বলছেন বারাণসীতে সেখানে দাঁড়িয়ে? কাশী বস্তুত ভারতবর্ষের কোনো বিশেষ প্রদেশভুক্ত নয়, কাশী ভারতবর্ষের সকল প্রদেশের। মানে রবীন্দ্রনাথ বললেন যে কাশী বলে ভারতবর্ষে এই প্রদেশের কাশী বলে হয় না, কাশীটা হচ্ছে সমগ্র ভারতবর্ষের। এইটা হচ্ছে আমাদের যে ভারতীয় সভ্যতার নগর পরিকল্পনার কাঠামো হচ্ছে এটা, যে কাশীটা সমস্ত ভারতবর্ষের। আর ব্রিটিশ যখন কলকাতা শহর তৈরি করে, তখন ব্রিটিশ তৈরি করে দান্দিকতায়। কি করে দান্দিকতা তৈরি হচ্ছে আমি একটু উল্লেখ করছি। বিদেশি ব্রিটিশ শাসক কলকাতাকে গড়ে তোলে চারপাশের সঙ্গে বিচ্ছিন্নতায়। তার একদিকে যেমন ছিল খাল কাটা, নতুন খাল কেটেও ছিল, প্রাচীর তোলা, দুর্গ বানানো, অন্যদিকে মানসিক কাঁটাতারের অদৃশ্য বেড়া বাঁধা। এর একদিকে কানুনের ভাষা, শ্যামলার ভাষা, আমলার ভাষা, যুক্তির ভাষা, তর্কের ভাষা, লেকচারের ভাষা, বুঝিয়ে দেওয়ার ভাষা, ক্ষমতার ভাষা, অন্যদিকে ভাবের ভাষা, ভক্তির ভাষা, চোখের জলের ভাষা। আমি উদ্ধৃতি দিচ্ছি, আমি আবার কেশবের জন্য মার কাছে ডাব চিনি মেনেছিলুম। শেষ রাতে ঘুম ভেঙে যেত আর মার কাছে কাঁদতুম, বলতুম, মা কেশবের অসুখ ভালো করে দাও, কেশব না থাকলে কলকাতায় গেলে কার সঙ্গে কথা কব, তাই ডাব চিনি মেনেছিলুম। কলকাতা শহরে যখন কানুনের ভাষা তৈরি হচ্ছে, শ্যামলার ভাষা তৈরি হচ্ছে, আমলার ভাষা তৈরি হচ্ছে, যুক্তির ভাষা তৈরি হচ্ছে, তর্কের ভাষা তৈরি হচ্ছে, লেকচারের ভাষা তৈরি হচ্ছে, বুঝিয়ে দেওয়ার ভাষা তৈরি হচ্ছে, ক্ষমতার ভাষা তৈরি হচ্ছে, তখন দক্ষিণেশ্বরে এক ব্রাহ্মণ সামান্য পোশাকে তিনি যে ভাষায় কথা বলছেন সেটা ভাবের ভাষা, সেটা ভক্তির ভাষা, সেটা চোখের জলের ভাষা। এ ভাষা শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ কোনো ফিরিঙ্গি স্কুল থেকে অর্জন করেননি, তিনি গ্রহণ করেছিলেন। এ ভাষাটাও তিনিও ভাষাটা কিন্তু গ্রহণ করেছেন, গ্রহণ করে তিনি ভাষাটাকে আরও এগিয়ে দিচ্ছেন। কিন্তু ভাষা ওভাবে হঠাৎ করে তৈরি হয় না, এই ভাষাটা তিনি কোথা থেকে গ্রহণ করছেন। এই ভাষা তিনি গ্রহণ করেছিলেন কামারপুকুর পর্বে, পুরাণ কথা থেকে, যাত্রাপালা থেকে, গ্রামীণ কবিদের রামায়ণ মহাভারত এবং দেবদেবী কাহিনীর গীতিকথা থেকে, যোগাদ্দার পালা থেকে, বন বিষ্ণুপুরের মদনমোহনীর উপাখ্যান থেকে। এ ভাষা অন্যের ব্যবহার থেকে শেখা যায় না, এমনকি কর্তা ও ক্রিয়ার যথাযথ সংযোগও নয়। এর জন্য রত্নাকরের অগাধ জলে, এর জন্যে হৃদয় রত্নাকরের অগাধ জলে ডুব দিতে হয়, যেটা শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ গাইতেন। এটা রামপ্রসাদের গান, খুব যখনই হৃদয় যখন আলোড়িত হতেন তখন এই গানটা গাইতেন। লোকায়তকে বাদ দিয়ে যে ইংরেজ লালিত যে ভাষা সংস্কৃতির জন্ম হলো, লোকায়তকে বাদ দিয়ে ইংরেজ লালিত যে ভাষা সংস্কৃতির জন্ম হলো, তাতে পাণ্ডিত্য আছে, কিন্তু ভারতীয় জীবনচর্যার মূল মন্ত্র বিবেক বৈরাগ্য নেই। ফলে কথার পাহাড় জমে, কিন্তু কথামৃত তৈরি হয় না। হয়তো তাই আবেগহীন, অনুভূতিহীন শব্দশিলার মুখোমুখি দাঁড়িয়ে দক্ষিণ আফ্রিকার লেখক চিনু আচিবা বলে ওঠেন, কাগজে অনেক লেখা হয়েছে, এবার যদি হৃদয়ে কিছু লেখার থাকে তাহলে লেখো। ঔপনিবেশিক শাসনের এক পর্বে আমরা মধ্যযুগকে চিহ্নিত করেছি অন্ধকার যুগ হিসেবে। আমরা চণ্ডীমঙ্গল পড়া ছেড়ে দিয়েছি, ওটা গ্রামের অশিক্ষিত মানুষ ওটা চর্চা করবে বলে ধরেছি। এখনও বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ে চলে, মধ্যযুগের বিশেষজ্ঞ হতে খুব বেশি অধ্যাপক চান না। লোকায়তকে আমরা অস্বীকার করেছি অসংস্কৃত বলে, ধ্যানকে অস্বীকার করেছি কারণ নীরবতার নাকি কোনো ইতিহাস নেই। এর বিকল্প যে ভাষা স্বরভঙ্গি, তা প্রথম প্রতিষ্ঠা পেয়েছিল শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণের কণ্ঠে, কথামৃতে। তারপর বিদ্যাসাগর, রবীন্দ্রনাথ থেকে এই শাশ্বত সন্ধান চলেছে কয়েক দশক জুড়ে। কিন্তু ঔপনিবেশিকতার পিছু টান আমাদের ছাড়ে না। তাই 1954 সালে যখন সাহিত্য একাডেমি প্রতিষ্ঠিত হলো, তখন সর্বেপল্লী রাধাকৃষ্ণন মন্তব্য করলেন, ভারতীয় সাহিত্য নানা ভাষায় লেখা হলেও তা একই। এই একাত্মতায়, ভারতীয় সাহিত্যের এই একাত্মতায় আমরা আপ্লুত হলাম ঠিকই, কিন্তু অলিখিত যে লোকসাহিত্য এবং ভারতবর্ষের কোণে কোণে যে অজস্র মৌখিক ভাষা ও সাহিত্য, তাকে কি আমরা ভারতীয় সাহিত্যের চৌহদ্দির সীমানার বাইরে পার করে দিলাম না? আসলে কোথাও একটা আমজনতার সঙ্গে আমাদের রাষ্ট্রনীতির বড়ই দূরত্ব। অবশ্য তারই 6 দশক পরে 1990-এর দশকে সাহিত্য একাডেমি ভারতের সমস্ত ভাষায়, সাহিত্য একাডেমি স্বীকৃত সমস্ত ভাষায় শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ কথামৃত অনুবাদের উদ্যোগ নেয়। এই হলো আমাদের ঘরে ফেরার বৃত্তান্ত, ইন্ডিয়ান লিটারেচার থেকে ভারতীয় সাহিত্যে ফেরা। একথা সত্য বাংলা ভাষার ক্ষেত্রেও। নিছক পদের অন্যয় নয়, আমাদের ভাষা চর্চার ভিত্তি হোক ব্যক্তির সঙ্গে ব্যক্তির অন্যয়, ব্যক্তির সঙ্গে সমাজের অন্যয়, হৃদয়ের সঙ্গে হৃদয়ের অন্যয়, এবং এর মধ্য দিয়েই গড়ে উঠতে পারে সঠিক বাংলা গদ্য এবং বাংলা সাহিত্য। এর বিপরীতে বাংলা ভাষায় লিখেও আমরা যা তৈরি করতে পারি তা বেঙ্গলি লিটারেচার হলেও বাংলা সাহিত্য হবে কিনা আমার সন্দেহ আছে। ধন্যবাদ।
শ্রী রামকুমার মুখোপাধ্যায়কে আমরা তার বক্তব্যের জন্য আন্তরিক ধন্যবাদ ও